Hello, very good afternoon. Welcome to the JCSA English speaking service. Well, it's a little bit like, I suppose, after the Lord Mayor's show, isn't it? After Saudi Cup weekend. But the racing continues. We've got 3 more weeks in. We're looking forward to some exciting racing today and, of course, across the weekend. We've got 3 opens today. We've got our usual Arabian races. Lots going on. First race coming up very shortly. Now, we will look back, of course, on what happened last week as well, go through some of those wonderful stirring memories. Of course, Tom Collins, who joins me in the studio here, was very much part of the team last week, Tom. So, look, we're having to come down a little notch, aren't we, today, I guess, because we can't compete with what happened last week. But the racing carries on, and there's some good sport to enjoy.
Yeah, last week was incredible. Fantastic racing over the course of 2 days. This week, of course, we're not given the best horses here in Saudi Arabia or the imported horses either from the US or Japan. But we've still got a good card. It's a better card than most Thursdays. And I'm really looking forward to a couple of races in the middle of the fixture today. Races 5 and 6. They're the highlights for me, especially a horse in race 5 who we'll talk about later in the show. Yeah,
and we will spend some time, as I say, just reflecting, Tom, on what happened last week, because it's what the whole purpose of being here is about. It's what we build up to, of course. And look, I'm sure hopefully most of our viewers saw the racing last week. If you didn't, we'll try and catch up on a few of those. But the big race,
yeah.
I mean, the finish of the century almost. It was a stirring renewal, wasn't it?
I think it's the best race I've ever seen live.
Wow, that's a big statement.
And I know, obviously, I'm on this channel and we're hyping up Saudi racing, but genuinely, I think that's the best race I've ever seen live. We had Romantic Warrior, the best turf horse. We had Forever Young, who I consider to be the best dirt horse in the world, facing off. We had lead switches. Romantic Warrior looked like he was going to win. Then Forever Young came back. It was just phenomenal. One of the best races you'll ever see, regardless of if you were here or at home. And hopefully we can relive that at some point during the show.
Oh, we will do our best to relive that and some of the other highlights from last weekend as well. But as Tom says, we're moving forward because it's all about the here and now. Of course, 12 races today. We'd love to hear from you, of course. You can get in touch with us via the comments page on the YouTube channel. We want to know that you're there. We want to know where you are, where you're watching, what's drawn you to this programme today. If you've looked at race cards, of course, we hope you have. But if not, Tom's here and Callum, we'll hear from Callum shortly in the parade ring. We'll give plenty of input into the races. But we want to know where you are, why you're watching, what brings you to the JCSA English speaking channel this Thursday. So please do get in touch. Now, talking of Callum Helliwell, he is our man on the ground, of course, and we can say for the first time this afternoon, a very good afternoon to you, Callum.
Good afternoon, Daryl. Good afternoon, Tom. Good afternoon, everybody watching. Or good morning, good afternoon, good evening, because you could be watching anywhere in the world. We know we have viewers from as far-flung as Australia and America, and also viewers from the UK and Europe too. So welcome back. It does feel like the day after the night before, doesn't it? It's really a bit of a step down compared to what we had last weekend. But last weekend will live long in the memory. Friday and Saturday, the International Jockeys Challenge won by local rider Mohammed Al-Daham. You should have seen the scenes here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. It was absolutely spectacular. So much support for the local riders and the local horses, and they did themselves justice on the Saturday when the big names turned up. The locals weren't disappointed either. There were some really good performances, especially in defeat. I think Samar Al-Dahani will be so pleased with how some of his horses ran in those big races, most notably the dirt sprint, where I'm pretty sure he had a second place in that one, which was a hugely impressive result. But as you can see, it's a fair bit windy here today on the ground. I'm very jealous of you two in the studio because you are going to be nice and sheltered and warm while I'm out here battling the conditions. At the moment, it's a tailwind, so you want a horse that's going to be on the speed because they might have a little bit of help down that home straight as well, but plenty to look forward to. I think race number 4 is probably the highlight for me. It's a local bred horses open, and it features a couple of names we know very well, the likes of Basul, who had a very good run of things last year, Rustam Basha, who's a horse I'm a big fan of, but it hasn't quite gone to form this year. Then you've got Fighter, who absolutely cantered to victory last time in a small runner affair. That was a good race. And then you've got Futal, who we've not seen for nearly 2 years, or definitely a year and a half. This horse makes a reappearance. He's won his last two. He's got big race Louis Morales on board. Obviously, Louis doing very well recently, enjoying a good run of things. And talking of jockeys, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, who had a winner last weekend in the opening race on the Friday and was very much involved in all the big racing, he has gone home. So he is heading back to Spain to build towards the flat season over in Spain. So he's not riding, I should say, here this week or for the foreseeable, but hopefully we will see him back here next season. And the rumour mill is abound that he could be returning for Taif next season, which would be hugely exciting if he did, but those are only just rumours. But we look forward to seeing Ricardo wherever he goes, and we know we've got a strong Ricardo Sousa Ferreira fan club, including the likes of Black Type Racing and all the viewers from Central Europe, Portugal, Spain. I say more Southern Europe, isn't it, to be perfectly honest, but hopefully you can stick with us and enjoy the rest of the racing. Plenty of good jockeys still on show, and I think the Jockeys Championship is really where we're getting excited, because at the end of the day, it looks to be between three riders. You've got Camille Ospina and Mohamed Al Daham all chasing Adel Al Faradi. We've got 3 more weeks, which means, oh gosh, quick maths in my head, that's 9 more race days you've got to look forward to, and hopefully we will see that title go right down to the wire. I'm pretty sure Camillo will be looking to get back on track, having had a fairly quiet weekend last weekend. Horses are in the parade ring behind me, so Stephen, it's over to you for the runners and the riders for race number 1.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Callum. We're kicking off proceedings, the first of our 12 races today, with the local bred horses handicap. We're on the dirt over 1,200 metres. Number 1 is Abo Hamra, the mount of Abdullah Al Saidi. 2 is Anna Al Shakaki and Victor Guterres. 3 is Akid Al Anaya, the mount of Osama Al Shirani. 4 is Lama Al Zulfi, ridden by Ali Al Mutib. 5 is Abu Jarrah and Muath Al Rukayi. 6 is Barka Al Jahara, who's ridden by Mohammed Al Yami. 7, Jamrat Arab and Tab Al Timyat. 8 is Najm Al Wasil, who's ridden by Abdullah Al Kradis. 9, Taranim Alays and Rayan Al Taresh. 10 is Adha and Camillo Ospina. 11, Jasmine Fahad Al Faradi. 12 is Nasir Al Anaya and Adel Al Faradi. Over the page to number 13, that will be Yasser Al Baal. He'll be ridden by Abdul Aziz Al Musa. 14 is Yan Tahid, ridden by Muhammad Al Daham. 15 is Ateya and Ateya Al Manan, who's ridden by Abdullah Al Hussein. 16 is Alam Radar and Asil Al Sahani. 17, Moscow, Tariq Al Mansour. And 18, rounding them off, is Janay, ridden by Fawaz Wanas. The 4 reserves, 19, 20, 21 and 22, do not go, but 18 of them will, for Callum to have a look at in the parade ring for the first race.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Yes, let's look at horse number 3, Akid Al Anaya, a horse who's not had too many starts, but with a good second last time out. A fairly standard-looking individual, isn't going to blow you away, but is quite well put together, short back, nice active walk, and certainly handling things perfectly fine here. We know that Tariq Mohammed Anaya had a very, very good year so far, and he'll be looking to continue that with a good performance from one of his 2 runners in this race today. Let's drop our way back to the 4. This is Lama Al Zufili. Now, I'm really intrigued by this horse. Quite a long type, but looks really, really fit. Not a lick of condition on board this one. You'd be a little bit concerned about the long back. You'd be a little bit concerned about the little bit of a roach back you can see as well. But a nice, good, strong, open walk too, which is a positive. And a horse that seems to be handling everything fine and looking well in that coat. A little bit of dappling on the hindquarters, plenty of positives to see. Just got the 2 bandages on and just the 1 handler, but the horse is handling things perfectly fine. Ran a decent enough race last time to finish in the money. Would be no surprise in this sort of company, 0 to 65, if this horse would bang up there in the vanguard. We're going to drop back a few more, right back to horse number 12, with the next one we're going to take a peep at, which is the other Al Anaya runner in here. They are always so exceptionally turned out here. This is Nasir Al Anaya. Horse that's been running really, really well recently, finishing 2nd and 3rd in the last 2 starts. Got all the headgear on here. If you're a fan of Richard Hannon, you'll know about the bridle that he's currently holding, because that's what Richard often uses with his horses. Just gives the jockey a little bit more control and looks exceptionally well in the coat. Quite a leggy individual, still quite upright. you'd be surprised now. He's an entire 5-year-old. You thought he would have sort of bent into himself a little bit more. Hasn't quite done that yet, but my goodness, does he stand out in this parade ring? Absolutely. And he's got the draw in stall 4, which is not a negative at all. You'd be pretty positive with what you see here. And in this type of company, you want a horse that's in a fair, decent bit of form. And this number 12 is certainly in good form. We'll pull back to another powerful stable. Prince Faisal bin Khalid's team have Jan to hit in front of us here. This is horse number 14 with the pink number cloth on. Look, bounced back from a couple of pretty disappointing runs recently, but finds himself in 0 to 65 company. Surely good enough to be a contender here. The draw in 13 isn't ideal, but there's plenty to like about him. But if I had to make a paddock pick team, it has to go to the 12, Nasir Al-Anaya.
Thank you very much, Callum. And we're going to hear lots from Callum, of course, both pre-race and post-race, catching up with Connection. So make sure you're across the programme with us and taking all that information that Callum is offering us. Now, we're having a look here at the horse who is favoured. I think this is Nasir Al-Anaya, who is 5-1 in the international markets in the most ridiculously competitive race to start a week off that you'll probably ever see, Tom.
Yeah, it's really wide open. 5-1 in the field, as you say, but there are numerous horses in here that have leading claims. And, you know, when you get a 0 to 65 handicap like this, where there's only £2 actually separating the top 13 in the race card, it's obviously going to get a wide open market. Nasir Al-Anaya is potentially the horse to beat. I have him second in this spot, the 12 horse. His only victory came in a 0 to 60 in November, so we know that he's more than capable, and he gets a leading rider on board in the Del Al 480.
Yeah, I actually had him on top, to be honest, which I feel quite proud to be able to have identified the selection that's the favourite, or maybe not. Let's have a look, though, at that piece of form. I think we're going to show you Nasir Al-Anaya, and we'll also have a look at Akid Al-Anaya as well. So this is Akid Al-Anaya, and this is the run, the grey here, finishing second back at the beginning of February.
Yeah, he's an attractive sort, as you can see. He's on the wrong lead at this point of the race, but he's still making inroads, which suggests there was more to come from him. He's only had the 3 outings, he's very unexposed, and he's at the top of the ratings, rated 65. Considering there's room for improvement there, I thought he was a major player. The only negative is the draw, out in 15 today.
Whereas the draw, of course, for Nasir Al-Anaya is much better. We're going to have a look at him running third. I suppose you could say it's been a bit frustrating that he's only won one race, but he seems to be finding a little bit of form. Yeah,
very much so. This was an okay effort in third. You can see he was always prominent in the run. He just didn't have that finishing kick to really launch himself to victory in the latter part of the race. This was in a conditions race. Now he drops down into a 0 to 65 handicap. This is a good spot for him. Look, I'm not dead against him by any means. I have him second in. I just thought after 19 starts at 5-1, maybe there was a horse or two that were more appealing.
Yeah, and I can totally see that angle, because this is what we're dealing with. It's very fine margins here, as you say. So many horses so closely handicapped together that even the minutest of reasons to steer away from one horse, and particularly, as you say, when you're looking at a horse who's favourite and there's only won once. But I'll take the positive. Placed in the last two, 1,200 and 1,400 metres. Nice low draws, one off of 60. You know, there's enough there to tempt me in a race that, quite frankly, if we get it right, we've done very well.
Is this going to be your first selection in the studio challenge for the week?
It is going to be my first selection.
I like it. I do like it. As I say, second in for me, so I'm not dead against it. I'm going to go a little bit left field.
Okay.
Not horrifically so. 7-1 in the international market. Horse number 11, Jasmine, a favourite of the show. Look, she's thoroughly exposed. She's had 45 starts, but she's always pitched into races where she cannot contest. She races off a career low mark today. She finished 8th of 14 in a course and distance open last time. She should really appreciate the drop in grade. The one problem with her is that she has no early speed. But she draws inside in a race where hopefully she can close into. And fingers crossed, this track will still be racing like it was a couple of weeks ago, where the closes were coming through. And if that's the case, then Jasmine has good claims. Hopefully she can go close. She's a horse not for maximum faith, but she's going to be my pick, the 11.
Okay, so again, a horse with plenty of form in the book. I mean, if you're looking for horses with less chances to have got it wrong, let's put it that way, then I suppose something like Akid Al-Anaya, who we showed you on the VT, would be an obvious candidate, having only had 3 runs.
Yeah, I've got Akid Al-Anaya 4th in my rating. So again, I could definitely see him going close, but that draw just puts me off. Having watched all of the races on Saudi Cup Day and the day before, it just further kind of planted into my system that you want to be drawn inside. Last year it wasn't a problem being wide, especially on the turns, but this year I feel like there's at least a path or two up the rail which are golden highways, and yeah, I think 15's a negative.
So, I mean, when you're dealing with a race like this, with a big field, a highly competitive race, you're having to sort of bulk remove a lot of horses from calculations. So if you can take a view, rightly or wrongly, that high draw is not what you want, etc., then at least you're whittling the field down to a manageable number.
There has to be angles in a race like this because they are so closely matched, as you say, and it's such a big field. You have to find slight potential negatives or reasons to support a horse. And a wide draw is enough of a negative for me. I suppose you could say with the likes of Jasmine and the horse I've actually got third in, Lama Al Zulfi, that both of these two are thoroughly exposed. They've had 45 and 37 starts, respectively, so they are thoroughly exposed. However, what you know with these two is that they're drawn inside, they've got the right running style for a race like this, and they're dropping down in grade. They've also been running better than the form figures suggest of late, so that's kind of... I've got the two Alanaya horses in there because they're open to improvement, or they've got a leading rider on, and then I've got the two veterans in there as well because they're proven at this grade. Jasmine just swayed it for me, but to be honest with you, this won't be the most confident pick of the day, Daryl.
No, as I said, I think if we get this right, if wherever you're watching from, you're successful with your selection, I think you give yourself a pat on the back because this is not a race that you would go in with high expectations, but of course, conversely, the odds to reward, particularly if you're steering a little bit further down the market, are therefore on your side and make it worth having a go. Yeah,
absolutely. This is a race where you can take a shot on one and just hope that they perform without really suffering much damage because it's so wide open. These kind of races are great to have at the top of cards because they get you involved for the remainder, and we have got some smaller fields coming up, surprisingly, for a Thursday. But yeah, it's a tricky starting point. I will briefly touch on a couple of others really quickly. The 5, Abu Jara, who's currently 8-1 in the international market, is another deep closer. He finished 4th in this in a course and distance maiden last month, but crucially, he's still yet to win. He's 0 from 12, and that's a big problem in a race like this, facing previous winners. The 10, Adhar, enters 0 to 65 handicap bracket for the first time in his career, which is fascinating. He also draws gate 1, but his recent runs have been a little bit disappointing. Now, he does get Camilo on board for the first time.
He does. That is a tick in the right box.
That is a big positive. And the other horse that we should talk about regarding jockey bookings is the 14, Yantahid. Both relatively useful form, mainly at Taif, but gets Mohammed Aldahan today. The wide draw and the recent efforts are enough to put me off. But with these connections, you can never put a firm line straight through.
Okay, so let's confirm selections, Tom.
Horse number 11, Jasmine, for me.
Okay, and it'd be horse number 12 for me, Nasir Alanaya. Let's head, I think, to Callum and get your selection, please, Callum.
Yeah, guys, a fascinating opening contest. I'm going to go with Daryl here with the 12, Nasir Alanaya. Looks really well in the parade ring. I tell you what, Jasmine has been clipped, and bless her, she's not the biggest horse in the world, and now she's been clipped. She looks absolutely minute. She'll be coming from the clouds, but as Tom says, she ran quite well in open company last time out, and it would be no surprise to see her pitch back in 0 to 65, run a big race, but she is typically unreliable, although she's a bit of a fan favourite on this channel. Recently changed ownership, and hopefully they found a target for her and she will run a big race. But the 12 is the pick for me. They're loading up pretty quickly, so Stephen Powell, it's all yours, mate.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Yes, the last handful, I think we're on to 5 to come forward for our opening race here in Riyadh. Very competitive 1200 metre handicap to start the programme. And on the international markets, Nasir Alanaya, number 12, is 5-1. There has been support for Jasmine. That's Tom's selection. 13-2 from 7-1. Atea Al-Manan 7-1 as well. And then there's a whole host of them behind on 8s. As the last 3 are just about wading out the back. We're waiting on 10. Adhar, 14 there in shot, Yantahid, and also 13 in the orange colours, that is Yasser Al-Bal and Abdulaziz Al-Musa. So 2 to go now. The last 2 about to be offered up for our first of 12 races. And that is the lineup complete. They're ready. All in. And they're off. They're racing away over 1,200 metres. They came out in a good line as well. Plenty of them wanting to go forward. Away smartly was Jasmine. The orange colours right up there of Yasser Al-Bal, and also handy in the early parts is Nasir Al-Anaya. Not too far away and going fast is Jamrat Arab with the red headgear, and has probably come through to take it up from Nasir Al-Anaya. Taking a pull, Yasser Al-Bal back to third on the inside, closely followed by Alam Radar. Out deeper on the course is Yanta Hid, chased through by Jasmine. And then further back is Adhar, chased on the outside by Abu Jarrah. There's a break of a length or two back to Anna Al-Shakar, who's racing in company at this stage with Lama Al-Zulfi. Janaya is further back. Out towards the rear of the field is Moscow, so too is Abu Hamra and Barka Al-Jahara. Into the home straight, the leader is Jamrat Arab, being pursued in the centre by Alam Radar. On the outside, red jacket, keeping on his Yantahid and Nasir Al-Anaya. Between them is also now putting in a strong run. Right down the middle is Lama Al-Zulfi, and that is going to be the big danger to Nasir Al-Anaya inside the 150. Nasir Al-Anaya from Jama Al-Rufi is running on, but Nasir Al-Anaya doing enough. Nasir Al-Anaya has won. From in second place, Lama Al-Zulfi. Back in third, the long-time front-runner Jamrat Arab kept on for the minor money. So very well done to Daryl and Callum. Nasir Al-Anaya, the choice of Daryl in the studio. The paddock pick for Callum as well before, and always in a handy position under Adal Al-Faredi, has picked up the early pace setting Jamrat Arab and got first run on the fast finishing Lama Al-Zulfi. So Nasir Al-Anaya wins for the second time, beating 4. Lama Al-Zulfi second. Third was 7, Jamrat Arab. Close for fourth. It looks as though Anna Al-Shakar has finished well down the outside to be involved in a photo there with Akid Al-Anaya also not too far away. And Jasmine was involved as well and has actually been given the verdict for fourth place. Jasmine, that was Tom's choice. Akid Al-Anaya was fifth. So that confirms the provisional order as 12 for 7, 11 and 3 for the first 5 home, 2 1/4 lengths and 1.5 lengths the winning distance. And we'll go back to the boys with congratulations for Daryl. Very competitive opener, but he's gone straight in.
Nasir Al-Anaya is your winner of our opening contest under Adel Al-Faredi, who just extends his lead a little bit at the top of the Jockeys Championship. It's still nice and tight there, but Adel reminds us all why he's looking to regain his crown, having had Camillo win it last year. This was a very good performance from Nasir Al-Anaya. I said in the parade ring, just looked really, really well, in good shape here, and has won this race in good fashion in the end. Always up with the speed, didn't quite get that dream run down the rail because you had the eventual third, Jamrat Arab, try and just hold that rail position. But Adel ends up hanging out down the straight and winning quite well, and lovely to see another winner for Tariq Mohammed Anaya, who has done so well with his horses as well, and a good win for the trainer as well, Mohammed Al-Khalifi, who will be happy with that performance. A horse who is taking advantage of a dropping class here, but is a winner at 0 to 60, so this is probably a career best effort. But a good performance, boys, and well done, Daryl. He and I have teamed up, and we've got the lead on Tom. I don't imagine it will last long.
Well, at least for the moment, anyway, Callum. There'll be plenty at home going, who's copied who's used whose homework. But the long and the short of it is, from a big field in a highly competitive race, we go one up, Tom, in this, what we're being told is a mini challenge, because it's only over these 3 days of this week.
Yes, and also, it's not 12 races every day, because Ramadan starts...
8 on Saturday,
yeah,
so...
Only 32
races.
Yeah. So the pressure's on the early doors. However, from a personal level, I still feel like the race kind of went to plan. The top 4 I had finished in the top 5, so it was good. Just
Amazing.
Ended up siding with the wrong one. Well done to yourself and to Callum picking the Sierra Leone. And well done to Adele Alfaredi. Another winner on the board. Hopefully we can get some graphics later on. We'll see regarding the jockey standings. I do believe he's around 6 to 7 clear at this stage, but it'll be interesting just to get clarity on that. He's the best jockey around at the moment. Obviously, Ricardo's gone back to Spain, as Callum had already said, so Adele's going to dominate a little bit, I think, over the next few weeks. From the outset, the Sierra Leone black cap inside makes the front. It's a story we've seen for the last few months. If you're near the pace, then you've got a great chance of winning, especially in these big field contests and sprints. He sat second, just in behind the eventual third place finisher, Jamra Arab, who was always up with the speed. And Adele was keen to stay up against the fence at this point of the contest before launching a challenge late. The eventual runner-up is the only horse to make up any significant ground. That's Lama Al Zulfi, who comes from way out the back. Just at the bottom of your screen, yellow saddlecloth in the white silks, in around 8th or 9th place right now. She ends up finishing second. The third place finisher is on the speed, that's Jamra Arab. The fourth place finisher is currently in 5th, that's Jasmine in the blue and the yellow silks, my pick. She just couldn't get rolling quickly enough. And the other horse to fill out the frame was Akid Alanaya, who is, to be fair, out the back, but never really gets involved. The grey right down the outside. But this is where Adele really marks puts his stamp on the race with Nasir Alanaya. And he was strong all the way to the line today. That's a second career victory from 20 starts, and connections will be happy, I'm sure.
They'll be very happy, and the jockey, as you say, likewise. I mean, he's been flying. He's around 25% over the last 50 rides, and as you say, in a strong position in terms of regaining the Jockeys' Championship that he's won on numerous occasions, I think twice in the last 3 seasons, or certainly twice in the last 4 seasons, at least here. And important to get one on the board in the first race back when things have settled down from the razzmatazz of last weekend.
Yeah, exactly. We're coming to the business end of the season now. Okay, maybe we don't have the same crowds as last week, but it still means every bit as much to the jockeys, especially Adele, who was fighting for this championship, as you say. And to get a winner on the board not only provides some confidence for him, not that he needs it, of course, but
no.
Provides some confidence, but also gets his week underway in the best possible fashion. And he's got plenty more chances today, Daryl, to rack up another 1 or 2 winners.
He has. He's got multiple rides today, as indeed have his main rivals. So we see plenty of the big guys in action. Lovely to hear from you so early on. Lots of people are contacting us already, Tom, in the first few minutes. Vimel missed this programme during the Saudi Cup. Obviously, there were other ways of watching, of course, but he's in India and he said couldn't get any English commentary, so he's loving the fact that option is available again today. Somebody who's signed in as Relaxation Soothing, says quite simply, hi all regulars, friends of the show from Singapore. So good to hear from you guys as well. Rafiq says hi, and Alim also saying hello as well. And Greg. I nearly forgot Greg, who was first on. He so often is, and he's quite simply said, great show, guys.
It's gone early with that one.
Well, it's a little bit early, but I hope we can live up to your expectations anyway. So good to hear from all of you contacting us, and we would love to hear from you as well. Tell us where you are, what brings you to this programme, and importantly, if you fancy any horses today, share that information, Tom. Share that information.
Indeed.
Yeah.
We do need to know, especially for our challenge, where as we say, we've got a limited amount of races this week. But do I quickly share my main selection?
Well, I was kind of leading you into if you wanted to take that path. So
I'll take it.
You've got,
Race 5, Horse 5, Jabul. Enough said.
Okay, all right. You can expand on that a little bit later on. But there we are. Tom has marked your card for his big selection today. I feel I should have one as well, but I'm gonna hang on in there for a minute. I've got one. Actually, can I don't know whether you like the same horse as me. Race 9 in a very tricky-looking local bred, but I quite like Halat. I was going to make Halat my...
Which number's that?
Better day. It's horse number 8 in the 9th race.
I'm with you.
Oh, well, there we are. We'll put that one out there. I'm not quite sure I'm as strong as Tom, but with his pick, that will be my considered best bet of the day. Right, that was race number 1. So we are going to move on, aren't we, to a second race. It's another handicap. It surely can't be as competitive, Tom, as the race we've just seen, the 0 to 70. But again, these are local breds. 3 races. Actually, we could talk about it, but what we can do first of all is get Stephen Powell, who's looking after things, of course, in terms of commentaries today, to tell us all about the runners, which we'll do in just one second. Can't quite get to Stephen at the moment. So I'm guessing we're not expecting quite such an open race.
No, we had 5-1 the field in the first race today. I think this next race is 5-4 the field, with Jaddle currently topping the market, the top weight in the contest. I wouldn't say it's a one-horse race, though. It's quite competitive between 3 at the top of the market, and hopefully Stephen can run us through those crucial horses in due course. One interesting fact quickly to note is that White Stable have their first runner with trainer Badr Rizak today, and they're represented in this race with horse number 2. Stephen, who's horse number 2 and the remaining horses in this contest, please?
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, boys. Just the 6 of them to line up for our second race. Local bred horses, 0 to 70. Apprentice jockeys, hands and heels only as well. 3-year-olds only also at 1,200 metres. Number 1 is Jaddle, and will be ridden by Abdullah Al Saidi, who claims 1 kilo. 2 is Ali Al Hamar, and Abdullah Al Hussein, who also claims 1 kilo. 3 is A Asil, who's ridden by Osama Al Sharani, claiming 2 kilos. 4 is Mohijar, who's ridden by Tab Al Timyat, claiming 1 kilo. 5 is Tartariz, who's the mount of Feras Al Sunayatan, who claims 3 kilos. And 6 Al Rodki, who's ridden by Mohammed Al Yami, claiming 2 kilos as well. So just the 6 of them, not quite as tough as the first, as Tom was alluding to a moment or two ago, but you've got to factor in apprentice jockeys, hands and heels only as well in race number 2. Let's head back to Tom and Darryl.
Thank you very much. Yes, so just the 6. I mean, hopefully you might well have been on the first winner, or at least a horse that was figuring in the finish, given the input we were offering you a little bit earlier on. But here, a more playable race for the punters, and Jaddle is going to go off, as you say, a warm favourite, 5-4 internationally at the moment.
Yeah, he's a 2-time winner. He clambered home in a course and distance open last month. Now, we will see the footage of that, and you can judge by yourself when you see the last 100 metres. I think he barely gets this trip, which is the problem. The positive for Jaddle is he's probably the most talented in the race. He has a high cruising speed. He's likely to be forwardly placed, and his marker's left unchanged after that most recent outing. I have him 3rd in. I wouldn't be surprised if he won. I just don't like his finishing effort, that's all.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I've got him on top. I thought he was the logical choice, as you say. He's on the same mark as when winning last time, a mark of 68. Here we go from 68 down to 47, so there's a big range in the weights between the 6 runners, given how competitive it was in the previous race. They're just beginning to come into the paddock now, as you can see. In fact, there is Jaddle just going through shot now. Worth pointing out as well, actually, I'll mention what I was about to say in a moment. Let's have a look at Jaddle in action before we do anything else. And this was back on the 25th of January. This is a late effort for the horse in the red stable colours, who's going to get up and score late on here.
Yeah, but obviously free sweating, as you can see. Lots of sweat down the front of the horse. Before the race, it was a hot day. Moves into the contest fine, and obviously the fact he got worked up beforehand didn't really provide a negative for him in this contest. He manages to run by Mohijar, who's on the inside in the purple silks, and reopposes today. I just didn't love from now on to the finish line. It looks like he just stops in front. He holds that margin to a horse that's definitely not closing in second, actually made the pace, and there was no deep closer. I think he could be a little bit vulnerable, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you look at that, and I feel comfortable with that, but as you say, it depends on whether there are closers. This is horse number 2 we'll take a look at. This is Ali Al Hamar, winning back in November.
Yeah, was pitched in the deep end in 3 cup races after this victory, where he was impressive. This was in a sales race. It wasn't the deepest of affairs. Obviously, it was a rich prize. Came over 1,400. He is a front runner. He will be up there with Jaddle from the early part of the race, and they are not the only 2 front runners in this field.
Right, okay, so that could be an issue then. Plenty of pace on the front end, and Adel Al Hamar is currently the 11-4 second favourite. Let's have a closer look at them in the company of Callum.
Thank you very much, team. Well, Jadal is the first horse I'm looking at, and if you're an eagle-eyed viewer of the channel, you'll remember when he ran last time, he was awash with sweat. He got himself totally and utterly worked up in the prelims and ended up running an absolute stormer to win. He's a completely different prospect today. Not a bit of sweat on him. I mean, he's a bit warm on the neck, but you compare him to that last effort, you'd have to say he looks much, much better today. This is a big positive for me. Also the jockey booking, Abdullah Al-Saidi on board. That's a proper rider. He takes off a kilo, but also you've got to remember most of the jockeys are claiming here, so they all get to take off a little bit of weight as well. So although he looks quite well in when it comes to the weights, everyone is pretty well in when it comes to the weights in this contest. So yeah, he's a positive for me. He's walking around like a good thing. I really like him. Let's focus on the two. Ali Al-Hamma. This is the other horse that the boys were looking at in the studio. A completely different type here, light, leggy build. Apparently, I've just spoken to White Stable Connections. This is the second runner for Badr, as he had a runner for the White Stable last weekend. So, but hopefully still looking for their first winner as a team. And this horse will look to try and do that. Looks in good shape. Lovely walker, really does eat the ground as he walks. So plenty of positives to like about that. Abdullah Al Hussein, probably a little bit of a step down when it comes to jockey bookings compared to the one, but there's not much between them, but you're looking for the rider with more experience, and that certainly lies with the one. We'll drop back to the three is the next one. They're a little bit spaced out here in the parade ring, and we're going to look at a Phil here. This is the next one, 65 rated runner, a winner 4 starts ago, beaten in a tougher competition than last time out. This is a bit of a drop in class. Big, strong bull of a horse, good front end. Look at the shoulder and the neck, short, powerful neck, no condition on the back end either. A little bit of a rub mark there. He's clearly clipped a stable with his hip at one point in time, and isn't walking around like the most active of movers, but the horse in fairly decent enough form, and in this sort of company will certainly have placed claims. Mohijah's not in the parade ring right now. He's in the pre-parade ring, but the jockey is here. They're going to bring Mohijah out nice and late. So we'll go back to the 5. Tartariz is Gorgeous Chestnut, who comes alongside me now. This is the 5th horse in here, but I bring it last. Ferris Al Sinaitan is on board. I had my few issues with Ferris, with the ride he gave one of the horses that I liked a few weeks ago and gave it a stinker. Hopefully he'll have built on that experience. He's a very young, inexperienced rider. He claims a whopping 3 kilos though, which has to give this horse a little bit of a chance. Tartariz last run with a decent effort in 3rd as well. Final horse we'll look at is Al Rodki. This is the last one. This is a really good looker too. This is the 6th here, Prospect Park individual. Mohammed Al Yami on board, takes off the 2 kilos as well, but has a lot to find on ratings here, but is a good looking type, big strong individual, nice back end as well. Nawaf, actually, if you stick with me here, Nawaf, if he's listening, we're going to go to the 4 who's just come into the parade ring, so you get a good old look at the front running horse number 4, Mohijah, who's just coming towards us now. He's in the purple colours. We'll watch the jockey maybe jump on in this occasion as well. He's partnered by Saab Al Timya, who is certainly a jockey you want to follow as well here in this type of company. He's got plenty of experience and takes off the kilo. He will jump on late, as Mohijah will be the last one to go out on track, last in the parade ring, but hopefully for connections, he'll be the first across the line. He'll certainly be bang up there with the pace as they get racing. Boys, the paddock pick for me, though, has to be the one, Jadal. No sweat today.
Yeah, that's good to hear for Jadal supporters. You've just gone 6-5 in the international market from 5-4. I was going to say just before we were looking at the V2s, went to Callum, of course, is that obviously the claims here relate into how experienced the riders are. So the jockey on the favourite, Jadal, and on the second choice, both 1 kilo. It means they've ridden less than 50 winners, but more than 30. 2 kilos, 16 to 30 winners, 3 kilos. Which applies to 5. Tartariz's jockey has ridden between 1 and 15 winners, just to give you an idea of kind of where they are. But that is all dependent on the experience as well and the number of rides you've had. So it's a good, it's a good race for these apprentices, and the Hands and Hills adds an extra element of intrigue.
Absolutely, yeah. This is a really nice contest for them. Look, small field, good opportunity to win a race, and actually 16,000 Saudi Riyal to the winner is pretty strong for a Thursday handicap. So, yeah, this is a nice spot for these jockeys to potentially get another win next to their name. If you ask me to say who I think is the best of the riders, then I would say Abdullah Al-Saidi, who's on the favourite. So that would be another vote of confidence if you do like the 1.
Okay, James likes the 4, actually. James has just messaged in. He's on Mahija, and says, good afternoon, everybody. 4 for me, so good luck, James. That's currently 7-1 in the international market, which I think is, 4th best at the moment.
Yeah, she was beaten a length by Jadal in that VT that we saw. Mahija 7-1, Jadal 6-5. So on that evidence, you'd say maybe the gap in the market isn't accurate because not much separates them on what we've seen before. So I can certainly see it. Can I tell you my way of thinking here?
Please do, yeah.
Jadal, front runner. Ali Al-Hamar, front runner. Ayasil, front runner. Mahija, front runner. Al-Rodki doesn't have enough ability to win, only rated 47. That leaves Tartariz. Surely this filly just gets the perfect trip into the race. She's 0 from 9 so far, and maybe she's not the most compelling in terms of her profile. Her rider's pretty inexperienced. He's not the best, in my opinion, either, but he does claim 3 kilos, as you say. That's £6. That's quite a hefty weight allowance. She's going to be come from off the speed, and last time when she ran, she finished like a freight train late in the race. She only just got denied with a rail run. I wouldn't be surprised if she was the finisher and she picked up the pieces that these front runners are going to leave for her. Mahija has to lead inside. She's drawn in 1, so that means that Jadal, Ali Al-Hamar and Ayasil are all going to either have to duel and go wide on the track, or they're going to have to adopt new tactics. I don't see that as a positive for any of those horses. And that's not to say that Jadal or Ali Al-Hamar, for example, couldn't win, because they are the classiest 2 horses. Of course they could. I just think the way this race pans out helps Tartariz, and hopefully she can get a good toe through and then kick in late.
Good toe and kick in late, as you say, could be set up perfectly. A bit more. James is not just tipping the 4, he is napping the 4 at 8-1. We love that, nice and early in the day, an 8-1 nap.
Yeah, very bold. But look, 8-1 in a small field, there's probably worse bets than this, I guess.
Yeah, and Malik has been on as well. Good afternoon to you. Thank you for getting involved. We really do appreciate the enthusiasm and interest so early. So thanks to everybody who's got to their device and clicked on the chat and said hello. And if you haven't, then please get in contact with us. I mean, it seems so simple, your explanation of how this race will pan out, Tom, with front runner. We are dealing with a maiden. I suppose you could, if you want to argue a case against Tartariz. Is there anything in the 9 runs that suggests that this horse has been unfortunate, or?
I thought last time she was unlucky.
Okay.
She did close well. I think she got be around a length to half a length at the wire. She had a similar kind of setup that day, and she finished off great. She just wasn't able to get there. The jockey made a poor decision to switch inside rather than go outside, and that was probably the defining factor. You could say that she is still a maiden. There are winners in here, and therefore it's unlikely she'll win. And I suppose that's true. But if you're looking purely on pace setup, she's the one that gets the dream trip. If she is good enough, she should win. But there is a big if. We don't know if she's good enough. She does carry just 54 Ks though.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting the weight. In all fairness, I mean, Jadal, the favourite, is 2 from 7. Of the others, horses 2, 3, 4 have won 1 race from 6, 8 and 14 starts, and the bottom horses 0 from 8. So it's not as though we're dealing with prolific winners. These are obviously 3-year-olds establishing themselves. So, sometimes we it's easy. So, I mean, take the first winner. That was 1 from 19, wasn't it, the strike rate?
Yep.
So I think sometimes you want to use that information to your advantage. But with a race like this, they're lightly raced. 0 from 9, 1 from 8, not a great deal of difference, to be honest. Let's lock in selections.
Yeah, Tartariz for me, hopefully last to first.
And it's going to be Jadal for me. And let's find out who Callum likes.
Thank you, guys. Jadal for me as well. Getting a little bit warm down at the start. You can see that sweat just beginning to appear on the neck. Ali Al-Hamar, I think, is our biggest danger in comparison to Tartariz. I think the jockey booking says a lot. Faris Al-Sinaitan is just so inexperienced. It would be a massive win for him if he could guide this horse to victory, but I've still got the nightmare. I cannot remember the name of the horse he rode last time, but I tipped it up on the channel and he gave it an absolute stinker. It was an 1800 metre race and he rode it like it was a 1200 metre contest, and I'm still not over that. I'm not once bitten, twice shy. Mahija, the 8-1 nap from James. I love that confidence, absolutely dripping in it. Best of luck with you, Sarah. You've had good success before, James, if I remember rightly as well. So best of luck with Mahija, your 8-1 nap of the day, nice and early. The cojones on you, James. We love to see it. But they're loading pretty quickly here, so to go through selections one more time, myself and Daryl like the 1, and Tom Collins is going with the 5. Scores in the tipping competition, Daryl and I with 1, and Tom with 0. Tom looking to close the gap here. Stephen Powell, it's a fascinating race, small field, all yours.
It is a fascinating race, Callum. Just the 6 of them. How fast will these apprentices go off with these 3-year-olds over 1,200 metres? Just the last one to come forward. That's A. Asil and Osama Al-Sharani, who will go into stall number 3 to complete the lineup for race number 2 on today's programme. Just taking a final shove in. A. Asil goes forward, and that's it. Set. Ready to go. And racing, 1,200 metres for the 3-year-olds. Just leaning out to the right ever so slightly, Al-Rodki on the outside. Going fast down against the rail is Morhija, and has got to the early lead and skips away a length on the green cap of Alali Al-Khamar, who's in second place. Third, red Jockey, wider out. Jadal currently 2 lengths further back next to the blue headgear of A. Asil. There's 3 or 4 lengths back to Tartaris, and Al-Rodki can't go the gallop. They're very well strung out already as they spin the turn back towards home, with Morhija and Tarbal Timyat skipping along with about a 3-length break here. Green cap in the centre of Ali Al-Khamar. Up on the outside is Jadal 3 deep. Against the rail is A. Asil. That trio have got 2.5 lengths on Tartaris. Al-Rodki can't get involved at the moment, and into the home straight they come. Morhija being closed down by Jadil. Between them, A. Asil trying to pick up Tartaris further back. Ali Al-Khamari did not go on. Al-Rodki's out the back, and it is Jadil who takes it up now. Jadil coming down inside the 200. A. Asil in second place is chasing. Back in third is Morhija. Jadil being kept up to his work. A. Asil is closing all the time on the outside. A. Asil coming to Jadil. Oh, might have nailed him. A. Asil, Osama Al-Sharani might have just reeled in Jadil in the final few strides there. Those two drew away in the end from the early pace-setting Morhija. So number 3, A. Asil, who chased the pace set by Morhija with Jadil. Jadil swept into the lead, but as Tom mentioned last time out, he wasn't overly impressed with Jadil's finishing strengths. And he's just, I think, been collared by Asil on the line. He's got him. He's been confirmed the winner, number 3, A. Asil. Jadil leading into him, as you can see from these great pictures overhead as well late on. They came close, but it didn't check A. Asil at all, who's won for the second time, beating 1 Jadil, 4 Morhija, who set the pace, with 5 Tartaris picking up 1 or 2 places late in the day to get 4th, and 2 Ali Al-Khamar, 1 paced in 5th. So 3, 1, 4, 5 and 2, the first 5 home. Ahead and 2 3/4 lengths were the distances, as Jadil has been reeled in by A. Asil late in the day under Osama Al-Sharani, and he's now 2 wins from 9 career starts.
Well, Tom Collins may have not tipped the winner here, but his description of the race has gone exactly how he said it was. Jadil got there looking like he was going to win and got very tired late on and was beaten by Asil, who has been given a beautifully timed ride by Osama Al-Shahani. I think you've seen here a really good example of what future Saudi racing is going to look like. Abdullah Al-Saidi versus Osama Al-Shahani will be a battle we'll see long into the future. A jockey riding full of confidence this season. He actually had a whip ban, ironically, before a hands and heels contest earlier on this season, but he's bounced back from that ban and is in absolutely red-hot form, and he's given this horse a peach of a ride here. The horse who was last seen finishing 6th last time out has only had the 10 starts, but only had the 9 starts, I should say now, but has now 2 wins, and Connections will be over the moon with that. But 2 young jockeys really to keep on the right side of, 2 apprentices who will be here long into the future, and a very exciting time to see them. But he's timed it to perfection, and Tom Collins, you may not have had the winner, but you called it like you saw it, and Jadil didn't quite last home.
Yeah, you were spot on in terms of that. I mean, I think those of us on Jadil, Tom, were wondering, could he get home? It looked like for a long time he might today, but then you sensed that he was in trouble.
Yeah, there are 2 ways of looking at this. It looked like he was home. I thought in the run he was going to hold on, despite thinking he was a weak finisher, purely because there was no closer in the race. ASL ends up winning, but he's a front runner, and he's managed to fight back. So in a race that actually panned out pretty well for Jadil, because there wasn't a proper stayer in the contest, he still couldn't clamber in. My selection, Tartarus, was very disappointing. She was the one I thought would come from off the pace, but was just never involved. If you were to look at this in running right now, Jadil would be very short, wouldn't he? He hits the front, goes a length and a half up. ASL switches out, but you'd anticipate for a horse that's a front runner and usually fades, that he was probably done. That just wasn't the case. Abdullah Al-Saidi, you can see on Jadil here, knows the horse is tying up in front, just edges him out to the right, a little bit, brief bit of contact. The stewards would have looked at that if Jadil did hold on, but ASL gets his head in front for Osama Al-Shahani.
And at a big price, 10-1 chance. We can see it again from the start. Stall 3 for the eventual winner in the blue colours. The favourites in the red. Handy just coming out in the main chasing pack.
Yeah, Morhaja is electric from the gates and immediately burns 2 to 3 lengths ahead. She is a out-and-out front runner with brazen speed, so she was never really going to be anywhere other than in the front. I did think they would line up alongside rather than her gaining an early advantage of this far, maybe 2 to 3 lengths, but that wasn't to be the case. The other front runners, or usual front runners, are in 2nd, 3rd and 4th here. Ali Al-Hamar, who backpedals quickly, is currently in 2nd but is about to move back into 4th. The eventual winner, ASL's up the inside, and Jadil's in the red on the outside. Abdullah Al-Saidi makes a move here on Jadil to go and win the race. And I think it was a good move because he actually does pen ASL, the eventual winner, in at this stage. You can see just in between horses and has to take up and move wide ASL. But Jadil just is probably a 1,150 metre horse. It's running over 1,200.
Yeah.
And he just couldn't get home. Watch the drone shot here when Al-Saidi realises the horse is tying up. He edges right on the leader in the red, especially from about now, just to intimidate, but it doesn't work. ASL just goes on by.
Yeah, look, he was doing all he could for those that were on him and for his connections to try and get home, but those fears came true, unfortunately, for Jadil. Look, in hindsight, the winner was a big price, 10-1. The jockey Osama Al-Ashrani has got plenty of rides. I think he's got about another 6 rides today, so this will have done his confidence the world of good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he gets rides for Red Stable quite often as well, which is interesting. That suggests that they have a lot of faith in him. He's quite good. Look, I didn't see much of him at the start of the campaign, but in the latter part of the season, he's been relatively strong in the chances he's got. I wouldn't say he is the most aesthetic to watch necessarily. You can see him in the blue and white on the inside in 3rd and 4th here. But he gets the job done, and that's all that matters.
It is what matters. And look, James was fancying one of the other runners. He was napping one of the alternatives, but he's a good man. He's come back and said, look, good ride on the winner. He accepts his medicine.
Yeah, there was no excuses for Morhaja either. Look, she was ridden to win. That's how she races. And she ran a good 3rd in the end, Morhaja. It was interesting to note that she had a 3-length lead in the early part of the race. But then we have sectionals here in the studio, and that not the first furlong, but the 2nd furlong, e.g. when the stalls aren't involved, she ran 11.13. Now that wasn't rapid, but she had a 3-length advantage. Obviously it's quick, but it's not ridiculously fast. So it was interesting that they kind of let her go. She had no excuses and wasn't able to sustain her effort, but she had every chance today.
Yeah, she held every chance. So we had a winning favourite in a very competitive, 20-runner race in the first, and here in a smaller field we've ended up with a 10-to-1 winner, which I think was probably the second biggest price on the board. It's the swings and roundabouts of wagering on racing, of course. Now, no luck for the red stable, Tom, in that race, but of course we're going to move on to the maiden. They've got an interesting newcomer that is set to go off a warm favourite in Nake Wad here, who is horse number 9 on the card. In fact, just looking internationally, 7-4 at the moment, so it could be a case of bouncing straight back.
Ludicrous price though, isn't it? 7-4?
Well, or do we see it as a positive, or is that price purely down to the connections?
100%.
Yeah.
This is down to traders seeing the connections and going, this horse should be in his favourite. I would be surprised if he wins Nake Wad. But we'll find out. And obviously, Callum's view on the horse in the paddock will be interesting.
Yeah, looking forward to that, and we'll get Callum's thoughts very short. But before that, let's go back to Stephen. He's got the runners and the rights.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Darryl. The maiden for 3-year-olds, 1,200 metres once again. And number 1 is Arco Jawaher, ridden by Abdullah Al Hussein. 2, Al Tarab, Osama Al Sharani. 3 is Burke Al Taweed and Nawaf Al Fairuz. 4, Fajan and Muhammad Al Daham. 5 is Farzan Ghost, ridden by Rakan Al Ubaid. 6 is Hazoum and Abdullah Al Kradis. Over to 7, Mahadan and Nawaf Al Mudiani. 8 is Mutahalif and Camilio Ospina. 9 is Naka Wode and Rayan Al Tarash, whilst 10 is Rash, ridden by Abdullah Al Saidi. 11, Riyadh Al Ez and Abdullah Al Lorfi, and 12 is Saudi Dream, Tariq Al Mansour. 13, Saudi Spear is the next one in, whilst 14, Saudi Top does not run. 15 is Shawagawi, ridden by Fahad Al Faradi. Scratch 16, Scratch 17. 18 is Love on Tap, Tard Al Timyat. And Scratch 19. Number 20 does run, that's Wafi, whilst 21 and 22 also scratched as well. So confirming 14, 16, 17, 19, 21 and 22, the scratched runners ahead of the maiden for race number 3.
Yeah, it takes us down to, 18 runners, still a big field, lots of lightly raced horses. As we should start, I suppose, with the favourite on debut. You've totally, I can't have this at 7-4.
No.
Is it purely price driven?
Yeah, it is. Look, I don't have this horse in my top 4 anyway, on just credentials, but at 7-4, I wouldn't be taking a second look at Nake Wad. And if the 9 does win here, I'm happy, I think I'm trying to find the value. If the favourite goes and wins, then the favourite wins. But at this price, I think he's a terrible play in the international market. Look, he draws well. He's by Bellardo, who was a decent horse in the UK. The pedigree doesn't really suggest sprinting, which is the first negative. 1,200, I think, is going to be very much on the sharp side. Secondly, the Red Stable would probably book a more well-known rider than Rayan Al Tuaish if they thought that this was a really good one. And thirdly, and potentially most importantly here, the horse cost just 3,500 guineas. He was a very cheap purchase as a yearling. He didn't make a debut last year. Something must have gone amiss last season, or he's a backward type. He's not for me at all, Darryl, I have to admit.
I mean, that's a multitude of reasons not to be with a favourite. So how far down the card are you looking then?
Not very. I'm going to be with the 4 here, Fajhan as my main pick. And to be honest, I have the next 3 in the market, the 4, the 8 and the 11 as my top 3 picks in here, not in that order. But so I think the market is right, aside from the Red Stable horse. Fajhan cost 90,000 guineas as opposed to 3.5 for the favourite. He didn't show much ability in that debut run in the UK, but he's been subsequently gelded. He's moved locally to the leading trainer in Sama Al Dahani. And crucially, that debut run came in the Convivial Maiden at York.
Yeah.
Now, if you follow any UK racing, you'll know that the Convivial Maiden is largely considered to be the strongest and best maiden of the whole flat season. So the fact he was pinned into that contest suggests they at least thought a little bit of him. Fajhan is going to be my play, the 4 in here. And yeah, hopefully he can make it second time lucky.
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm going to go the same way.
Yes.
I mean, we've got lots of unexposed horses there. We're getting a good look at him as well. Should mention at this stage, I guess, Mohammed Aldahan, who of course had a brilliant weekend, didn't he? He took on the world's best jockeys and he beat them in the challenge last Friday.
Yeah, it was brilliant, not only for Saudi racing in general, but for the man himself, Mohammed Aldahan. He's long said in interviews with Callum that he wants to kind of increase his profile on the biggest stage, whether that's riding abroad at the Shergar Cup, you know, whatever he can do. And the fact that he won the International Jockeys Challenge on Friday was huge for him. 2 victories from 4 races, that's not easy.
And do you know what I liked about that was the fact that, were they not the first 2
They
races?
were.
So all of a sudden, everybody else is kind of like, you're almost mathematically in trouble to try and turn him over. He literally had it wrapped up after halfway.
Yeah, there were only 2 jockeys after 2 races that could have actually caught him. One was James McDonald, who actually couldn't catch him because he didn't have a ride in the finale.
Makes it difficult, yeah.
And Oisin Murphy was the only other one, and he needed to win the last race and Mohammed to be out the frame. That didn't happen.
No.
It was a comfortable victory for Mohammed, and yeah, I'm sure he's full of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, that's massive, isn't it? You know, the big names, the international big names come over and you want to do yourself and indeed your jurisdiction proud, don't you? You want to be doing it for Saudi and for the local guys here.
Especially because that was Mohammed's first ever time in the International Jockeys Challenge. Yeah, we've seen Camilo, we've seen Adele, we've seen Alex Moreno, Luis Morales, obviously Ricardo rode this Friday. We've seen all of those jockeys over a couple of the instalments of the IJC, but this was Mohammed's first time, and to make an impact like that, it's huge.
So Nate Wode is on 7-4, Fajim at 11-4. Let's go outside though, get some thoughts, because we need to have a good look at these, don't we, Callum?
We certainly do need to have a good look at them, guys, and we'll start off with Al-Tarab, one of the more experienced runners in the field. Look at the jockey, Osama Al-Shahani, looking for a second win in quick succession. Big, strong boy, this. Nice walker, got a rating of 48, which doesn't blow you away, but has got experience in what looks to be a pretty low-key maiden. He'd be intriguing. Let's go back to the 4. This is the horse that everyone's been talking about. This is Fejan. Coming towards us now, I'm going to say is a big paddock negative for me. Let's have a good look at Fajan. He's got really quite worked up in the paddock. He's got one of the worst walks you'll ever see as well. He's got string halt on the off hind, which you can see as he comes through, pulls it up as he walks. Now that's just a genetic thing. It won't stop him as he gallops. There are some great horses that have had string halt. He's getting quite worked up in the parade ring. Look, at the end of the day, that maiden he ran in at York was won by Angelo Buonarroti, who was sold for $1 million and looks a quite decent prospect for next season. So you can clearly see it was a very, very strong race, much stronger than this. He would have been set up for that, and now he's coming into Saudi Arabia. It'll be no surprise if he can win on dirt debut, but for me, just want to give him a bit of space. He's getting quite worked up in the prelims. I would be looking elsewhere from a paddock perspective. Let's drop our way back. We're going to go to the horse number 9 is the next one we're going to have a look at. Sorry, it's the 8 is the next one we're going to have a look at, just coming towards us now, the White Stable time test runner. This is Mutalafi, who's just coming towards us now. Nice looking individual. Didn't do much on debut. Was intriguing that the White Stable had a time test runner. Has been given plenty of time since that debut effort to grow up. There's just a horse having a bit of a scream, no problem, nothing to worry about in here. That would have been the 4, just having a bit of a kick-off, but as per usual, that horse will settle down once we get out onto the track. The 8 is the one we're focusing on at the moment. Nice-looking individual. You'd hope for an improved effort from the debut. Certainly should build on that experience. Looks fantastic in the coat. Let's look at the 9. This is a really good looking type. This is the one that's your international market leader at the moment on debut, Nackwood. Obviously, as Tom has made it very clear, didn't make much money in the sales ring, really only favourite because of connections, but a very good looking type, big strong individual, big round barrel chested type. Might actually need to come on with conditions and physicality to contend here. Probably wouldn't have him as a debut winner, but certainly isn't too much of a paddock negative. Want to go back and have a look at the 11. This is a real stand-up for me. RIYADH, who's just coming towards us now. Not bad form in the book to run the 3rd and the 6th, and looks in really good shape. Fitness-wise, you've got Abdullah Alofi on board. That's a good jockey booking. You'd be happy with that. Jig joggy and keen to go down there, but not getting too warm. Certainly lots of positives to look at there with the 11. He's one I'd keep an eye on as well. And finally, want to look at one more, the 18. Love on Tap, debut for strong connections here. Saab Al-Timyat in the saddle. He takes a little bit of weight off too. A very light, petite type, lacking in too much bone, but certainly looks physically ready to run on debut. Just a little bit small. You can certainly understand why this horse is making debut later on in the season. But I thought Saab, We'll get a good spin out of this 18, who will probably be bang up in the vanguard, but the draw in 18 will make it pretty tough going. But certainly one you want to have on your shortlist. An interesting race here, guys, but the 11 is the pick for me.
Okay, RIYADH LE, who is currently a 6-1 chance, then catches Callum's eye in the paddock. A little change in the international odds. Naquad at 7-4, Fajan at 11-4, and Mutta Alif is a 130, 14-1 bar at the top 4. So that, you know, in theory, lots of horses with slender chances of taking this prize.
Yeah, it's an interesting market, isn't it? Obviously, the 16 being a scratch is huge. Wasil Al-Salam, he was going to be the form play.
Would have liked him, yeah.
Yeah, it would have been the form play in the race after 3 seconds. But the fact he's out now does limit the amount of horses that it looks like have chances on paper of winning. Yeah, even if I go right down to the bottom of the race card, it's hard to make a case for many. I reckon there's probably 4 in here with chances.
Oh, okay.
Unless a horse dramatically improves or, you know, several of these underperform. We've already talked about the 4, Fajan. We've also talked about the 9, Naquad. But the other 2 in here with chances, I think, are the 8 and the 11. The 8, Mutta Halif for Camilo Ospina. This horse ran 9th on the debut. Cost 29,000 guineas, but that was in October 2023. The positive is that he showed good early speed on that debut run, but that was back in October, and he's subsequently been off the track. So I don't know whether the connections believe maybe he's a longer-term prospect. But anyway, he ran okay, and at least the fact that he showed early speed means that he should adopt a forward-going position, which is a bonus over this trip and track. And the other one, probably with better claims, is the 11, RIYADH Al-Ez, who has had the 2 starts. He's probably the form setter, actually, on what he's achieved so far. He was a big eye-catcher on the debut behind a smart type. That was over 1,400. Last time he ran over 1,600 and didn't look like he relished that distance. So maybe dropping back down in trip will help RIYADH Al-Ez. I've got him second in, the 11. Behind Fajan. They were the top 2 I was really focused on here.
Yeah, the 11 had those 2 quick runs within a couple of weeks of each other in January, beaten favourite in the second of those runs. We know that Callum likes him in the paddock. I'm going to be with Fajan here, horse number 4. Tom, your choice?
Me too. Quite strong as well. He's not my best pick of the day, but I think he's got great chance in here.
Okay, let's go back to Callum. Are you sticking with 11, Callum?
I am going to stick with the 11 here, guys. I have spoken to Sama, and if you like the 4, I've got good news. He said to me, this horse is a machine horse. If he jumps out the gate well, he'll be very hard to beat. Those are the words that Sana used, and clearly they're excited about him. I just couldn't have him in the parade ring. I thought he was still looking a bit immature, a little bit green, having a big old kick and a squeal. But look, at the end of the day, Sama's the one that sees him every day, and he's very, very confident. So if you like the 4, there's no issues here from connections. Of the other ones, I am going to stick with the 11. I thought the 11 was a really, really good looker. Going around the parade ring like the way I want to see a horse, keen enough but not getting over revved up, and hopefully can put his best foot forward today. Of some of the others that didn't quite get paddock mentioned, towards the bottom, the 20 Wafi, look, only got a rating of 48, but looks really well in the prelim. The 18, the one I mentioned, Love on Tap. That's another one who, on debut, you can see is just a bit immature, a bit babyish, but those connections should not be trifled with. The 9, Naquad, is just an intriguing prospect. If you're looking for one that's going to be a sprinter going forward and is going to be staying over this trip, it would certainly be this son of Bellardo, who is a big, strong, barrel-chested individual. But your only concern is he didn't look red-hot fit, ready to go today. Looked like he could come on a bit for this debut effort. And the other one, Shagwawi, the 15 with another one. Farhad Al-Faradi's man, that was one I thought looked quite good. Look, didn't show much on debut, but is bound to come on from experience here. Look, we've seen this many times before with Al Sabah horses here, where they start off in the UK and then they make their way over to Saudi Arabia, almost using the United Kingdom as a place to prep and sort of learn in the beautiful training facilities of Newmarket, where horses can really develop and grow mentally and physically. And then once they've had that run, they then come over to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and do their thing here. Just seeing one just getting checked behind the vet tape as per usual. I say it before, I'll say it again. Remember, if they're in the middle of the circle as they're getting led up, that is their attack adjustment, and if they're on the other side of the white tape, our expert team of vets will be on hand having a looking at them and making sure that everything is going to plan. A couple of the others lower down the order. Akujawa, the one on debut here, son of Authentic. Probably a pretty good-looking individual there. Just see him in shot, just about to leave the shot, actually. He's a good-looking type. But I know I'm a time test fan, and everyone will crab me for being a time test fan, but Mutahalif is a nice-looking type 2. You'd just be hoping that Camillo gets a bit of a better spin on him than he got last time. Comes out of stall 3, that would be a positive for me. The pick for me will be the 11. The pick for the boys will be the 4. We're still 1-1-0 on the scoreline. Oh, it was so close to going 2-2-0, but we'll have to stick with the 1. Now, can Tom Collins get into the win column for the first time? He'll be hoping number 4, Fajan, can do just that. Stephen Powell, it's all yours. This is a cracking little contest.
Yes, a very interesting contest, Callum, as you say, with a wide range of levels of experience on offer. We got a handful of debutants. Number 1, Ako Jawar. Number 6, Nak Wode, and 18, Love on Tap. All racing for the first time here. The most experienced runner is 3, Burke Al Taweed, who's had 6 races so far. They are loading them quite quickly as well. And Tom and Darrell with 4 Fajan, as Callum alluded to there, will go into stall number 5. Isn't quite in yet, but is being lined up to go forward just about now, actually. And Callum with 11, Riyadh Al-Ease, who comes out of stall number 4. Almost ready. Last one coming forward looks to be Riyadh Al-Ease, actually, to complete the line under Abdullah Alofi. 1,200 metres the distance once again. And they're off and racing. And these maidens jump away over 1,200. Those 2 on the outside were slow to begin. Love on Tap was not the fastest away as they jumped away from the stalls. Neither was Ako Jawahar. Going forward early on is Nak Wode, the red jacket, to probably just about take it up in company with Muta Khalif, and also right up there between them early on is Mahadan. They're being followed back in around 4th place as they spin the corner towards the inside rail. We have Saudi Dream racing in company with Rash. Wider out of those is Shagawi. Trying to get involved is Hazoom as they swing round to the top of the home straight, and it's Mahadan on the rail. In between runners battling away is Muta Khalif. Nak Wode is out 3 wide, and this trio have now blazed away. 4th place goes to Rash, trying to pick up on the outside. Then is Shagawi, and also picking off ground from the back is Wafi. Down the straight they come. Nak Wode hanging into Muta Khalif between runners, battling on Mahadan the outside. Here come the challengers now out of the pack. Rash is running on right down the outside. Riyadh Al-Ease has flashed home and come right over the top, swept by them all and has put it to bed. Riyadh Al-Ease and Abdullah Alofi striding clear to get off the mark at the 3rd attempt and has won it well. In 2nd place was Rash, close for 3rd. Al Tarib running on from Wafi, and they were followed in by Muta Khalif, and then came Shagawi. So win for number 11, Riyadh Al-Ease. It had 2 starts previously, 3rd on debut, 6th last time out, but today has won. Come right down the middle of the course with a powerful finish, this son of De Marshallia, and has gone clear at the line to win by 4 3/4 lengths. 10, Rash has finished in 2nd place. A 3rd has been given to 2, Al Tarab, who got the better of 20, Wafi, who was 4th, and then Muta Khalif, the last of the trio of pace setters still standing, has finished in 5th position. 11, 10, 2, 20 and 8, the first 5 home, and it's another winner for Callum on the card as well. That's 2 winners from 3 races for him. His paddock pick, Riyadh Al-Ease, has romped away. 4 3/4 lengths was the winning margin. The easiest winner of the day thus far.
Well, there's a strong tailwind down the straight, and RIYADH has finished with a wet sail. And he comes roaring down the stand side to pass all of them under Abdullah Alorfi to take race number 3. Horse who had some decent form in the book and was the pick of the paddock. He's gone and won this. Now, I'm not going to lie, this is probably one of the weaker maidens you'll see all season. Rash, who ended up finishing second, that's the son of Time Test. He's got 2 duck eggs next to his name so far. In third, we had the 40 rated Al Tarab. In fourth, we had the 40 odd rated Wafi. In fifth, we had Mujalahif. That is a horse who we saw early on in the season has come back from some time off. Another son of Time Test there. And then you've got Thick Shagawi as well, a horse who did look good in the parade ring but had 1 duck egg next to the name. So the only horse with a bit of form out of that top 6 visual winner, RIYADH, has absolutely romped it. Hit the line hard and took a fair bit of pulling up as well from Abdullah, who couldn't get the very good purebred Arabian and Al Khaladir. Couldn't get that one's head in front over the weekend, but is able to get this horse's head in front on this occasion. And look, a nice looking individual, like I said, looked fit, looked ready to do the damage, but very, very difficult to really rate this form. At the end of the day, I think it's a pretty low standard 1200 metre maiden, and the horse with the best form in the book has won it well. Not sure what happened to the 4. Huge reputation, but just couldn't do much damage here on Saudi debut. Did look a bit green in the parade ring. I'm sure there will be brighter days ahead for that one. But boys, it's 2-1-0 here. I'm running away with things.
This stage, perhaps, Carl, early days.
He's like one of those marathon runners that goes off really hard with the elite marathon runners and then gets really tired at the halfway point.
Yeah. With 3 races in, I mean, in theory, it could have been 3 winners for Callum. Who knows? But the point is here, you found the right one, which is good going. And, yeah, look, there was plenty of form in the book, wasn't there? Because look, you wanted to take on the favourite. We both like the ex-British horse, the Foy horse, who had run in the convivial but well down the field. So here was a horse with maybe a little bit more substance in the book.
Yeah, I had him second in purely because he was the horse to beat on form. And he proved that today dropping back down in trip was the right thing to do with him. Last time over the 1600, I actually tipped him that day when he finished 6th. But he didn't stay. He didn't look like he appreciated going the mile. Today he's dropping back into a sprint. It was right up his alley, and he's finished off with a real surge, to be honest, and eventually drew clear to him by 4 3/4 lengths. It was a very one-sided race. Now, we can talk about a couple of the others in behind when we watch the full race replay, which is coming up in just a second. We'll start with the red stable horse, Nat Quad. He breaks from 6th here. You can see he breaks really well, actually, for a debutant. He's currently in 3rd and moves up to share the pace. He showed good professionalism, but he's bred for further, and maybe using this much speed early in the race wasn't ideal. He also, as I've talked about in the preview, he only cost 3,500. To me, that suggests that either his confirmation's wrong or there have been problems. And I wanted to oppose him. He showed good speed, but he didn't finish off well. And I think that's a big negative moving forward with him, because it'll always be a relatively short price due to connections. And the other horse to talk about was our pick, which is Fajhan. You can see him in around 7th right now. Yellow saddlecloth, white silks, in between horses. Mohammed Al-Daham, for all that he's had a phenomenal season, I don't think he gave this horse a great ride. He was just in significant traffic. You can see he had to backpedal there when a horse came back in his lap. That was Harzoom. And okay, maybe he didn't unleash a kick in the latter part of the race, but he had to do a lot of running to get into that spot. And he wasn't beaten too far. I don't think it was a terrible effort first up in Saudi. You know, he's finished maybe 8th, 7th or 8th in this race. He's probably worth a little bit more than the finishing position suggests. And that's not because I'm trying to be biased by any means. I just didn't think he got the best run through. In my opinion, he would have been fighting for that kind of the minor places, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. If he got an ideal trip, he would have never challenged the winner.
I mean, the winner has gone storming clear. It's a terrific effort, isn't it? Did go off favourite last time, and that was over the 1600, dropping back. I mean, you know, in this sort of form, that trip probably wouldn't have been an issue, but it was a considered drop back, wasn't it? 14, 16 and back down to the 12.
Yeah, but on dirt, there are certain ways of looking at these horses. Firstly, if you go on pedigree and the way this horse runs, the running style, you would suggest that he wants further, because he's a deep closer, he finishes off his races well, and the pedigree indicates he wants a mile. But on dirt, over a mile, you're going to be roughed up, you have to go and then go again, and it just doesn't seem like he has those characteristics, whereas dropping back into a sprint, you know he's going to finish off his race well because he has the added stamina. And he has enough speed to lay up in the early part, so I think his future right now relies lies over 1,200 to 1,400 metres, and it'll be fascinating to see where they go next with them.
Yeah, big win. And look, post-race, let's say hello again to James, because just as we went across to Stephen for the commentary, James sent in his selection. He's going to feel so frustrated. He was on Waffy each way at 18 to 1, who's just got bobbed out of third in the end, so he's just been denied. That was a great selection. Such an almost, but not quite. And I think King Khan was on one in that race as well, which was Mutahalif, so it wasn't quite to be. But listen, guys, thank you for your choices. Love to hear them. Keep them coming in, and hopefully we'll be celebrating plenty of success wherever you're watching during the course of the afternoons. That was a resounding win then, 6 to 1 in the end, wasn't it? So we've had a favourite, we've had a sort of outsider in the second race, and now a horse, I think about fourth favourite going in. A good mix of results so far. Right, we're going to move on to the first Open.
We are.
Of the day. This is a good one, isn't it? These are locally bred Opens. We've got horses rated in the 90s here, so it's a good race, and Fighter's going to head the betting. We know that much. Currently 11 to 10 in the market. Without committing everything at this stage, are you seeing that as a favourite that you might be considering?
Yeah, it's a fair price. Look, we've got 3 red stable favourites in a row. The one we've just seen being turned over there and turned over easily. Fighter in the next race, and then a short price favourite in race 5 against a good one of Thamar Adahani's. So I think this is the most solid of the 3 that they have got today. We'll see footage of him in due course once we've gone through runners and riders and seen him in the paddock. But for everything he's done this year, he deserves to be the overwhelming favourite in this race. A brief note, by the way, race 5, and I'm going early here, there is a non-runner, a late scratch in race 5. Horse number 6, Nur Al Medina, has been taken out of race 5. I've just seen that when I was looking at the international market.
Okay, so note that then in the race coming up after this, but it's race 4. We focus on his local breds, and we've got a reasonably sized field. Stephen can tell us more.
Yeah, thank you, Darryl. We've got 10 runners lining up for race number 4, 1,200 metres and 4-year-olds and upwards. Number 1 is Basul, ridden by Asil Al-Sahani. 2 is Marut and Muhammad Al-Daham. 3 is Rustam Basha and Ryan Al-Taresh. 4 is Azam Badawi and Fahad Al-Faradi. 5 is Fighter, Adel Al-Faradi aboard. 6 is Futhal, Luis Morales takes the ride. Over to 7, who is Hamdi and Abdullah Al-Kradis. 7 is Motawasi and Camille Ospina. 9 is Motar, Abdullah Al-Saidi. Scratch the 10, and 11, El-Shaheb Al-Muhdi is the mount of Eddie Castro. So scratching 10 run, race 4, and paddock side is Callum Helliwell.
Thank you, Stephen. Yes, they're already in the parade ring ahead of this corker of an Open, and we'll start off with Basul, a star last year for Lucas Gaetan, winning a few absolute good pots, and I'm pretty sure coming in at a big price earlier on last season. Hasn't quite had the same success this year. Comes here after a disappointing run last time and will need to take a step forward today. But this isn't the easiest task, and he'll have to work hard. Typically, of the Lucas Gaetan runners, very, very well turned out. Let's pull back to these 3. We'll miss Marut and go straight on to Rustam Basha. Horse I'm a huge fan of. Very narrowly built type. Very light, leggy sprinter. But look, it's not gone to plan this season at all. Started off quite smartly in a few good races. They've tried the turf. That hasn't worked. They're back on dirt here. Look, at the end of the day, at his sparkling best, he's very, very good. Is he at that level at the moment? We just don't know. Look, he looked fantastic in the parade ring. Really well in the coat. Good muscle definition. Look, he's not the best of movers, but he looks good enough to put his best foot forward today. But you've just got to be concerned about whether he can do just that. Let's pull back to the 5. This is Fighter, a hugely impressive winner last time in a small field contest. Look, he canted into that race on that occasion. And look, I was against him on that day. It's hard to be against him here today. He looks in great form walking around the parade ring. Look at the way he covers the ground with that walk. He's a lovely mover in Fighter. Look at the fronts are going well, and the hindquarters do exactly the same. A beautiful walker. Good strong shoulder, nice strong neck. Look, they could have gone Saudi Cup weekend. They could have found a race for him then, but they've waited till today. I think that's a sign that they'll be looking for a big run from Fighter. Adel Al-Faradi booked on looking for a double. Pull back to the 6th. This is an intriguing runner here. Futal, horse we've not seen for a very long time, but has won the last 2 starts, has been off for over 18 months, returns today. Look, if you're going to look at it from a long break perspective, you'd expect to see a little bit more to come condition-wise, and there certainly is. He's definitely got a roach back on him, hasn't he? So he's not the best of lookers conformation-wise. But look, there's form in the book, but coming back from a long break, I'd be looking elsewhere. Finally, I just want to take a peep at the 9, if I can. He's just coming towards me now, just in shot here in the red colour. That may look orange on your race car, but it will be more red here on course itself. A nice looking type here, the 9. This is Motar. I just thought run a big race last time to finish second. Has shown absolutely no form before that, but I just thought maybe worth a look here. Not the biggest of types, but a proper sprinter. Look at the neck. He's got a beautiful, powerful neck, lovely strong shoulder, have the tongue strap on as well, and certainly will be one to watch in this contest. But if I had to pick a paddock pick, I'd have to miss Rustam Basha and plump for Fighter.
So Fighter gets the pick in the paddock from Callum. Fighter gets the confidence from the market as well. I wonder if Fighter's going to get your interest at home. It's one of the runners we can have a look at on the VT in a second or two. And this was a win back in January, which made it 2 wins from 4 over the course and distance. Last time out here.
Yeah, I loved how he powered through this race. I was actually against him. I was with Marut, who we opposes today. Marut's on the outside in the red cap, but Fighter clearly dominant this day. He had to be asked for a little bit of effort around in the turn just before we picked up this footage, but once he was, top gear and away you're gone.
Yeah, he's absolutely powered away, hasn't he, for a very impressive victory. So that was, what, the middle of January, so around about 5 or 6 weeks ago. Now, if you want to go right back, we're going to go right back and have a look at Fatal, who is winning at Taif, and this was back in July, but not last July 2023.
Yeah, he's unexposed. Obviously, a long layoff coming into today. Did look like he needed the run to me in the paddock. He wasn't super burly, but he still looked like he needed it. He's a good horse. He's shown a high level of ability. It's just how fit he is. That's the main question. If he runs to his best, which is unlikely, then you'd have to suggest he's got leading claims.
Yeah, he's rated 98, so in theory he is the best horse in the race. Fighter is rated 95. For all the absence, Fatal has only had 5 runs and has managed to win 3. So when he's been racing, as we saw on that piece of film there, he's been very good. But do we take heed and confidence from the fact that he is only a 3-to-1 chance? Is that market confidence, or you're not convinced?
I don't know that these traders know, to be honest with you.
No. So they're pricing him on what he's done in the past rather than what they believe.
I would say it's aggressive pricing for a horse that's got a nice looking profile. Look, he could easily go and win. I would always like to see a horse have a run after a long layoff like this before I play them.
Okay, let's go back to Fighter then, who seems to be the horse to play for many. Adel Al-Faradi looking for further success here. What do you take away from that piece of film we saw from January?
Well, he's a course and distance winner in a cup race. He's already been previously successful at this level, at open level as well. He draws inside. He's got a high cruising speed and obviously finishes his race off well over the trip. He's also got the best jockey on board, in my opinion. So there's just a lot to like, and that's why he's favourite. The one thing I will say about him is that he draws inside, which is usually a positive. He doesn't want to be up with the speed, so he does need there to be a gap at some point to launch his challenge. Also, Adel Al-Faradi is wearing the yellow cap if you're on Fighter. Yellow cap, the 3rd string silk, as you can see in the footage right now.
Okay, yeah, not to be confused, because I think generally we'd think, well, best horse, first colours, but no, make sure you're watching and looking at the right one if you are on Fighter. I mean, I'm very much in the Fighter camp here. I mean, you can't not fail to be impressed by what we saw last time. What about some of the others, Tom, here, the other horses in the red stable representation? Rustam Basha is the 3rd pick. That's a 9-to-2 chance. Marut's a couple of places down, 8-to-1 in the betting. Both got chances, or? Yeah,
Rustam Basha finished behind Marut in the Ministry of Media Cup last month. He's a front runner, will be always up there, and will look to try to fend them all off. Marut was beaten by Fighter comprehensively, so it's hard to make a winning case for that one. He is a course and distance winner this term. Gets Mohammed Aldaham on board for the first time and draws well. I've
got him down as having lost his form. For me, he's not running as he was back end of last year. But
I don't disagree with that.
Anything further down that we're missing here, or are we tending to focus on the more fancy ones?
Maybe look at Basul, who's 5-1 in here for Lucas
Yep.
Gaetan at the top. Lucas's horses just aren't running great at the moment, or haven't been actually for the last couple of months, which has to be considered a pretty big negative. But this horse, on his best, is a 3-time course and distance winner. He has the ability to go close. He should be forwardly placed despite his draw, and if he runs to his best, he will be probably in the firing line. I've actually got him second in, but that's not factoring in Lucas's form recently, which has been pretty poor. This horse also finished 10th of 12 behind Fighter last time, indicating that he has to improve a great deal to beat the 5.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by the 1. I'm not convinced by the 2, and I'm not convinced by 1 as well. So I'm leaving those 2 out. I mean, I'm very much in the Fighter camp, and I thought Rustam Bashir looked the main danger in my book. But yeah, we're not sure what to make of the money for Fatal. As you say, it's probably just a case of the market just going with that form that's in the book, albeit form from 20 months ago, and hoping that he's still the same animal.
Yeah, they're just hoping, as you say. Look, he could easily turn up and win, but I wouldn't want anything like that price. I'd want to see at least 5-1 on Fatal, and you're not getting that. So he's a horse you have to oppose in the market. For me, the only one that we haven't really talked about that has, I suppose, each way claims is the 8, Motawasi, who was a precocious type early in his career. Recently, he's definitely lost his form. He finished down the field last time up in a conditions race and is easily opposable. So, long story short, I'm with Fighter.
Yeah, I'm with Fighter as well. I think there's a lot of negatives, lots of reasons to take on other horses around Fighter in the betting. And I'm sensing, for what he was telling us in the paddock, that we could be all in on the 5 here. Would that be right, Sekan?
Triple kiss of death here for the 5 Fighter. We are all on board the Fighter train. So impressive last time. Watch that video footage again. The way he won was just so good to see. The reason why the money's coming for Fatal is because I'm hearing around the track that he's been running in other places, just not at JCSA accredited venues. So I think he's not coming here completely off the back of a massive absence. I think he has been running in other places. I spoke to Lucas Gaetan before the race. He couldn't believe the strength of this race. He was like, we've been looking forward to this, thinking we were going to have an easy run of things. But a few horses missing Saudi Cup weekend and looking for a contest like this. Remember, 18 grand to the winner. You can see why. But yeah, so he was a little bit concerned about the strength and depth of this field. So hopefully Basul will run a big race for connections, but they weren't seeming full of confidence. The Red Stable have a stranglehold on this. Rustam Bashir, I just need him to run a better race than we've seen so far. He was so good last season. He was running for the Abdul Waheeds, who had such a good run with him. He changed ownership as well. King Prince Faisal got involved with him. It just hasn't quite gone to plan since then. But wouldn't be a surprise to see him back in the original owner's colours if he doesn't quite hit form today. So I'm going to stick with Fighter, who for me is the most solid of them and looked an absolute picture in the parade ring. I hope you enjoyed the shots of him walking around, because he walks around with a lot of confidence, flicking out the front legs and really looking confident and enjoying himself. He's a big strong type as well, and if he can repeat what he did last time, I imagine that he will be very hard to beat. But it's not often you see a race as classy as this on a Thursday, so we're very happy to be here and just enjoying it really. But if I had to pick one, it would be the 5. The 6 has been rumoured to be running in other places, getting a little bit warm in the prelims as well. So watch out for a big run from him, and that might be why there's a lot of money coming for that one on the international market as well. Mutawasi, the 8, had a word with Camille Ospina. Wasn't giving me all the confidence in the world with this horse, looking to give the White Stable a first winner of the day, and again looking to close that gap in the Jockeys Championship. Another win for Adel Al-Faredi might be quite big, because although I don't have the numbers straight to hand, I do think the gap will become increasingly difficult to close in if he's catching fire late in the season in that yellow cap. Watch him all the way around. And Mohasa is the other one who looked nice in the prelim, the big strong type, typical sprinter. But we're all teaming up with the 5 here. Fighter, the pick, the triple kiss of death. Stephen, are you with us or are you against us?
I wouldn't be so stupid, Callum, as to try and take all 3 of you on with anything else other than Fighter in this 4th race as they load up a local bred open. We're over 1,200 metres, and it is Fighter who is the unanimous selection here. One of 3 in the same ownership, wears a yellow cap, so keep your eyes peeled for Fighter coming out of stall number 3. Will be one of the last ones to come forward here, incidentally, with 7 Hamdi and 8 Motawassi for this 4th race on the card. They go with that number 10, who was scratched. 10 of them are just about installed, ready to go. Motawassi, the last one. Race 4, stand by. And that's it, they're away. Very slow to come out of the starting stalls there was Ezam Badawi. Horse number 4 has missed it several lengths. One of the first away in the centre was Futhal, who broke alertly. Down on the inside early on is Mohtar. Out wide on the course, the red, white and blue of Basul's not far away, and Motawasi's up between them. Good position early on for Rustam Basha with the white cap. There's a couple of lengths further back then to Marut. Fighters back down towards the inside now, moving out, one off the rail, and they're 2 lengths further back to Hamdi and 3 lengths away to Al Shahab Al Modi. They come round to the top of the home straight. The one up front with the lead is Futhal. Futhal in front by a length under pressure. Rustam Basha into second. Third Motawassi. Then 4 wide is Basul. Fighters now moving into 5th place, going past Mohtar, and then further back in the field is Rustam Basha. Down the straight, Futhal still moving confidently. Moving out 3 to 4 lengths on Basul in second, Fighter, and then further back to Rustam Basha, and then on the inside clear away of Motawassi, but up front Futhal is clear. Futhal's going to go all the way here and has won it comprehensively. Futhal has coasted home. Close in the end for second, Rustam Basha, Fighter and Basul, and then further back to Motawassi. So win for horse number 6, Futhal. Luis Morales was aboard and has come home really quite easily in the end. Went off up front and went into a big lead coming down the straight before being eased again near the line, and that's still not prevented a 6.5 length winning margin for Futhal, beating 3 Rustam Basha, 5 Fighter third. Never looked like winning really. 1 Basul was back in 4th place, and 8 Motawassi followed them home. 6, 3, 5, 1 and 8 was the order home. 6.5 lengths and ahead the winning distance there as well. The time was 1:12.68, which is particularly quick as well in comparison to the earlier races that we've had over 1,200 metres on the card. And as Callum mentioned before, Futhal hasn't been seen in Riyadh or Taif since the summer of 2023, with 1 or 2 rumours that he may have been racing elsewhere, but either way, it was far too good for the opposition here. Another impressive winner, this time 6.5 lengths for Futhal, who comes home in front under Luis Morales.
Well, Futhal might be a little bit smart. He's absolutely obliterated some good horses here, beating Rustam Basha, Fighter, Basul, Motawassi and Marut to take this local bred horses open over the sprint trip under Luis Morales. And the question is, where has this horse been and where on earth has it been running? Because this horse certainly had had a run before the 19 months, as you would see on your race card, because that was a very, very good performance, and a performance where you didn't really expect to see him win that well. We will grab a word with Louis after the horse comes in, but he's not the best to look at, as you can see, with a big old roach back. He's got a big old dip in the back too. He's got not the best of conformations, but my goodness, he can put his best foot forward. Last winning under JCSA rules in Taif, he did that very well, but that was a long time ago. And according to a few of connections of other beaten horses, he was running at maybe, and this is just a maybe, I'll find out more, but a course called Ruma is what I've heard from my investigations in the parade room, but we will find out more from Louis. He will give us an update on this one, and we'll also find out about the ground. It's just minded, he's just having a little bit of a think about things, typical sprinter. But once Louis gets the saddle off him, we'll be laughing. Clearly looks like he could go around again, bless him. He really is a confident individual, and we'll now go and grab a word with our winning jockey. Just make sure the cameramen keep out the way. And he'll weigh in now, and we'll find out a little bit more about this winning horse, and from a jockey who's doing so well. Still got the cast on his arm, protecting that wrist. He had a nasty paddock incident in Taif, which led him to be off the track for a while, but he's back now, and we will grab a word with him. Louis, firstly, congratulations. What a lovely horse, a lovely performance. But where on earth has this horse been running before coming here?
Well, you know, I don't know which kind of injury he had before, so they give him some time. But he just first time out here, but he ran in another tracks outside, you know, to make him fit. Like today, he came like 1 year is nothing, but nobody knows.
Exactly that. He's run with such quality today, and you hit the front early and never really saw another horse.
I was pretty confident from the beginning. He jumped 2 lengths. You know, I tried to control him, and in the last 400, I still have a lot of power, so I leave him. I just let him run.
You didn't have to worry about any kickback today because you were in front, but is the kickback a little bit more severe this weekend? It seems like the horses are coming back really covered in dirt.
Yeah, you see, the track is pretty good today, you know, and he was confident all the way. When I asked him the last 400, he kicked very strong. I pushed him 100 meters when he took off. I leave him alone, you know.
And did he relax in your hands for you when you did let him go?
Yeah.
What you need from a sprinter?
No, yeah, sure, definitely.
And how good do you think he is? Because he's beaten some very good horses here very easily. Could he be one of the top dirt sprinters here in Saudi?
Hopefully, because see, the instruction was go in the lead. If someone go crazy in the lead, then you sit second. So that means you can manage the horse, you know. So if he runs like this every time, he definitely will be one of the best sprinters.
Certainly is. How's the wrist feeling? We know you've still got the cast on, but looks good.
This is my protection, Papi. You know, nobody put the food in my table. It's me. If I don't protect myself, who will do it?
Exactly. Well done, and keep putting food on that table.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, Luis Morales on board for Tal, who was rated, 910? What's the top rated horse, of course, Tom? But, you know, it's trying to weigh up this situation when a horse has been off for so long. I mean, you know, maybe has been somewhere else that we don't know that's not on the race card. But look, what he's done today tells us he is well and truly back and raring to go further.
Yeah, based on what we saw last year, he was a major player if he was fit. Now, I personally feel we should have known if he had run since. Information is the key to the sport, right?
Of course it is.
Unfortunately, we didn't know that he'd been running at other tracks. I'm still unsure whether that means he was in races or if he was working at other venues. Well, whatever. But he's done it very well today. He broke really well from gate 5. You'll see him burst out in the middle there in the grey and the white silks. Immediately finds a forward spot. And from there, Louis never really looks back. He just dominates from start to finish. Callum asked there about the kickback. I think the kickback's pretty fierce. You can even see it from this angle. It's quite loose.
It is, isn't it?
On top.
Yeah.
And therefore, I wouldn't want to be just in behind. I think that's probably a negative. You know, you're taking all that kickback in the face, much like Fighter did in this contest. And that's not an excuse for him, but I don't think he had the ideal kind of setup. Getting all that kickback in his face, chewing dirt in the middle part of the race, and then trying to fill his lungs in the latter part. It's not easy to do. But back to the winner, Foothowl. Made every single yard, looks very useful, and will undoubtedly be risen maybe 7 or 8 pounds because of this success, and that will put him on a mark of around 106 to 108, which would put him bang there with the best.
Yeah, most certainly would, and look, he is making up for lost time, so he's absolutely dominated. We had a good battle going on, didn't we, for minor orders. 2 of the red stable runners are going to battle out second and third. Rustam Bashir getting the better of Fighter in the end. I mean, this is happening a long way behind this impressive winner, admittedly.
Yeah, he's dotted up. He won by around 5 lengths at the line. You can see Rustam Bashir there, white cap, fighting against Basul on the outside. Those two were up there on the pace, basically, from the outset, behind Foothowl. Fighter was the only horse to make up any significant ground, and he only just got done for second on the line. one more stride and he would have been there. So I think Fighter was clearly the second best horse in the race today, but he was no match for the eventual winner, who could be very smart.
Yeah, we're going to keep a note, aren't we? Note that name down. Futau going forward, a horse to keep very much with. Thank you to James, who was with the other red horse there, Marut Each Way. He says that's his last interest of the day, but he was impressed by the winner. We may hear more from you, James, I fancy, between now
Stick around for the
and
next
the
race.
end of play. Obviously, the Red Stable have been well represented. Strong horse in the last two races. Tom, they're going to have the strong favourite in the next, of course, the race we did briefly touch on, because you're going to be against Jamal.
I really am, yeah. Look, I understand why he's favourite, and we'll go more into form on these horses in a second. It's pinned as a match race between the 1 and the 5. I don't think it is going to be a match, but we'll see. These are two nice horses, one ex-European horse, one young French bred that made his debut here. Both could be very smart. I'm interested to see how this race pans out.
Well, Tom says it's not a match. The betting says it's a match. If you're looking deeper, it's something like 14-1, bar the top two. But let's get the full runners and riders once again with Stephen Powell.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Darryl. Plenty of anticipation for this fifth race on the programme. We go up to 1,600 metres for the 3-year-olds only in an open contest. Number 1, Yamal, is the mount of Adel Al Furedi. 2 is Al Montasa Bilar, who'll be ridden by Abdullah Al Fairuz. 3 is Al Nahim and Abdulaziz Al Yayesh. 4 is Bari, who'll be ridden by Abdullah Al Kradis. 5 is Jabal, the mount of Muhammad Al Daham. Scratch the 6. 7 is Too Enticing, Abdullah Al Hussein. And over to 8, Zad, who completes the lineup, and Zad is ridden by Fahad Al Furedi. Those are the 7 runners. Then scratch 6 for race number 5. And Tom and Darryl, let's hear more about Jabal, shall we?
Well, let's indeed talk about Jabal, because it is the horse that's caught your imagination. Tom, you're going to take on the favourite. Look, it's 4-6 and 11-8 Jabal. Why Jabal then?
So I was here when he made his debut. I think it was 4 weeks ago, maybe 5 weeks ago, and I was really taken by him. He is a huge stamp of a horse. Hopefully Callum will talk us through how he looks in the paddock in a second, and we'll see him on the screen right now. Big 3-year-old with lots of size and scope. That debut run, he was facing some very well-bred types and costly purchases. He got a little bit outpaced in the middle of the race, but then finished off with real verve. And he got beaten by a horse who I think is pretty talented and had experience on his side. I'm pretty sure he's going to improve a lot from that run. Hopefully he's going to be forwardly placed today. And I'm pretty sure he's a stakes horse in the making. He'll have to win this if that's going to be the case. But let's have a look at that debut run from a couple of weeks ago. He's in the green sleeves, green cap, white body, Mohammed Al Daham, in around 5th place right now, 6th place. Tips wide, makes a big, bold bid down the outside after he was using petrol early in the race as well to get in a spot after being shuffled out of position from the gates. And he still has the energy to really come through and throw down a winning challenge. It's just that there was a horse ridden by Eddie Castro inside who got the ideal trip coming from off the speed and managed to run him down. I think Jabal's got a huge future, and hopefully trainer Tharm Al-Dahani believes so too.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tom. Joined by Thamar Al-Dahani now. Firstly, Jabal is massive. He's a big, strong horse.
Yeah, he's a really big horse, you know. He ran one time 7 furlong. He jumped from the stall too slow, and he comes second. Today he progressed too good. I think that his run is good. There is one horse also with him, is a strong horse. We'll see a good race.
Now, he broke slowly from the stalls last time. Have you worked on the start with him at home, or are you just letting him sort of develop by himself?
No, we work with him. His first run last time, it was the first run for him in his life. Today, I think he will jump well.
Tom Collins in the studio is your biggest fan, obviously. He is convinced this horse wins today. He's been telling everyone, he's gone back to the UK, all over Europe, all over America, telling everyone this horse is a winner. Is he correct?
I think so, yeah. The horse is too good, you know. He's one from our best 3 years old. I hope he ran too good today.
And finally, we saw a horse earlier on of yours in the second race. Just looked a little bit green in the parade ring, ended up finishing around 8th. What did you make of that debut performance here in Saudi Arabia?
This horse's name is by Chemico. His name is Fajhan. This second run for him, he jumped from the stall also slow. And I tell Muhammad, don't kill him because he's a real good horse. I want to make him run, you know, to make him, you know, come safe. because the second run he will go to the mile. Kimiko, you know, is a mile horse. I think the second run he'll be too good horse.
Is he a horse that you're going to see next season, and you're going to wait till the end of the season? Will he get another run in before we finish the season?
We hope to run him after 2 weeks' time again, because we're going to Taif with him. He's a real machine horse. I think he'll be a good horse on Taif.
And we've also got to discuss last weekend. What a weekend for your team. Firstly, Mohammed Al-Daham winning the International Jockey Challenge, and then you having plenty of success second in the dirt sprint.
Yeah, we have a bad luck in the Friday race. The rider was girl. Some do the best, some not, because 3 races second. It's our luck, you know. But the horse ran too good. And in the main day, Saturday, we have 2 run too good. And the other one, I think, Milian, his box is outside, and he kicked him too hard to go to the front. That's why he lose. But he will next year, inshallah, we'll saw the Saudi race again, and we'll progress too good, because the first time for us, I think the second time it will be okay.
Yeah, it gives you so much confidence to go forward next year. But Mohammed Al-Daham, what a day for him. It was fantastic to see, and the entire crowd just got so behind him. They were over the moon with the success.
Yeah. Muhammad is a good jockey. I know that he will win the Jockey Challenge, I told him, because he's riding one of my best horse, you know, Jahdoon. And when he won the first race, I said, Muhammad, you'll be number 1.
Exactly, and Jahdoon absolutely bolted up. So well done to you and him, and hopefully we'll see some more success here. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's in flying form and has been for a long time, and good to get the reflection there on his 2 big runs at the weekend, of course. Great, 66 to 1. Him was in the Riyadh Dirt Sprint. But look, back to the here and now. Oh, the price has gone. Jabal is now evens. Yamal remains 8 to 11. It's now 20 to 1 bar 2. Tom.
8 to 11.
20 to 1 bar 2.
8 to 11 evens?
Yeah, I don't think the percentage is quite what we're used to, but
Come on, international
I'm sure it will balance itself out in a moment.
Surely. That is shocking. But anyway.
We should talk about the horse that you're convinced will be beaten here, Yamal, for the Red Stable. He's come from Ireland, come from Ger Lions, running at Leopardstown on the turf. So what do we make of what he's achieved so far?
Well, there he is in shot right now. You can see he's got blinkers on. He wore blinkers in Ireland as well. He landed a mile nursery on the turf at Leopardstown on his final outing. Purchased for 105,000 guineas in October, and now makes his local debut. Firstly, I don't love horses coming up first time up in Saudi, especially from Europe. They generally need a run. Secondly, first up on dirt, we have no idea whether he'll handle this. Dark Angel's progeny generally do go on dirt, from what we've seen from a limited number of horses, but it's a big question. Thirdly, he doesn't look overly fit to me. He's had 5 months off the track. He looks like he probably needs to run. On form, he's got the best form in the race. On ratings, he's the horse to beat. I'm not convinced. There are too many question marks with him. And in Jabal, I think he's facing a pretty good type. If Jabal wasn't in this race, then he would deserve to be a very short price.
Look, if Jabal wasn't in this race, it'd probably be about 10s on, wouldn't it? Yeah. Judging by the way the market is.
Yeah, and he would deserve to be, because the remainder in this field are, well, how can I say this nicely? Not very good. The only horse out of the top 2 is Too Enticing, who has got some ability. But even then, he was very disappointing last time up in a maiden, so he's hard to fancy. On paper, it's a match between a proven turf horse and an unexposed dirt horse. I think Jabal is quite clearly the class of this race, and if he loses, I would be disappointed, to be honest.
Okay, yes, even money and 8 to 11, and if you are brave enough to try, I feel like I should be asking you for a horse that might make the frame, but I mean, of the remainder,
it has to be Too Enticing, because the others are all.
Yeah.
They've either not shown enough, or they're first-time starters that don't really appeal on pedigree. At least Too Enticing was a runner-up in a course and distance maiden in January. He was outclassed last time in a cup race. Well, okay, this is probably a little bit easier, but he's facing 2 horses that are probably cup horses. It's very hard to make a case for this 60-rated animal to beat Yamal and Jabal. But then if you look at the others, Almonte Billa's just shown absolutely nothing in 3 runs, 2 runs this year. The 3, Al Nahim, is an unraced Kulsti colt. Kulsti not being the best of stallions. The mare won over 2,000, so this trip may be on the short side. Plus the horse cost just $2,000 and isn't bred to handle dirt, so I couldn't have the 3. The 4, Bari, is by Expert Eye, so bred for turf. The 3 runs have just shown no kind of ability at all. Steps up in trip today. And the 8, Zad, is an unraced Creative Cause colt out of a mare that never raced either. Cost $27,000. I suppose you could say, at least with The 8, the pedigree suggests Dirt will be fine. But again, I'm reaching here, Darryl, for positive, apart from the 2 favourites.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, we'd never ask you to be trying to put something into the equation that you firmly believe isn't there. But of course, for those wanting to play each way, I mean, I suppose if you find the right one to finish third, let's put it that way, there's some kind of reward to be had from doing just that. And if you've got a big price for the third place, or maybe you're feeling you could even do better than that, then get in touch with us on the YouTube channel, because it'd be great to hear from you. Still 8 to 11 and even money. No let up on those prices as they head on down for this Open. So these are local and imported horses. They are 3-year-olds. It was interesting, wasn't it, to hear from, they were talking about Mohammed Al-Daham and how well he's going at the moment. I mean, look, the championship is not over yet. We've got 3 weeks left. Do you fancy he can make it interesting, or too much on?
Well, he'll need to win this race, because if he doesn't, Adele's going to win. So that'll stretch Adele's lead. Probably too much to do.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see. You never know when a jockey could be banned or whatever happens. So Mohammed is going to have to continue to ride the winners. And he's probably favourite to get second right now, because Camilo's not having the best of spells.
Oh, he's had a lean run, hasn't he?
He has. Yeah. But it will be tough to pull back Adele, presuming that the lead is still around 7 or 8, which we do need to check. That was obviously what it was Saturday 2 weeks ago. Not sure what has happened in the
Okay, well, we'll try and get some updated figures, hopefully sometime today, but certainly in the next day. We're having for you tomorrow. We guarantee we're having for tomorrow to get a look at the current standings. So heading on down to the post, I guess there's not really much more to say, is there, really, in terms of this contest and the top 2, other than, Jabal will be a good result in terms of, for you in terms of form and
Very much so. I do think he's got unlimited upside, and next year I wouldn't be surprised if he was playing his Trading Cup races. I really wouldn't. Obviously, he's only just turned 3, so when the next season starts, especially if they go to Taif, but even if they don't, he'll still be a 3-year-old at the start of the RIYADH season, so he can contest some of the best 3-year-old races. He's only going to improve as well, given the size and scope. The big question for Jabal today is if he jumps, will he jump better? He draws gate 1, so Mohammed won't want to take all that kickback inside, especially considering the kickback looks pretty fierce today. So I think he'll jump, try and make the front, and from there I'd be really disappointed if he didn't win. If he breaks slowly, then there's an excuse, a ready-made excuse for him. But even in this small field, he should be able to fire up the inside and get into a nice spot. Yamal, on the other hand, who handles Dirt for the first time today, draws wide, which does help Adele a little bit. It means he can get out of the kickback early. But that could also mean that he has a wide trip in the early part of the race, around that turn. So it could be a positive, could be a negative for him. I would love to see the 5 win. I think he's a fine stamp of a horse, and he's got a big future.
Okay, well, it's hard not to be with Jabal, isn't it, here? So obviously Tom is all in. If you could sort of double nap, I'm sure you would be.
Yeah.
But Tom's best bet of the day, I'm with Jabal as well. And Callum, unless you've seen something you haven't been telling us amongst the others, I'm guessing you're on the second jolly as well here.
You know what, boys? I'm going to take you on. I'm going to take you on with the 1. I think Dark Angels do well on this surface. We've seen a few Dark Angels have victory here, so the surface wouldn't be too much of a concern for me. Look, Jabal could be a monster. I remember the debut, I was here, Tom was here. It was hugely impressive. He's just a big, raw type. He's never going to really be a paddock pick, because his future will lie over much further than this. He's definitely going to be beyond 1,800 metres in the future. I've got no negatives about him as well. This isn't a pick anti-Jabal at all. But I do think Yamal, just coming through short here, he didn't look like he needed much fitness here. I must admit, I was a little bit different of opinion to Tom. He wasn't carrying too much condition in the prelims. Look, he's drawn in 8. He's never been on dirt before. Of course, those are 2 big negatives for him in a race like this. But, I mean, this horse did really catch my eye, and they paid a pretty penny to get him as well. Look, I know the pockets are pretty deep for Prince Faisal bin Khalid's team, so there's no surprise if they can get their hands on a good one and they can afford it. But they weren't the only ones looking to pick up this winner at Leopardstown. That Irish form is completely strong. so strong, even at nursery level, to be able to run at that level and win at that level. If he can repeat that here, I think he will be hard to beat. He's a big, strong, ropey type, and he's going to be the one for me. So I'm going to go with 1. The boys are going to go with 5. Stephen, who do you like in this one?
Well, I know you've been informed, Callum, and you're leading the way, but I think I might stick with the boys here. Might stick with Tom and Daryl. Hopefully Jabal can win here before going on to bigger and better things. He's just gone forward, and there's only 2 left, Al Monteza Billar and Zad will be the last of the 7 runners. The grey, first time up as well for Zad. And they're all in line, ready and racing. They jump away over 1,600 metres then for this open contest. Zad, the newcomer, just leading out to the right at the back there in the early parts as Jabal broke pretty alertly and he's going forward. So too is Yamal out towards the middle of the course. They're being followed in 3rd place early on by El Monteza Billar. Dropping back to 4th place, Whiteface with the noseband down to the inside is Too Enticing. And then there's a length and a half back to Al Nahim, who's racing alongside Barry. And then there's probably 3 lengths away to Zad, who's continuing wide out on the course at the back of the field as they go towards the turn, which is at the end of the back straight. And Jabal Muhammad Al Daham has a slender advantage here over Yamal and Adel Al Faradi. There's 2.5 lengths back 3rd. Riding the rail is Al Monteza Billar. Now closing in a little, Too Enticing, who's just peeling off the inside, closely followed by Al Nahim. Then came Barry in the very pale jacket in 6th place, currently around 6 lengths off Jabal, who's going great guns, and Yamal's in trouble. Coming to the top of the straight, it's Jabal in front, and he's now lengthening on. Goes 2.5 lengths up on Al Monteza Billar. Here's Too Enticing now working up round the outside in 3rd. Barry's moved into 4th. Al Nahim's behind those. Yamali's beat. Zad is tailed off, and Jabal is coming down the straight towards the final 300 metres with a 4 to 5 length advantage. Too Enticing is the one who's trying to close the gap. Back in 3rd and weakening is Al Monteza Billar. Jabal being driven out and kept up to his work, and he's just about maintaining the advantage on Too Enticing, who's keeping on well. Jabal getting tired late on, but he has done it. Jabal is home and beat Too Enticing. 3rd was Al Monteza Billar. Then came Barry, Al Nahim, Yamal weak and tamely, and Zad never got involved. Very well done to Tom, and Daryl rode in as well with Jabal, who told us at the top of the show this was the horse today, and he was absolutely spot on. Jabal, who set the pace, was pushed by Yamal early on, but Yamal was in trouble at the 600 metre point, and Jabal's just kept on rolling all the way to the line and has come home a 2.5 length winner to go one better than that debut last month. Too Enticing in 2nd, stuck to the task well. Al Monteza Billar, number 2, back in 3rd. Barry, number 4, was 4th. And 3, Al Nahim, was back in 5th place. So 5, 7, 2, 4 and 3, the provisional order there over in race number 5. A 2.5 length winner. Jabal, he travelled so sweetly through the race, and he's off the mark at the 2nd attempt. Celebrations all round. Jabal wins race 5.
Well, Tom Collins told everyone this horse was going to win. You had all the confidence in the world as well, and you've been justly rewarded because he's done that well.
Yeah, he done it well. His only gallop today. He's a good horse, really. We bought him from the Guinness Breeze Up. He's a big horse, that's why not run him. We keep him, step by step coming. I think this horse next year he'll be more better, because he's a huge horse,
Yeah, the way he sort of extended when Mohammed asked him for an effort, just at the top of the turn, you had Yamal on your outside. Yamal has finished a different parish completely.
I know, because he's a best horse, I tell Mohammed, don't wait, just let him gallop, let him come happy to the finish line, and he do it like what I told him, he's a good horse, really, he's a good horse. He will be next year, like I told you, because he's still a baby,
Yeah.
You see him so big, but he's still a baby. I think next year he'll be one of our best horse.
We'll let you celebrate with him now. Yes, next year could be their best, and certainly does look like a hugely exciting horse to go to war with here. Tom Collins absolutely bang on right with this horse. Didn't go favourite, was pretty easy to back when the prices opened up, and Tom was well involved there. So he'll be absolutely happy as Larry that this horse has taken victory here. Jabal, big scopy type, hugely impressive. And I think what was most impressive was what he did on the crown of the turn. He got very tired late on. We'll grab a word with Mohammed and find out more about this big horse. And we'll talk about this big name jockey who continues to thrive, your International Jockeys Challenge champion. And he will give us the update on this runner. I'll hand over the saddle now and we'll grab a quick word with him. Well done, Mohammed. Congratulations. He is a lovely horse.
Yes, Alhamdulillah. Thanks. The owner and the trainer, mashallah, is a nice horse.
Adele came alongside you nice and early aboard Yamal, but you shrugged him off. Away you went.
Yes, horse princess are very nice. But Alhamdulillah, my horse today came very good and I win. Thanks to the owner and the trainer.
But we have to talk about last week. We were so proud of you. International Jockeys champion. It must have been a wonderful day.
Yes, this Alhamdulillah. I ride some good horse, first and second, and I win this race. All jockey, he need to win this race. And Alhamdulillah, me, I take this race.
And it must have been fantastic being in the weighing room with all those superstar jockeys from across the world and beating them.
Yes, yeah, this is very good, sure. All the people, any jockey, if you win this race and with good jockey, sure, you have very happy, too much happy, because all this jockey good and international and all the people see this race and this is very nice. Alhamdulillah.
And that's what's wonderful, is so many people across the world now know who Mohammed Al-Daham is.
Yes, yeah, sure, this is good for me. Inshallah, I hope next all the jockey do this and more, and inshallah me, I win many good races.
We want to see you win plenty more good races. Well done, congratulations, and well done with this horse.
Welcome, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so good for Mohammed, who was third at Taif last summer in the championship there, of course battling maybe championship glory here, and all of a sudden Jabal has left them trailing in his wake.
Yeah, I love the break. That got him into the right position. Mohammed allowed him to find his huge stride. Massive horse, you can see here. And once he shook off the Red Stable runner Yamal, who I hated at the price anyway, to be honest with you, there was never really a danger. He didn't finish off his race as well as I was hoping, but he was already 4 or 5 lengths clear at the top of the turn, so that made no difference in the end.
Yeah, terrific performance. Of course, Jamal's finished out of the reckoning in the end, so those who were clever enough maybe to play some of the others for places have maybe got a result. You mentioned 2 enticing, possibly as an each way. That got the second, but the focus here is on the eventual winner. You can see Jamal in the red and your horse Jamal to the rail, just coming off the rail in the green sleeves.
Yeah, he broke much better. On the debut, he didn't necessarily break slowly. It's just he didn't break on top of everything and then got squeezed out, which forced him way back in the pack. He then had to make a mid-race move, which used up a lot of petrol, but he still finished off well. Today, he broke better and was not interfered with, which allowed him to settle in the early part of the race, not use much petrol at all. And here you can see Mohammed in the lead, checking behind him to see where the dangers are, wondering if he's going too quickly, because the horse, just with a natural stride, has taken him to the front and is dictating. Now the question is, will Yamal, the horse in the red silks on the outside, relish the dirt, and can he kind of replicate that Irish form? It was a big question mark because completely different surface. I didn't think his Irish form was actually that good anyway. And you can see he starts to backpedal early. Now maybe this is earlier than I thought he would backpedal, but he was done on the turn. From here, there was never really a danger because the horses in behind just aren't good enough to beat what I believe is a pretty strong 3-year-old. And Jabal kicks off the home turn, gaining 2, 3, 4 lengths over the remainder of the field. As I say, he does get tired late, but I like how professional he is at this stage, switches leads. On that left lead, he's not as strong as on the right lead, which is potentially negative, and where Tharma will work with him over the off-season. That will then enable him to finish off better over this 1,600-metre trip. But next year, I think we're going to see a really good kind of season for this horse. I think we could potentially see him in some of the best early season, albeit it's late in the 3-year-old year, early season 3-year-old races at RIYADH, maybe in October, November time, and he should ply his trade at the top level.
Yeah, we've seen a good performance there. We saw a good performance, of course, from Patel in the previous race. A couple of really intriguing winners going back-to-back here and pulling right away. Did go off even money in the end. Second favourite, obviously, they sent Yamal off odds on. There was no let-up in the price there. And if you were lucky enough to back maybe Too Enticing or indeed Al Montasa Belar for the places, you'll be fairly happy with your each-way place. I knew James wouldn't go away. He says, well, that one well. Good that you're still with us, James. Let us know if you're enjoying the action this afternoon. Maybe you got involved. Maybe you got involved with the winner there, Jabal, because you listened to what Tom Collins had to say and you took his advice. Tom most certainly did know. Right, more open race action on the way. We've got the local breeds coming up. I tell you what, the Reds will need a winner. They're going to have another favourite, aren't they? Yeah. Shakab in the next. Could this be the one?
I did actually forget about this horse earlier when I said 3 in a row. It's 4 in a row. They've got the favourite. This one I'm with, but I do think the price is quite skinny at 13 to 8.
Restrictive enough, I guess. But look, we'll come back and get Tom's thoughts shortly. Let's check those runners and riders with Stephen, who was very much in the fan club for Jabal.
Yes, very much so, Daryl. Anay Zawi's #1 in this 6-race local bred open contest for 3-year-olds over 1,400 metres and will be ridden by Osama Al-Sharani. 2 is Al-Mutaib Sweet Fahad Al-Faradi. 3 is Ibn Al-Rib and Tariq Al-Mansour. 4 is Robot and Muhammad Al-Daham. 5 is Shokab and Adel Al-Faradi. 6 is Yatil Balaha. Louis Morales takes the ride. Over to 7, Arko Jadoon and Tarbal Timyas. 8 is Beachco and Abdullah Alofi. 9 is Falat Care and Camillo Ospina. And 10 is Tayeb and Rayan Al Toesh. So 10 of them, they all line up for 3-year-olds over 1,400 metres. Once again, could this be the Redwood Stables' first winner with Shokab? Let's find out with Darryl and Tom.
Shokab to try and turn things around. You know, with the favourite here, Prince Faisal's charge, as you say, is a 13 to 8 chance ahead of Falakir at 11 to 4 and 100 to 30 Yatil Balaha. What's the positive here then in this favourite? Actually, quick reappearance, isn't it? Only ran in the Phillies Mile last time, wasn't it? Back in February and then ran last week, I think. Is that right?
With Shakab?
No, sorry, I'm on.
No, that was Jardoon.
I've jumped. Yes. Apologies.
Shakab was impressive last time up. That came a couple of weeks ago. That was in the first time blinkers, and that was the difference for Shakab when he won a maiden. The thing is with him, he previously looked pretty slow, gawky, looked like he didn't really know what his job was. They fitted blinkers, suddenly he was up with the pace, kicked clear off the front, and looked like a professional racehorse. So the question today, and the only question I actually have about Shakab, is can he do the same thing blinkers second time? Because we do see dramatic improvement when blinkers are initially put on, and then sometimes second time up, a horse can maybe regress a touch. So that's the big question. If he repeats that last time out performance, which we will see in a little bit, I think he's way the horse to be.
Okay, way the horse to be. Yeah, sorry, I was just muddling the form there with Falakir, who is the second favourite and comes on the back of a big run from last week, which we will have a look at in a moment or two's time as we get our first view of the runners in the paddock. And there is Shakab then under Adel Al-Faradi, of course, on the back of a win in the last race for Mohammed. He's trying to extend his lead once again. And let's have a look then at this run from last time. This is back on the 6th of February.
Yeah, this is when the blinkers were on first time. You can see he travelled so well into the race. He was right on the shoulder of the leaders turning in and quick and clear without really having to ask for much effort by Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, who's on board. Once asked for effort, about 300 metres from home, he picks up and goes further length, 2 lengths, 3 lengths clear of the remainder. And he's going to be the only horse in shot by the finish line, as you can see here. Wide margin. This was a big step in the right direction for this son of Mucho Gusto, who should stay further. It's just whether the blinkers work again.
Yeah, here's some Falak here. This is the race I was trying to talk about. Wrong horse, right race from last week, finishing back in third.
Yeah, this was behind Jardoon, am I right in saying that? I think so. Jardoon and Dean are the 2 horses in front. Garami is in the green and the white, who eventually finishes 4th. This was a good effort from Falak here. She's a talented filly. I don't necessarily love that she's coming straight back to the well again, but equally, if they think she's ready to go, she's ready to go. She's had 8 starts this season, heavily raced. Maybe they're trying to capitalise and don't expect her to improve next campaign, which would make sense.
Yeah, that was from last weekend, of course, running a decent race in defeat there. Let's get a closer look at them, because Callum is back trackside to cast his eye over these runners.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, they are in the parade ring for next. We'll start with Ain Azawi, the one good-looking individual this. So Samir Al-Shahani on board again. Because of the value of this race, I'm not sure if he's able to claim here. Doesn't look like he can, but a very nice horse here for Connections that always have good-looking runners. 3 duck eggs next to the name, though, of Late, and will need a step up in form. Next horse is absolutely gorgeous. We'll go to the 3. Ibn Al Reeve for Connections of Scotland Yard, who won the 2/8 Cup on Friday last week. This is Ibn Al Reeve. Gorgeous, gorgeous horse. Absolutely my type on paper. Steel grey, lovely individual, well muscled. The trip is intriguing with this. Dropped back in trip to 1400 metres. I spoke to Connections earlier on today. They said this horse is an 1800 metre type. But interesting to see how he goes today. Robot, the flashy number 4, is in behind. Big, lovely type to look at. Always one that catches the eye. Got a bit of a walleye as well. You'd never trust a walleye, as my riding instructor used to tell me. But you can trust Robot, who's run a few good races in the career and is a winner 4 starts ago. Has been running in tough competition, and this, again, isn't any easier. We'll pull back to the next one. This is the 5 Shokab. The headgear is the key for this one. Really sparked some improvement last time. Big, strong type, one that will come on from this and will be more a star next season, I imagine. But certainly, if you do like the favourite, no negatives for me. We'll go back to the 6th. This is Yatil Bala under Louis Morales, who's looking for a second winner today. Gorgeous type this. Look at this. Is a really, really lovely looking individual. A winner 3 starts ago. 2 Doug X next to the name of the last 2 starts. But if you wanted one that was a real standout, a proper stamp of a horse, I do like Yatil Bala. And then finally, we'll take a look at the White Stables runner, the final of the White Stables runners here. Salat Care is the last one we'll take a peep at. Got the cross nose band on just to give Cameo a bit more control, and Cameo will be wanting a win sooner rather than later here, just coming towards us now. She's a light type, typical effeminate filly. She's been very, very well turned out, but she makes a quick return, having run only last week. That was a good 3rd place effort. This is arguably a bit of an easier contest, but can she make the quick turnaround? It's a tricky, tricky race here, but we'll be looking to find the winner. And if I had to make a paddock pick, it would go to horse number 6.
Number 6, third favourite, Yatil Balaha, then at 3-1 in the international markets, gets Callum's thumbs up. We've had 5, I don't know, the hands up from Musa. I'm guessing, is that 5 times his usual stake? He was on, by the looks of it anyway, with you and everyone else on Jalal, Tom. So a happy viewer out there. And if you're in that same camp and you've not got in touch yet to tell us, yes, it was a good result for me as well, we'd love to hear from you in the YouTube channel. Right, let's calm it down just a second after all that excitement of the last race. So, Shakab then at 6-4 internationally, and you're leaning towards this Red Stable runner.
Yeah, so I'm with him, but Jabul, in the last race was 13-8 as well, so similar kind of price, and I was much more confident on him than I am on Shakab. So
yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily be I wouldn't be advising playing him. I do think he's way the horse to beat in here, providing the blinkers work again. I just like to see improvement from young horses, and I thought we saw that in Spades last time when he really quickened up off the front. He draws wide, which usually isn't a positive on this track this season, but I do think with this horse it is a major positive because it should allow Adele to get him into stride early. Not the quickest gate speed from Shakab, But if Adele can get him into stride, get him right up alongside the leaders, from there he'll prove tough, considering the pedigree indicates stamina is going to be the strong suit. He faces better horses today than he faced in that maiden. Falak Kier being one, Yatil Balaha, the 6 horse, being another. Yatil Balaha, for example, has been running in Group 1s the last twice and now drops down in grade. So you can suggest that maybe this is a much tougher task and he does need to prove his quality. But equally, I think he's got as much upside as anything in the race. I wouldn't be rushing it at the price, but I think it's most logical.
Yeah, he traded 72, and he's obviously going the right way. He was 64 up to 72. I mean, I've got to say, I much prefer Falak Kier, who we showed you in action in a decent race last week. Ran well in a good race here, beginning of the month as well. You know, rated 84. The horse that won that race was 89, a couple of lengths in front. So, you know, that mark looks absolutely confirmed. You know, perhaps it could be a point or two higher. So, for me, on the evidence we're seeing, Falak Kier has got more in the book so far. Obviously, not to say that Jockey can't usurp him, perhaps in this race, or indeed, if not in the near future. The one that Callum liked in the paddock was the other horse that's at the top end of the market, isn't it? Yatil Balaha, who has been running very decent company. What are you making of what we see from that runner?
Yeah, I've got him second in, behind Shockab for me in here, with Falak Kier third in. They're my 1, 2, 3. As I say, been running in Group 1s the last twice, so he's been facing much better horses than he tackles today. And if you go back to his victory on his second career outing, you would suggest that he has a lot of upside too. Maybe there isn't as much between Shockab and Yatil Balaha. There shouldn't be as much, discrepancy in the price between Shockab and Yatil Balaha as we're seeing in the international market. I think that's fair, and that's why I wouldn't be rushing in to bet Shockab. However, I don't like to see horses coming off the back of 2 wide margin defeats, even if it is at the top level. And I'd prefer to take the horse who's definitely on the upgrade, and that would lean me towards the 5 rather than the 6. So I'm going to be with Shockab. I do briefly want to mention the 4 really quickly though. Robot.
Bit of money for Robot coming.
Is there?
Yes.
Interesting. He's a front runner, best suited to a little bit further, but he's got a massive white face, and you'll see it early. He should be on the lead. The others will be chasing him.
Okay, so selection-wise, Falak Kier for me, and confirming
Shockab
Tom?
for me. Shockab.
Okay, that's 9 and 5 for us, and Callum.
The pick for me is the 6th team, so we're all on different ones here. Yatil Balaha, real standout in the parade ring, a proper stamp of a horse by Flashy Bull, and he is going to be the pick. Keep an eye on the 3, Ibn Al Reeb. Watch his action. He certainly is one of the stranger moving racehorses you'll ever see. I dread to think what his X-rays look like, but bless him, he does have plenty of ability, and he is a one-time winner in the career as well. Dropping back to 1400 metres today might be a bit sharp for him, but if he's coming home late, he could be quite dangerous as well. You can't miss him. He's one of 2 very good-looking greys in this field. Robot, as mentioned by Tom, very flashy individual, likes to be up in the vanguard. Breaks from stall 7, so watch him come out and come directly across to the rail. Well, might make it easier for a horse like Shockab to get across early as well, because you'll have one of the horses towards his inside will be darting over early, so he won't have too many horses to bypass. Yatil Balaha for me is the best of these in the paddock. Ain Azawi is another good looker here, the 1. Look, the form next to the names probably doesn't give you too much, and it's very likely for these owners and the breeders, they do own and breed a lot of their horses as well, to have these horses come on with time over a lot further. So although today won't be the day, I imagine, for Ain Azawi, watch that horse in a longer distance handicap next season. I can't believe we're already talking about next season as well. It just keeps on rolling here in Saudi Arabia. And remember, we'll be racing at Taif over the summer, and then back to Riyadh, back to the capital at King Abdulaziz Racecourse in October. And it will be very exciting to bring you all the action next season as we get a new batch of 2-year-olds, get to follow these 3-year-olds, and then obviously we get to see our favourites, some of the older horses, making their return, so they continue to run here in the kingdom. Lou Morales on board my pick here, Yatil Balaha. He's looking for a quick race double. Shockab under Adele Al-Faradi, he's also looking for a double as well. Plenty to get our teeth stuck into, and plenty of excitement ahead of that Jockey's Championship as well. So there's all sorts of things we can keep an eye on here. Some of the others who weren't particularly eye-catching for me, Al Mataib Sweet has had plenty of starts and looked quite promising, but has been highly tried since winning 4 starts ago. May find this all a bit too tough. Ako Jadoon made his debut, didn't do much for me in the parade ring as well. A couple of the others that we want to keep an eye on later down the way. You've got Chagrin for Victor Gutierrez. He's involved in this one as well. So hugely exciting to see what the horses are doing in this race. But for me, it's going to be horse number 6. For Tom, it's going to be horse number 5. And for Daryl, it's going to be the filly, horse number 9. It's over to you, Stephen.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, the field are about to get ready to go here then. They've put the first half in already. Boys split 3 ways between the 10 runners for this Open for local bred horses. 4 Robot, 5 Showcab and 6 Yatil Bar Lahar, the last 3 to come forward. Robot just turning sideways at the last moment there, meaning that they'll have to try again. You won't miss Robot with that big white face. Going into stall number 7. And still Yatil Bar Lahar and then Showcab going into 9. Towards the outside. And this is race 6 of 12 on today's card. All in, stand by. Ready to go. And they're racing over 1,400 metres. A little bit slow to begin, possibly Showcab, in comparison to the rest anyway, who broke pretty well. Robot and the yellow sleeves of Arko Jadoon towards the back early. Up front is Ibn Al Reeb, the blue headgear, the green cap right up there as well of Falat Kia, and now Showcab pressing on a little bit wider out on the track and may just about be in front going to the end of the opening 400 metres. They're being followed in 3rd place then on the inside by Falat Kia, settling behind the front 2. Further back is Ani Zawi down on the rail in company there with Tayyeb, and out 3 wide of those is Robot. Further back is Elmad Tape Sweet. 3 or 4 lengths away is Beachco. Ako Jadoon struggling to go the pace at the rear of the field. They turn to the top of the straight. Ibn Al Reeb against the inside rail, disputing the lead with Showcab. Now moving up 3 wide is Falat Kia, a length away. 2 lengths down is Robot. Ani Zawi's under pressure. Trying to make ground is Elmad Tape Sweet around the outside of further back in the field at this stage Tayyeb as they come down the straight, and Showcab's just in front, but Falat Kia putting in a strong challenge. They've moved away from Ibn Al Reeb. Robot's in 4th place, then Elmad Tape Sweet, as now it is Falat Kia who's moving into a narrow lead, getting the better of Showcab, who's fighting on well in 2nd place, but it will be Falat Kia who's too strong. Falat clear by over a length of the line. Beat Showcab. They cleared away from Ibn Al Reeb 3rd, then Elmad Tape Sweet and Robot. Well done to Daryl then, a winner with number 9, Falat Kia, the only filly in the lineup under Camillo Ospina. A 3rd win from 9 career starts for this filly, and has managed to get the better of Showcab. Those two having a pretty good battle up the straight. Showcab had helped force the pace with back in the 3rd place Ibn Al Reeb. The one has just held on to be 3rd from Elmad Tape Sweet, who was back in 4th place, and a length and a quarter was the winning distance for Falat Kia, the mount of Camillo Ospina. Winner for him. He'll be pleased about that, I'm sure, as Falat Kia beat Showcab after a good battle between Daryl's selection and Tom's selection. It was Daryl who came out on top. Ibn Al Reeb 3rd, Elmad Tape Sweet 4th. 1:27.86 was the winning time in race number 6. Falat Kia, the winner.
have Falak Care is your winner of race number 6. Halfway through the card, and Camilo Ospina gets his name on the board. A good success for him. And this filly, the only filly in the race, has done very well to win here. She makes a quick turnaround, having one run, I should say, last week. They've clearly found a race for her, and she has done the business in good style. Camilla's trying to make sure everyone gets in the photo, as he should do there, making sure everyone gets in. Lovely scenes here. And she's a nice filly here. She's won that in good style. She had a big old scrap with your eventual favourite of the Red Stable. Red Stable still can't get their heads in front here. They've had a couple of very close seconds. No success for them today, but we will hear from Camillo, who is on board, and again trying to chase that title for the jockeys. And again, he needs this win. This is a big win for him, so be happy with that. Just going to weigh in, and we'll find out more about this winning performance. She's beaten Shokab. Ibn Al-Reeb ended up finishing third, stuck on for third really. Amateur Sweet running home to finish fourth, and Robot, the big white face, in fifth. Camilo Ospina, a winning rider. Well done.
Thank you very much, Kajun. You know, always thank you to the Prince Mita bin Abdullah, and thankful within Talal bin Sharai, you know, the white stable. It's good filly, you know, she finished third last week, and the fillies in poor filly with the poor fillies. Today is good race for her. She's coming relaxed, you know. Before she was a little bit nervous, but today with the hooks, he's much better. And I just put behind the pace, you know. I know there is a little bit speed, but I just waiting my opportunity, and I asked her in the last 300 meters, and she responded very good.
Were you surprised at how much she found for pressure, considering she did only run last week? And she didn't have an easy race last week. She finished third. She was given a strong ride. But today, it didn't look like she'd run last week at all.
Yeah, and I just scared a little bit because it's too close, you know. And this filly is a small filly, a skinny filly, but she was relaxed. The important, she was relaxed. And she went to the start very relaxed. And inside the start, very good, very quiet. And that question is very good, you know.
And in the next race, you've got Min Mitlaha as well, who would have a very strong chance, you'd admit, on paper.
Yeah, it's good feeling, you know, it's good feeling. It's tough race, always the races is difficult, you know, but we try to do my best job, and then we'll see.
And quite a quiet weekend for you last week. Baldy Porter on the turf had won the trial, but couldn't really get into that race. It must have been difficult for you as such a jockey with such high standards to not really have the opportunities to get lots of rides on a big weekend like that.
Yeah, you know, he's a good horse, but it's difficult, you know, it's difficult. The horses from Japan, from England, you know, it's Group 1 horses. Our horses is good horses, but they need time, you know. Step by step, the Saudi people, they bring very good horses, and I hope in the future we have this quality to win the big race. But now we try, you know, always in that race we try, and we try to do our best job. But to be honest, we have to we have to say the truth, you know. It's difficult with this horse.
But with the improvement of the breed and the strength of Saudi racing, you will be ready when the good horses come.
No, yeah, sure, yeah. I'm ready always, but I try to do my best job, and then we'll see.
Well, best of luck going forward. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, well done to Camille. Good to see him back with a winner. And look, that was a decent run last week. I mean, for me, it was the horse to beat just on the ratings. I totally understand horses are progressing, but the form was in the book.
It was. Quick turnaround today, but she has got the job done. And yeah, you were right in saying that she was the one to beat and siding with her, so well done for that. I thought Camilo gave her a really nice ride. She's in behind horses, produced her late in the straight and just managed to run down Shokab. The two had it between them. A length and a quarter separated them at the line, but they were 4 3/4 of a length clear of the remainder. So those two drew clear, and they were the right two horses. You had the unexposed type, and then you had the filly who had been good all year. Take it from the start. Ibn Al-Reeb stumbled in the blue cap, blue blinkers. Robot missed a kick, who was the horse I expected to be on the front. And Shokab took a bump from Al-Mitab Sweet. So it wasn't a good start for those situated out wide. Meanwhile, the eventual winner got a flyer in the middle, Falak Care, and she was able to settle into a rhythm just behind Ibn Al-Reeb, who overcame the stumble, and Shokab, who was forwardly placed as anticipated. From here, Darryl, I don't think you probably had any moments of worry because she's always in the right spot.
Yeah, I thought in a great stalking position just in behind. It was then a case of hoping that she had the tools, and she got beaten just a couple of lengths behind a rival rated a few pounds ahead of her last week. So if she could reproduce that form, then she had a great chance, Tom, and just beginning to get after Shokab, as you say here, and about to try and make the race her own.
Yeah, I thought Shokab was going the best, actually, turning for home. You can see Camilo just niggling away at Falakier in behind, the filly with the big ears. And Shokab's a length clear and quickens up off the turn here. But once he switches leads there, he seems to lose like half a length as he hangs inside, and that might have been the difference. It was weird watching that, wasn't it? Because he looked like he was going further clear, switched onto his correct lead, and kind of stopped for a stride or two, which allowed Falakier to get alongside. She finishes off the race better and manages to beat Shokab. If I'm being honest, taking away from this race, I would take Shokab next time. I feel like he's got the most upside. But I want to take nothing away from the White Stable and Camilo, who have done well with this filly. She's very slender, isn't she? But she's had 9 starts this year.
She has, and she's in fine fettle at the moment, so she justifies her market confidence. And a very happy messenger here on YouTube is Vimal Kumar, who says, yippee, Ospina wins at Riyadh at 3-1. And I tell you what, he was also on a winner at Chantilly in France. I think he's doubled them up here, so that's a double yippee from Vimal. So fantastic, playing across the world with your racing, but lovely that you got us as part of that equation today. Right, we're going to move on. We're halfway, Tom, so we're about to kick into race number 7, which is for horses that have won 0 or 1 race so far. We're going 1,600. We're going to have that odds on favourite we've heard about already, Min Mithlaha from Camille Ospina. And Stephen can tell us the 4 list of those all-important runners and riders.
Yeah, thank you very much, Darryl. Race 7 then for horses who've now won 0 to 1 or won less than one race or less even. 3-year-olds only on the dirt, 1,600 metres, and we have a field here of 11. Number 1 is El Jabati, the mount of Adel Al Faradi. 2 is El Nadawi and Louis Morales. 3, Al Kaya, Muhammad Al Daham. 4 is Hawi and Nawaf Al Mudiani. 5 is Khalid Al Jud and Mohammed Saeed. 6 is Lil Ma'ali and Abdullah Al Udib. 7 is Min Mithlaha and Camilla Ospina. 8 is Sakab Al Majd and Osama Al Sharani, claiming 2 kilos. 9 is Shagran and Victor Guterres. 10 is Sultan Al Samawi and Fahad Al Faradi. And 11 is The Gate, who's ridden by Fawaz Wanas. So those are the 11 horses for race 7, and they're moving into the paddock now. So let's join our man on the spot, Callum Helliwell.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Yes, we're looking at El Jabati is the first horse we'll take a peep at, a winner on the 3rd start last time out. I saw this horse going down to the stables this afternoon, and to say this horse hasn't broken into a walk yet would be an understatement. Just having a big old think about things now, as soon as I said that. Come on, walk on. Come on, behave yourself. Having a good old look around. I don't quite know what he's peeping at. I think he's seen another horse just coming down the chute, but he is keen as mustard to get on with things. A huge strapping individual he is. He's having a good old look at the horse in front of him and saying, hang on a minute, what are you doing? I'm walking around in a circle. Where are you going? Well, hopefully he can run as well as he looks, because he looks in fantastic shape, doesn't he? Really big, scopy individual, lovely shiny coat as well. You just want him to settle down. He just hasn't quite managed to do that yet, but certainly one you'd have to put on your shortlist. Let's track back here, Mustafa. We'll go all the way back here to the 6th. Lameali is the next one we're going to have a look at. Only making the 5th career start today. Really nice looking type, but the form is pretty disappointing. But certainly on looks, this horse looks in really fine fettle. There's no doubt about it that he's a good looker, but the rating of 40 is a concern. Well muscled, got a cobbed mane, but I wouldn't hold that against him. And just a little bit, another one who's just a little bit keen. We will pull back and look at the 7, the next horse to come towards us. This has been Mithlaha, looking to give Camille Ospina a quick fire double. 75 rated individual here on ratings. That should be enough to absolutely dot up in this contest. A winner on penultimate start and not disgraceful in 3rd last time out. Look, not as bright in the coat as the 2 we've looked at previously, but look how well she's handling herself in the prelims. She's taking everything in her stride. She's walking out comfortably. Connections seem confident, and certainly you like what you see in the parade ring. Let's drop back to the 9. This is the next one we'll peek at. This is another for Abdul Al-Manif and Victor Gutierrez. This is Chagrin coming towards us now. Looks in really good shape. A nice flat back on this one. Really well put together individual. You'd like a little bit more in the neck without a shadow of a doubt, but the back end looks great as well. A maiden after 4 starts, but hasn't been disgraced when finishing 3rd on penultimate start. Well beaten last time, but that was in a better race than this. I would be no surprise to see Chagrin, who's definitely better than his maiden tag suggests. And finally, we'll look at the 10. This is a real imposing type. This is Sultan Al Wasmi. Really, really good looker. 4th on debut, 3rd last time out. Look at the muscle definition on this horse. This is the amount of Farhad Al Faradi, and could be, and I think will be, my paddock pick here. I waited till the end, but this is a proper good looking horse, and I'm going for Sultan Al Wasmi is going to be the pick here, because well muscled, good coat, relaxed in the parade ring, all the things you like to see, and a couple of the others are just getting a bit ahead of themselves. This one is handling everything perfectly. Boys, this is the pick for me.
Thank you, Callum. So we're having a look at those runners, and we get more to come, of course, from Callum through the course of the afternoon. If you've just tuned in, welcome. It's the English-speaking service from the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia here at Riyadh. We are live. It is 20 to 6 in the evening, local time, wherever you're watching. Get in touch. Let us know where you are. Please do so. That would be fantastic. Now, what about sorting out this race? 4 to 6 Min Mithlaha, Tom. So Camillo looking for a quick-fire double. Is he likely to do it?
Probably. The market tells you that.
Well, the market isn't always right.
Well,
in this instance, you think it could be?
I'm not with her.
Okay.
But I do think she is the most logical. She's definitely the most logical winner. We can take a piece of footage of her in due course. But the reason why she's favourite is she's top rated 75. She gets weight off some of the boys, including Al Jabati, who we'll see.
That's the VT first, I think, isn't it? El Jabati. So.
And she's run well recently. But this is El Jabati, who will be my pick. Now, the first 2 runs, he ran over 1,200 and then up to 2,000 this day. He was very, very strong at the line. You can see he's leaning in a little bit to his left. He's still a very raw horse, but watch how he draws clear in the final 150 metres or so. From now to the line, he starts to power clear. Of the 4th and 3rd, you can see it going backwards. He also makes up ground on the runner-up. He does get slightly tighter inside, but it's strong at the end. I think he has a lot of upside, but he will need to improve to beat Min Mithlaha, who we saw this day run pretty well in a cup race. This was the best contest any of these horses have ever run in. Was kind of in a tricky spot at this stage and then finishes off the race okay. Readily put in her place by Taj Bladi and Roberto Ramos, I think, who's in the lead on this occasion, but equally she's run very well. If my memory serves me correct, I could be wrong. I think that's Taj Bladi and Ayla Malik. Ayla Malik has come out since and lost twice, so that was a little bit of a negative. If this is right, Taj Bladi I'm pretty sure was the winner because Wiggy was on. He's a very nice type who I don't think has lost yet in his career. So that's a good piece of form, and you know, much like the last race with the White Stable filly, they found a great spot for Min Mithlaha, and she's very much capable of winning this. But she is drawn in gate 11, so the problem.
Yeah, the draw's a worry. I do, however, like, as you said, been running in slightly better company. Went down 9 in the end. Hatha Al-Kalem, Ayla Malek were the runners that were ahead of her that day. Now, obviously, she is odds on 4 to 6, and El Jabati is 11 to 4, having had just those 3 runs and having won a maiden over the 2,000, wasn't it? So this has dropped back today to 16.
Yeah, that's the problem with El Jabati. I'm with him, but I don't necessarily love the cutback because he looked very strong over the 2,000. And the way he's been campaigned suggested that I've just actually seen El Jabati go down. I don't think that's Adele Alfaredi on board. I wonder if there's a jockey change
so
there.
It could be a change.
Yeah, which would be a negative, obviously, because Adele is
it would, certainly.
Considered the best or one of the best here by virtually everyone. I'm pretty sure that wasn't him, so that's interesting if not. And it could lead me to actually changing my selection, but we'll see.
Let's have a look, see if we can confirm or otherwise. There's nothing on the official website that I'm looking at the moment to suggest there's been a rider change, but that doesn't mean there hasn't.
Yeah, didn't look like Adele to me, but we'll see. Yeah, we'll have to just wait and see, I guess. But regardless, El Jabati is unexposed, he's open to lots of improvement, and if he can take another step forward, then he's a major threat to Min Mithlaha. This is very much like the last race, isn't it? We've got a red stable improver, a white stable horse with a top rating, a filly, who's already shown she can mix it at the higher level. Who do you want to side with? Min Mithlaha at 4-6, Al Jabahi 11-4. I think the market's fair. I'm just going to go with the 1, but I wouldn't be surprised if Min Mithlaha won.
Yeah, then you come to the likes of the Gate, who is the clear third favourite, 5-1. It's 10-1 bar. The Gate ran in the Guineas here and was well beaten, but did run well in a similar handicap to this over the track and trip back in January. Where did you see the Gate finishing? I had to see the Gate playing out.
I have the Gate second in.
Okay.
But I left Min Mithlaha out just purely because I thought she'd be favourite and I didn't like her on top.
Yeah.
He's another strong stayer. He's been running over 2,000 of late. Last time he finished third in the 0-80 handicap. That was in January. Mid-div in the Saudi 2,000 guineas. So I suppose you could say that he has probably the best level of form of the colts in here, because El Jabati's only won a maiden. But equally, he's had 6 runs and maybe he's not as unexposed as El Jabati, so the 1 could easily improve past him.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a huge amount of winning form, is there? I mean, there are lots of these, obviously the Norton ones, but a lot of them are maidens coming in here. Only the favourite and El Jabati, I think, are the principals, certainly have got winning form. I don't think actually any of the others have at all. No, all the others are maidens, so there's not much winning form to go on here. And there's not a lot of activity in the market. 4-6 Min Mithlaha, El Jabati 11-4, the Gate of 5s, and 10-1 and bigger the remainder. So they're getting down to the start for race 7. 0-1. We've got 2 Arabian races, of course, on the card. The first of those will be the next race coming up, race 8, and the last as well. And got a handicap, a couple of fillies, maidens, so plenty of variety to come through the rest of the day. Right, let's confirm selection. So I am with Min Mithlaha.
Tentative on El Jabati for me.
Okay, that's a 7 and a 1 being locked in from the studio. And confirm which one's being locked in for you, please, Callum.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Just having an ask around about Adel Al-Faradi. I think we might have been slightly confused by the fact that he's got the face covering on, because all the jockeys are wearing a little snood. I don't know whether it's a snood or not. I remember when they were a big thing in Premier League football, Carlos Tevez used to wear them, but I don't quite think it's a snood, or more of a balaclava, which you can see the whole face in. I don't know. My knowledge of cold weather clothing is pretty poor. But the pick for me is Sultan Al-Samawi. That is the pick for me. I just heard my producer tell me that I'm wearing gloves and a hat. Well, that's fine. I understand what a glove and a hat is. I just don't quite know what the jockeys are wearing. That's my concern. I don't know the name for it. Is it a snood? Is it a hood? Is it a balaclava, which you can see the face in? Is it a ski mask? I don't know. All I can tell you is Sultan Al-Maswawi was the horse that handled the prelims the best. Plenty of these getting very jig-joggy and warm in the prelims, including El Jabti, who was certainly getting a little bit ahead of himself, going down to post, looked great going down to post, gorgeous individual, but it's been keen all the way through, and you'd just be slightly concerned that he's burning up quite a bit of petrol. Min Mithlaha was the same. When Camilla was on board, she got very worked up. She was jig-jogging around, she basically in a canter down the chute as well, so that's another one that I put a little bit of a negative mark on, and that's why we kind of went with the 10, who look, the best of these in the parade ring. A really gorgeous type here. This son of American Pharaoh. Not quite your typical American Pharaoh type either. Just got a little bit size and scope about him. So hopefully he can build on 2 early races where he's finished in the money and can take another step forward today. Gets stall 9. Not ideal, but not too far away from the rail. It couldn't be too far against him here. And hopefully he can run a big race. Min Mithlaha behind that very, very smart Taj Blasi, who won our big 2-year-old race this season as well. So that's a pretty good bit of form last time out. The winner of that is an absolute monster by the looks of things. So if she can get if she can run to that level again, she'll be hard to beat here, you'd imagine, and that form's definitely the strongest in this race. I thought the 6 was one you had to pick out on looks, a nice looking individual who certainly, although with a rating of only 40, I can imagine running into a place here. Remember, you've got more than enough runners to get 3 places here, so I wouldn't be too put off by a horse with a rating of 40. Sometimes horses will outrun those very lowly ratings, but I've seen El Jabtri's already gone forward, so the loading process is well underway. The pick for me is going to be the 10. The boys are fighting between the 1 and the 7. It's a fascinating race. Can Camillo get a quick fire double, or will someone else put their head above the parapet? The man to take us through it is Stephen Powell, and it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, loading quickly, as is pretty much always the case here, to be fair. They are going in there with Howie, almost a fluorescent coloured yellow jacket. And the last trio are Al-Khair, number 3, 7 Min Mitlaha, Darryl's selection in shop there, and the last one will be 10. That's Callum's selection, Sultan Al-Samawi, who will be the last one in, son of American Pharaoh. He'll go into stall number 9 and goes forward. Here we are, race 7 on the card. 3-year-olds lined up at the 1600-metre start, and they're away and racing. And a little bit slow to begin was Sultan Al-Samawi, and also missing the kick was Al-Khair, and those are the rear two, Al-Khair more noticeably so. Away well in the centre and going forward early on, we've got Sakab Al-Majd, Al-Jabati down towards the inside is right up there, Al-Nadawi not far away. Then we've got Min Mitlaha towards the outside, also looking for a prominent early position, and settling in behind them is Lil Ma'ali down on the rail towards the right there in the blue and yellow. Wider out on the course at this stage, we've got Chagrin 2 or 3 lengths away to Hawi, and then a further length and a half to the grey Khalid Al-Jud, who in turn is clear of Al-Khair, who's struggling to get involved after that awkward start. 4 of them line abreast now into the turn. After missing the kick, Sultan Al-Samawi is now ranged up 4 wide next to Min Mitlaha. Al-Jabati's down on the rail, and between them is Al-Nadawi back to 4th, but beginning to find things a bit hot. Then came the Gate turning in 5th place. Sakab Al-Majd is in 6th, and they've moved away from Lil Ma'ali as they come into the home run, and Sultan Al-Samawi sweeps into the lead and quickly puts a couple of lengths on him and Al-Jabati. Min Mitlaha's also going off in pursuit. Then back in 4th position is the Gate, and they're clear of the rest. Just picking up a little bit from the back is Chagrin, but it is Sultan Al-Samawi who's out clear by 5 lengths over Min Mitlaha. Al-Jabati, still the Gate putting in late work, but up front Sultan Al-Samawi overcoming a slow start, and he put this race to bed at the top of the home straight. He's getting tired late on, but the damage is done. Sultan Al-Samawi the winner. From Min Mitlaha in 2nd, Al-Jabati back in 3rd, and the Gate finished in 4th. Well, if you are disciples of our presenting trio and you follow them all in here and put in a 1, 2, 3, then you've got a result, because Callum's choice, 10, Sultan Al-Samawi, has won, and has won pretty well at the line, it has to be said. Quick and very nicely at the top of the straight, beating 7, that was Darryl's choice, Min Mitlaha, who plugged on well, and Tom's selection 1, Al-Jabati, was back in 3rd place. 3 lengths was the winning distance, but it was that boost of acceleration at the top of the home run that really did put the others to the sword, and they couldn't get back to Sultan Al-Samawi, who hadn't had a great run through. As I mentioned a couple of times in commentary, he had missed the break slightly and had to be rushed up to get a position to challenge, but has managed to see it out well and won by 3 lengths. 7, Min Mitlaha 2nd, 1, Al-Jabati 3rd, 11, the Gate was 4th, and 2, Al-Nadawi was back in 5th place. 3 lengths was the winning distance, 3 lengths, as Sultan Al-Samawi wins for the first time at the 3rd attempt after 2 previously promising efforts, and he was clear under Fahad Al-Faradi to win race number 7.
sometimes a horse just looks really, really good in the parade ring, and you could see that Sultan Al Mathwawi was a absolute good thing in the prelims. He was calm, collected, walked around professionally, and is a really well-muscled gelding by the top stallion in the shape of American Pharaoh, and he is won as he likes under Farhad Al Faradi, who has defeated Kamir Othmina and his brother, who rode Min Mitlaha and El Jabshi respectively. The Gate ran home to finish in fourth, and Al Nadawi in fifth, with Shagran rounding out the top six. But the race was put to bed on the turn, and although Sultan Al Samawi didn't break very quickly, they didn't go at a breakneck gallop early on. He was able to get involved and win. It's a win for the Abdul Wahed family. It's for father Abdullah Abdul Wahed, who has landed this success here. No Sard today, unfortunately. His brother Hisham is here, but no Sard to get a good word in English. But well done to Winning Connection. We chuffed a bit with that, and I think they've got a nice one on their hands. In the money in the first two starts, and now a winner on start number 3, and a really good-looking son of American Pharaoh, who looked fit and ready to do the damage today, and has done just that. Sultan Al Samawi is your winner of race number 7.
Yeah, and wonderfully found as well. It was a nice price. I think it was in the region of 10-1, Sultan Al Samawi. So we've had, what, 7 races, and I think we've had 7 different winning riders so far this afternoon. So I wonder if any doubles are on the horizon. Okay, the whole car could we with 12 different winning riders? I mean, we could.
That might be a first.
Yeah,
if we do.
but I'm sure somebody's going to double up before too long. But yeah, as Callum was saying, there are 2 good runs back in sort of November, December in this company, this 0-1 grade in the frame. I was concerned about the layoff, and maybe that was why the price was as generous as it was.
Yeah, I actually had this horse third in, which sounds like big after timing, but I promise you I did. Very well done to Callum for putting him on top. I had written down trip, ? And to be fair, he didn't finish off the race very well, but his turn of foot around the home turn put this race to bed, didn't it? Min Mithlaha and El Jabati just couldn't go with him, and that was the defining factor of this race. Good success. Brave move from Connections to put a 2-race maiden in a conditions event, trying to skip the grades, and you know, sometimes they're rewarded, sometimes they're not. Today they were. This horse has got a lot of upside. It'd be interesting to see where we see him next.
Yeah, let's have a look at it from the start, of course, because we had the odds-on favourite, didn't we? Min Mithlaha coming from a deep draw, but handy enough in the early throws.
Yeah, a couple of horses were disadvantaged by the start. Most notably, El Care, the 3, was tightened up and was immediately on the back foot. You can see him way out the back of the pack at this stage. A couple of others were also disadvantaged. Lil Mayela, the horse in the blue and the yellow on the inside, and Hawi, the 4-horse. El Jabati tries to hold his position inside, but has to be asked for effort. He's a stout stayer. He's a horse that wants to go over further, and I think today was the defining moment where Connections will be like, well, let's not run him over 1600 again, because he doesn't have the toe to quicken or to really get into the right spot. Min Mithlaha sat in the perfect position, cruised through the race, just couldn't match the eventual winner, who's on the outside in the turquoise, darker blue and white silks. This is where Farhad Al Faradi and Sultan Al Samawi starts to really put pedal to the metal, and he's about to quicken up and just demolish Min Mithlaha and El Jabati on this turn, to be honest. Go 2-3 lengths clear, and from there he was never to be caught, despite the fact that he had a wide trip today. It's a good performance, beating 2 nice types into second and third. And the Gate is the Gate. He always runs the same race.
Yeah.
Strong stayer, finishes 4th. He just plugs on at the one speed, but was never involved.
I mean, the winner was quite hard to evaluate in terms of that form, because it was some time back, but was only given a mark of 58 and has turned over horses rated, 75 and 65?
Yes. The one caveat to that is that the handicapper here can be quite lenient with horses after 2 maiden defeats. I didn't think this horse warranted a mark so low as 58. I thought he was better than that. I didn't know he was as good as he's shown today, but I thought he was better than 58. There are further examples later today, tomorrow and into Saturday, where horses have been given hefty rises for defeats in the past, but they seem to do the opposite with horses that lose in maidens. I wouldn't take that as literal.
Okay, I mean, it's a guide. They're just, in effect, somebody's opinion, aren't they? Handicap marks, official marks. But for a lot of us, it's a starting point. Now, before we move on to the next race, the Arabian Maiden, let's take you back to last weekend. It seems like probably just yesterday to you, Tom, and what you described as perhaps one of the greatest races that you've ever seen. It was the Saudi Derby. Have a look at how, Saudi Cup, I should say. Have a look at how this finish played out.
And they're away for the Saudi Cup. A little bit slow away. Ushbata Zoro. And early on it is Walk of Stars who moves forward. Romantic Warrior jumped well and just moves off the rail to get some clear daylight and avoid the kickback. Looking for Forever Young, who's broken well and is right across the field as well. Al Musmak is racing in a handy position with Defunded through the first 200. They're being followed by Ramjet, and also there is Wait to Excel. As last year, Ushbata Zoro's the one off the back end. Also towards the back at this stage is Rattle and Roll, well behind as they make their way through the first 400 metres. Forever Young in the maroon colours, but it's Al Musmak towards the outside with Defunded, and right there on the running rails, Walk of Stars. Romantic Warrior tracks them in 5th place, Pale Blue, racing on the inside of Wait to Excel, then Ramjet, wider out to the white cap of El Codigo. Factor Cheval is at the back of that leading group on the outside of Wilson Tesoro. Then behind those is Intense for Me, still a gap back to Wooden Sun. Rattle and Roll well back, and Ushbata Zoro as Romantic Warrior moves off the running rail as they approach the bend. So out in the lead, Forever Young on the outside, disputing it with Walk of Stars. Right round the outside, Romantic Warrior will be 5 wide into the turn, but he's poised under James McDonald as the big two move through. Forever Young, Romantic Warrior sweeps up on the outside for Hong Kong. They lock horns, and it's Romantic Warrior who finds most initially from Forever Young in 2nd place. The two of them are clear from Wilson Tesoro and Factor Cheval, two of the great racehorses in the world. And at the moment, Romantic Warrior holds sway. His rider looks across. Forever Young is trying to close, and he's beginning to do so. Romantic Warrior from the outside. Forever Young has got to within 3 parts of a length. Romantic Warrior, Forever Young, a race for the ages, and Forever Young rounds off a terrific night for Japan, runs down Romantic Warrior and breaks Hong Kong hearts. Back in 3rd place, Ushbata Zoro, Rattle and Roll from the back. Wilson Tesoro next with Ramjet. Then behind those, Walk of Stars dropped out. Defunded Nel Codigo.
A magical race, and capping an incredible night for Japan, of course. I think they won the last 4 races. Forever Young coming through. It looked like Romantic Warrior, the winning most horse in the world, was home. But let's have a look at it from the start, Tom, and take us through how this set up for such a wonderful play out.
Yeah, this race was phenomenal. As I say, it's one of the best, if not the best race I've ever seen live. From the start, there were already talking points, and we'll take it from the start now. And Forever Young, who was drawn out in 14, some said that was a negative, some said it was a positive. I always thought it was a positive, purely because he doesn't have the best gate speed, but when he's out in clear traffic, he's got a huge stride. Look at this move from Jockey Sakai, coming across, sitting directly in front of chief market rival Romantic Warrior, giving the horse kickback. The one question coming into the race regarding Romantic Warrior was, will he handle the surface, will he handle kickback? Well, they were testing him from the outset. They went good fractions, Walk of Stars inside, Forever Young in 2nd, in the green silks, Al Musmak and out wide Defunded. And the race really started to hot up around the home turn. But just here, as we take the full glance back through the field, look how far back Rattle and Roll, blue and white silks, 2nd last, and Ushbata Zoro are, green silks
They
last.
do run on.
They finished 3rd and 5th.
Yeah.
3rd and 5th. So the whole rest of the pace collapses, really, apart from Forever Young and Romantic Warrior, who were there from the outset.
And when Romantic Warrior does eventually go on, I mean, it looks as though the race is over and we're about to herald a huge performance, you say, first time on the dirt. However, the sting in the tail is that there was more to come from Forever Young, who won the Saudi Derby last year. And this is why it is just such an absorbing race.
All great races need battles. Battles between the 2 best horses in the contest. And we got a mix of emotions here. Forever Young was in the best position. Then here comes Romantic Warrior sweeping around the outside, going past horses as if they stood still, including Forever Young, who does quicken. You can see him draw clear of the 3rd, 4th, but is instantly on the back foot. Now here's the crucial factor. The camera will zoom in and watch Forever Young switch leads there. Horse instantly finds a different gear. He's 2 lengths down, but once Ryusi manages to switch leads, he picks up again, moves the whip from his left to the right hand, gives him one reminder, and Forever Young finds. This is a top quality dirt horse running down the best turf horse in the world. It was a thrilling finish and a great call from Richard Hoyles too.
Yeah, and that's what you need, is you need the good call to make that race stand out. Ushbata Zoro back in 3rd, who'd been 2nd last year. But I mean, they were 10 lengths and more behind, weren't they? They also ran. So they're going to meet again, of course, aren't they, in Dubai, we think, in the World Cup. And I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because Forever Young is going to go off a short price as it stands. Could Romantic Warrior extract revenge?
I am going to go out on a limb and say they won't run him.
Okay.
I think they'll go to the Dubai turf with Romantic Warrior. And the reason for that is that it's over an extra 200 metres. Forever Young's galloping in the last 200 there. And I think with any further distance, Forever Young will draw clear. I also believe that Connections have now tried the dirt. He ran great, Romantic Warrior. But equally, I think they should switch back to the turf because it's his proven track and he would probably win. Well, almost certainly win the Dubai turf. So if they do line up in the Dubai World Cup, I'll take Forever Young. But I don't think Romantic Warrior will go there, to be honest with you. And one last thing, that final time, 1:49.12 seconds. That is a stakes record over the distance here in Riyadh, previously set by Ushba Tesoro and Senor Buscador last year. Obviously, Senor Buscador won, 1:49.5. So not only was it a great visual race, not only did we see two of the best racehorses in the world, but the time matched it too.
Yeah, it just stamped its authority, didn't it? And there we are. We'll look back at more highlights from last weekend during the course of the next couple of days. But we've got to move on because there's always another race coming. It is the Arabian Maiden. It's race number 8. And here's Stephen with the full list of runners and riders.
Yeah, thank you very much, Darryl and Tom. It was a great race, wasn't it? As we move on to this 8th on today's programme, the Maiden for Arabian Horses. 4-year-olds only, 1,400 metres and a big field. 1 is I Azim, the mount of Nawaf Al Fairuz. 2 is Fawaz Eliat Najid and Hamza Saad. 3 is Giad and Abdullah Al Hussein. 4 is Khayal Al Bukhabal and Abdulaziz Al Yayesh. 5 is Kahalan Aliat Najd, the mount of Asil Al Sahani. 6 is Musab, who'll be ridden by Abdullah Al Kradis. And 7 is Nayel Hamas and Rakan Al Obeid. 8 is Nazum Al Kanon, ridden by Abdullah Al Fairuz. 9 is Obeid Al Shahania, the mount of Louis Morales. 10 is RB Slick and Tariq Al Mansour. 11 is SS Rad and Tawfiq Al Qudair. 12 Afal, ridden by Abdullah Al Lawfi. 13 is Amira Al Qasaya and Abdullah Al Sayyidi. 14 is Gara BJ and Muhammad Al Daham. 15 is Hamdaniya Al Ghaffan and Osama Al Sharani. 16 is Hatoun and Fawaz Wanas. 17 is Lady Da Violette and Tab Al Timyat. 18 is Rihanna and Abdullah Al Khamis. 19 is Saba Al Rekayat and Nawaf Al Mudiani. And 20 is Wasem, the mount of Naif Al Nazi. So that's it, all 20 runners for race number 8 with them in the parade ring. Callum is there to cast his beady eye over these Arabian horses.
Thank you, Stephen. Yes, this is one of my favourite type of races. The juvenile purebred Arabians, they are 4-year-olds here because they started their career at 3. And this is the first we'll look at. This is Nayal Hamas, the 7, 2 runs, both finishing in the money. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? We saw that in our last race and we saw the winner. Can this horse do the same? We're very much in winter coat mode, but you can understand that because it's freezing here in the parade ring today. Look, nothing to dislike about this horse. He looks really jig-joggy and ready to put the best foot forward today. But I think there are others that offer a little bit more, but a positive in the parade ring for sure. Let's go back to the 9. This is the next one we'll look at. This is Obeid Al Shahania, who we're going to have a good look at. Plenty of experience, making start number 7 today. Yeah, hasn't really finished in the money yet, but the experience should help. A lovely walker as well, this beautiful grey individual with some dappling as well, plenty to like about it. But this horse walks around very confidently and should make everybody's shortlist. Next to behind we've got Slick. I love this horse and it hurt me plenty of time. 2nd to 3 starts to go. 3rd in a small field race on penultimate start, but disappointing last time out. I think this horse has ability. You can clearly see, looks of absolute picture, doesn't he? A real strong, good-bodied individual, nice flat back, big, powerful neck, and you've got Tariq Al Mansour on the plate, taking off a kilo. Will I go in again? I probably will. Let's go back through the next one. The 15 is the next one I want to have the 12. Sorry, I apologise. The 12 is the next one I want to have a look at. The debutant here. This is a foal. This is an intriguing horse because it looks like a thoroughbred. Makes debut today. I've got no idea how well it's going to run, but on a visual, I've certainly put him on the shortlist because looks like a thoroughbred. She's a nice looking type. She's a bit long in the back. You could sit about 2 or 3 people on her, but no doubt, from a looks perspective, she'd have to make the shortlist. Now we go back to the 15. Hamdaniya Al Ghaffan. who we see here. Now, I mentioned this, and my cameraman straight away said, oh, she looks a bit skinny. I was like, you're absolutely right, Mustafa. She does look a bit skinny, but what she does on the racecourse is quite impressive. Second on debut. She's got the ring bit on here. She's looking to go one place better, and she looks magnificent in the coat, doesn't she? A little bit keen going around the parade ring, but she's not quite boiling over. I quite like her here. I think she's got every chance to go one place better on her second career start. Finally, the last one we're going to have a look at is the 18. We'll let that grey come towards us now. This is Rihanna, comes here with a rating of 72. A good third place last time out. Got the hood on, that hood will stay on. And is just walking around, handling everything incredibly well. Good strong connections in this purebred Arabian game and should be hard to beat on ratings, but there could be some other horses who are a little bit less exposed than this 12-time starter on a horse who's making the 12th career start today. The pick for me will be Slick, but keep an eye out for the 12 as well on debut. But I like 10 Slick, once bitten, many times shy.
Yeah, Slick is interesting, of course. 8 to 1 in the betting. Third choice at the moment. The top end of the market is pretty tight between Hamdania Al Ghafran at 7 to 4 and the 18 Rihanna at 11 to 4 and 8 to 1. Bar those, which way are you stepping, Tom, in this race?
None of those.
None of those.
But I do have some of them in my top 3. So I've got Slick, the 10 horse down to finish third, and I've also got Rihanna, the 18, as my second best in. I've got the 7 on top here. That is Nael Hamas. Had the 2 outings. Battled really well to finish second over course and distance on the debut. That was a big tick in the box. And when I watched that replay, I was kind of taken by him. And I think that was enough to sway me, regardless of what happened next time. Just purely because I think a repeat of that runner-up effort that he showed first time up would be good enough to go very close in this race. Now, last time he ran 5th, that was over 1,600 metres. Maybe he just wasn't suited by that distance. Switching back to 1,400 now, should go forward. Imagine he'll be on the pace, and that's a huge positive in an Arabian horse maiden because half of these won't be able to run with speed. So I think everything's there for Nael Hamas. It's just whether he can kind of get back to his debut effort. And he's 10 to 1, so he's a good enough price for me, Dal. Yeah,
listen, he's a great price, isn't he? Say two decent runs. We should talk about the favourite, shouldn't we? Because it's not dissimilar to, well, it's kind of the same route to Fertau, i.e. has had a long time off the race course, won a maiden back end of the season last year, 29th of February, not been seen since. Favourite for a reason or a force favourite? I mean, 75 rated, so I suppose you've got to take that into account.
Not a false favourite because, as you say, the rating's good, but she's only run once. Now, I reckon she's definitely been racing elsewhere because you can only get a rating after 2 outings, and she's only got 1 on the race card, so she must have raced somewhere else.
That's interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
Obviously, she should have lost because she's able to still run in the maiden, but yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a piece of form that we don't know about. But anyway, on that second place finish, that came over 1,200 metres last February. She's shaped okay. But she does draw wide today. Owner-trainer Najil Al-Kabani and trainer Nawaf Al-Gashayan, they don't have great strike rates. But obviously this filly is capable of running, so I'm not so sure what she's done in the interim.
Yeah, difficult to weigh up, but the market is solid. Of course, Osama Al-Shirani on board. We're talking about no jockey having had a second winner yet. He may be the first, the claiming rider. I'm in the camp with Callum with Slick though, the 10 here, who's run well in certainly in an open race last time, finished third on that occasion. 67, been sort of higher, been a bit lower. But it's that last one that catches the eye as they make their way down. Is it time for a selection for the weekend from Shanghai? Because this is what Vimal has just sent in. He says this Sunday, Invitation Cup at Shanghai. Rakalino, he said, written by, I don't know the first name unfortunately, but the initial is A. Sandesh, who will be favoured, he says, was in the Bangalore Derby and the Mumbai Derby winner as well. So you got it here first. Yeah. Ranquilino in Chennai at the weekend. Thank you, Vimal. We will try and keep across that. I love that. It's international.
Is our Indian expert.
Yeah.
I remember I was here, well, I've been here for a while now, but I think 3 or 4 weeks ago, and Vimal was in the comments.
Oh, was he? Yeah.
Telling us that Asheen Murphy was going over to ride one. Didn't end up winning, but Asheen did win a race on the undercard. So, yeah, thank you very much, Vimal. Unfortunately, my Indian racing knowledge is not great, so I couldn't tell you if that horse will win or not. But if you like it, that's enough for us.
No, I mean, wherever you are, if you're interested, try and find the race somewhere, and we will report back, of course. And Bala has been on. I fancy one in the last race. No joy for Bala there with his selection. But thank you very much for getting in touch, and please continue to do so. Market is quite quiet here. Not seeing
Unsurprising.
Yeah. I mean, it's tricky, isn't it? It's a tough one.
Very tough.
These Arabian maidens are difficult to try and evaluate. We've got another one to come, of course, later on for the fully older horses. These are all 4-year-olds. Any that you had in your sort of shortlist that we haven't touched upon?
Well, let's talk more about Rihanna, and then there is one other that I do want to talk about.
Yeah, we should talk about Rihanna, who's exposed but's got a decent figure. So.
Yeah, I've got her second in. She's rated 72. She is the form setter. You can just see her walking through shot there in the green and white stars. The same silks as Rakud Al Ansari, who runs, I believe, tomorrow. She's consistent. That's what you can say about her. But she's drawn wide in 19. Maybe she's kind of reached the limit of her talent. But even if she runs to mark of 72 here, I think she'll be in the frame. My one concern with her is that she hasn't really been shaping as if she wants this drop in distance. I think she's better suited to a little bit further. So fascinating to see with her, and she's probably the solid option that many people will side with. The one that I've got down for 4th, I don't know whether I just left this favourite out of my 4 because I wasn't sure about the rating after just one run or what. But anyway, I left the favourite out, and instead I put the 2 horse in 4th. Now, Fawaz Aliat Najid is currently 16-1, rated 62, but has form figures of duck egg. So you're thinking, wow, why is this horse in the
But it's
top
been in
4?
opens, hasn't it? Now
Been
it's
running
maiden,
opens.
so better company dropping down.
And that was enough to put the
It
horse
could be
in
enough.
4th.
It could be enough.
Yeah.
Draw 17 is the other consideration. But,
Also looks nice there though, noseband on the outside. It kind of looks thoroughbred rather than Arabian, which is what we were talking about really with Talal Al-Khaladir on the weekend. He very much looks as a physical like a thoroughbred. Yeah, this 2 horse does as well.
yeah, he of course continues to deliver. What's the strike rate now? It's
15 from 17.
something like that.
Yeah.
I think it is 15 from 17 actually. But incredible.
Great
So,
Arabian.
Yeah.
Probably, it'd be interesting to see if he is the best Arabian on the planet. There is one in France, isn't there? I can't remember his name, but Crystal Simeon rides him. He's unbeaten so far. I think it would be between Talal and this French horse.
Do you think they could ever meet?
Well, here would have been the perfect time
It would
to
have
do
been,
so.
wouldn't it? The opportunity was there, wasn't it?
Yeah, maybe not, but we'll see.
Okay, right. We're going to wrap up selections before we go back to Callum and to Steve. And so Slick for me, number 10.
Nael Hamas, the 7 for me.
Okay, Callum. I think we know that you are Slick.
Slick by name, slick by nature. That's how I would describe myself, and that is why we're going with Slick here. Horse number 10 has let me down plenty of times before, but has bumped into a few smart ones in the past, and hopefully doesn't bump into another one today. A foul is the one I'd really encourage people to keep an eye on. That's the 12 coming out of stall 1. Abdullah Al-Orfi on board, tick in a purebred Arabian contest. He's looking for a double. Doesn't look like a purebred Arabian, tick. French bred, tick. Plenty to like about a foul here, who I think on debut might be dangerous. And remember, it doesn't necessarily mean that this is their debut. They may have been running at other places. Always good to check the jockey bookings on these ones. So if the 12 does win, I will have pointed you all in the semi-right direction. But on form and looks, I'm going to go with Slick. This looks like an ideal opportunity. Has let me down before, but we'll be hoping for more success here. The 7 makes perfect sense, a very similar sort of background to the winner of our last race, run twice, looking to make a win on 3rd time lucky. And I thought the 15 probably had the best of the coats in this field. She is a good-looking individual, Hamdania Al Ghafran, who is certainly one you'd want to keep on the right side of, having finished 2nd on debut. But the pick for me is the 10. Darren and I teaming up once again, and Tom Collins likes the 7. Stephen Powell, they are loading nice and quickly. I think the 7 might be just getting a little bit ahead of himself there, so we'll leave it all up to you in the commentary box.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, they are loading these Arabian bred maidens then at the 1400 metre start. We've got 7 debutants in the field having their first competitive outing. Numbers 4, 5 and 6 and 11, 12 and 13 and 16 as well. Last couple are coming forward. They are Obeid Al Shahani at 9 and 11 Rad. Also 19 Sabah Al Rekayat is out of line. There is Rad, number 11. And Rad being eased in. Not very happy about it, Rad. He is one of the newcomers. Tawfiq Al-Qudair is in the saddle. In the background there, 9 Obeid Al Shahania, 0 from 6 so far. Louis Morales waiting to go into stall 20, drawn widest of all. Out in the King Abdul Aziz car park in box 20. And Sabah Al Rekayat waiting to go forward, I think, as well. Rad, under persuasion from the handlers, is taking some steps forward and is put forward. And I think we're just about ready. Full field of 20 lined up. And racing, off they go, jumping away then over the 1400 metre trip. Bit of a ragged start. Looks as though Kalian Ali Najd was one of the slowest into stride, and also Rad is out towards the back early on, as too is Sabah Al Rekayat. Those up front include Hayal Al Buhabadil, who's right up there, Garaz right up there as well, and the red jacket towards the outside showing good pace is Hamdania Al Gefran. Not too far off the speed is Nail Hamas in this front rank as well, and Afal also coming through on the rail and might just about be in front now. So Afal, the leader from Gara, out 3 wide of those is Nail Hamas. Then in 4th, just dropping back a little bit, is Hamdania Al Gefran. They're being tracked through by Hayal Al Bukhabel, and then making up 1 or 2 places between runners is Almira Al Qusaya, and also Slick is on the move onto the heels of the leaders as well. Further back on the outside is Obeid Al Shahani, top of the home straight now, and the one in front is Afal, opened up by 2 lengths to Garar in 2nd. In 3rd is Nayal Hamas, then 4th, getting up the inside is at a nice run as Slick. Out wider of those, winding up a little is Obeid Al Shahania, and wider still is Fawaz Eliat Najid from the back, running on very strongly down the outside. It's Afal with the lead from Slick. Slick trying to get to Afal. Fawaz Eliat Najid is the one 3rd place as they come inside the 200. Afal's having to dig deep here as Slick is putting in a persistent challenge. He's slowly closing the gap. Afal is flat out on the far side. Slick closing all the way. Afal looking to cling on. Afal saw off Slick. They were clear from Fawaz Eliat Najid, and then came in 4th place Nayel Hamas. Well, Afal was flat to the boards there under Abdullah Al-Orfi, but made a winning debut, number 12 on the card. First time out for this filly, and boy was she brave. Did she respond well to the urgings of her rider? Because number 10, Slick, who was the choice of both Callum and Darrell, really was trying very hard to get on terms and did close the gap, but so slowly was the erosion of the deficit that the line came in time for Afal and Abdullah Al-Orfi, who rides another winner on the card. Half a length between the pair. Back in 3rd was Fawaz Eliat Najid, who ran on from the back. Nayal Hamas was always fairly prominent, number 7 in 4th, and Hatun has made some late progress, another debutant to take a 5th place. There were plenty of those who never got involved, really, to be honest, but Afal was always fairly well to the fore, and her first appearance on the racecourse is a winning one as she bravely sees off Slick in a driving finish to the first of our Arabian bred maidens.
Afal has won on debut under Abdullah Al-Orfi, and ladies have cracked the code for 4-year-old purebred Arabians. Pick the horse that looks like a thoroughbred, with a standout in the parade ring because she did look very thoroughbredy. You'll get a nice close-up view of her as she comes in under Abdullah Al-Orfi. She had plenty of speed from gate 1, was green as grass around the turn, caused a bit of a concertina effect around the bend when she started running around, but she got the lead in front, and then the at Pick Slick, running an absolute stormer, snuck up the rail and was unable just to get by, and has given Abdullah a double on the day. So well done if you went with Afal. I'm going to take a little bit of credit, as I said before she loaded up. If she wins, and I've guided you towards her, I will take a little bit. She looks like a thoroughbred, and she has run like a thoroughbred against these purebred Arabians. How good she is, probably good in the grand scheme of things, but this is the race that she's won. She's defeated Slick, who's a decent enough performer, 67 rated horse, and she's done it in good style, clinging on right at the end. But boys, just pick the one that looks like a thoroughbred.
The system is so simple that I suppose that was one way of doing it, and if you did, you'll be richly rewarded with Afal, who was one of 7 debutants, I think, in the field. And if you're on Slick, I mean, if the race had carried on another furlong, was Slick ever going to go to the front?
No, doesn't want to go by. He looked like he was going to win, top of the turn.
Did, yeah. There was
didn't
hope,
go by.
But
Yep, didn't fancy it. And I think that's kind of just Slick. That's what he does. Nevertheless, he ran well. I don't think you can really be too negative about him. You can see he's just launching his challenge with the blue blinkers in second place here. Eventual winner is always in the lead, really. Abdullah Al-Orfi out in front. She doesn't really know what she's doing, the winner. She's got head up in the air, albeit these are Arabians, of course. Head up in the air, she switches leads twice. She'll watch her legs in a second. She'll switch them any minute now. And she kind of loses balance when she does so. But Abdullah will get her, there we go. That was a very quick lead change. Abdullah will get her back on stride. And look, I don't think she's had to fend off a horse that wanted to win. And the rest, probably much for muchness. The one positive about Afal coming into the race was that she's by Almortajes. Almortajes was a 10-time Group 1 winner, won 12 of his 17 outings, and was once rated the highest Arabian horse in the world. So the pedigree was there from the
so that's
side.
encouraging maybe going forward then, is it?
Yeah, potentially. And she's big and she's raw, so there's every reason to suggest that she's open to a lot of improvement. She also gallops nicely. I like her stride rather than some of these are a bit wonky, but she's not wonky.
She had a nice draw on the inside. You can see she's moving up, isn't she? Hamdania Al-Ghafarn, who's in the red silks, there was sort of dropped out of it fairly quickly, the favourite.
It was a very short price. We were saying that she must have run somewhere else since and lost.
Yes.
Well, because she had a rating after just one run. Yeah, she ran no race today. Up with the speed until the turn and then game over. The other 2 speed horses, Gara, who lasted a fair amount of time, and my pick, Nael Hamas, who eventually finished 4th, they ran okay, but they just weren't able to match the winner. The other protagonists came from slightly off the speed, didn't they? Slick, who had the rail run throughout, and also the 3rd place finisher, Fawaz Ilat Najid, who I did give a good mention to, I hope, at the start, 16-1. I think he ran the best race of all, because he missed the kick.
Okay, yeah.
He was 6 wide on the turn. You can see him there with the noseband out wide, white cap. And he still managed to finish 3rd, only beaten 4 lengths at the wire. In a similar race next time, the 2 horse will be the one that I will be taking.
Yeah, he's done well, hasn't he? Because he had a hard draw and he'd run in those opens, hadn't he? So, yeah, there's a maiden there, hopefully.
I definitely think so. And he's going to be overlooked next time because of the form figures and connections as well. I wouldn't be giving up on Fawaz Ilat Najid by any means.
Okay, so there we are. That was the Arabian race. Take away that winner, maybe take away that 3rd going forward. Now we're going to go back because we're going to have a look now at the Saudi Derby that I was keen to show a little bit earlier on. They sent off Myriad Love as the favourite at 9-4. Wasn't really going to be involved, unfortunately, but this is how it all panned out.
leads. Here's Richard. They're off and racing then in the Grade 3 Saudi Derby. Bit of pace on early. Big white face of Shin Forever moving forward, but can't hit Myriad Love. The filly showing blazing speed early on. Shin Forever in second place and Mistress third. So the Japanese 1, 2, 3 as Shin Forever moves to the lead past Myriad Love. Racing in third place we have Mistress, a brisk early gallop. Cyclone State in the blue and yellow colours, racing on the outside of the yellow jacket of Giustino. From that inside gate, Golden Vicoma and Apples and Bananas quite well behind, taken towards the outside by his rider Dylan Brown McMonagle to avoid the kickback, but he's well back early on as Shin Forever it is who leads them towards the turn out of the back straight. Leading Myriad Love in second place, hanging slightly Mistress, as moving amongst horses Golden Vicoma has made good ground into fourth place. At this stage, Cyclone State wide on the track being ridden with Giustino as they make the turn. Out in the lead it is Shin Forever who has the advantage. Myriad Love, Golden Vicoma and Mistress, and this quartet remain clear from Mahali, and they turn in now with 350 metres to travel, and out in the lead Shin Forever has kicked from the front. Shin Forever by 2 lengths. Golden Vicoma, the UAE Guineas winner, is out after the leader. Mistress is in third place, and they've now moved on. Out in the lead Shin Forever still has the advantage. Driven to try and challenge is Golden Vicoma. They are 4 lengths clear from Mahali, and Mistress still trying to get to the leader. Shin Forever is Golden Vicoma who's edging closer. Time running out, 150 metres out. Golden Vicoma coming alongside Shin Forever. Golden Vicoma, but Dubai will win the Saudi Derby in the hands of Connor Beasley. One of the locals got up their sleeves. Here's Richard.
Myriad Love, because Myriad did factor early on, but will soon drop away to get examined after the race. But we were going to get a good finish again, Shin Forever and Golden Vicoma, and we should keep an eye on Mahali as well, shouldn't we? Who makes plenty of late headway.
Yeah, it was a really good race. Perhaps this didn't have the depth that we've seen in Saudi Derbies in the past, especially last year when Forever Young beat Bucandano. We don't need to talk about Forever Young, but Bucandano's a proper Group 1 horse as well, and Bentinato, the other US challenger, was in third. This year, I don't think we'll see many Group 1 horses come out of this. Nevertheless, it was still a very good race. Golden Vicoma, who won the UAE 2000 Guineas coming into the race, didn't have the best of trips coming into the turn there, but once he got some free space, he was able to show his best and managed to run down the Japanese horse who's currently in the lead and got the best trip. Mahali ran great for Mahali.
Yeah, it's made up such a lot of ground on Ricardo Ferreira, who obviously is not with us now for the rest of the season here, but we heard from Famer earlier on. I mean, he sure was delighted with the run of Mahali.
It was huge. And he also had another horse entered in the race who didn't run, Mahal, who I know Al Dahani thinks is better than Mahali, so I think that horse would have gone close at a massive price. But anyway, this is all about Golden Vicoma and Shin Forever. Big duel up the straight. I didn't think Golden Vicoma was going to go by here because he's on the wrong lead and he's hanging left, and Connor's doing everything he can on board to keep him straight. Look, he hangs under the whip here as well, but Shin Forever's, unfortunately for the Japanese challengers, out on his limb, and this is kind of energy gone. Golden Vicoma goes by, and it's game over.
Yeah, look, it was a rare moment when Japan were turned over, but they had a great day, as we know. Golden Vicoma, you mentioned Forever Young won this race last year, went on to win the UAE Derby. I'm guessing that will be a big ask for Golden Vicoma to follow up or not?
Maybe, but he did win the UAE 2000 Guineas, so you'd suggest that he could be the best of the UAE crop, let alone the best that was over here. I don't think this race had much depth in it, but that shouldn't take too much away from him. Look, he's not a standout in a division. He won 2 great races, UAE 2000 Guineas and the Saudi Derby. But he's not this horse that looks bomb-proof. It'll be interesting to see how he develops from between now and the UAE Derby. But he's a nice type. Some of the others in behind were pretty disappointing.
Yeah, horses like Apples and Bananas, Cyclone State were fancy, weren't they? But didn't really shine. 101 the mark of the winner. I mean, the 107 the runner-up. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, and I'm sure there'll be representation in the Derby, the UAE Derby, at the beginning of April. But yeah, good finish again.
Yeah, and huge for Connor Beasley as well.
Massive, yeah.
Yeah, good jockey in the UK, but hasn't been given too many opportunities over the years. Switching out to Dubai, gets on board some great horses, and big prize pot for him.
Isn't that the great thing, though, about the international racing scene these days, particularly in the winter for those of us who are Europeans, that obviously jockeys are coming over to this part of the world and getting a chance to shine. And Connor is, he's one of many good examples who've been able to really make an impact and then get those kind of opportunities.
Absolutely. I mean, we could list plenty here. Tiger O'Shea, albeit he's slightly different, but he's been out here for a long
time. Yeah.
Thorham Hansen had a ride
yes.
here on Saturday last week. He used to be a Richard Hannon and didn't get the ride. So, yeah, I completely agree. Coming out to the Middle East, picking up some really nice horses is a great way to go for jockeys who are maybe not achieving what they want to in Europe.
Yeah, and a lot of the time, of course, Tom, it does come down to, people sometimes will put jockeys into sort of subsections and say, well, that jockey's not quite in that league. Often it's not getting that opportunity, isn't it? Is it? And you get a good horse to ride, and you prove that you can do it. So
absolutely. And Ryusu Sakai is a prime example. Wasn't considered the top tier in Japan. Now he's got Forever Young. Look at him thrive.
Yeah, what a weekend he had, of course. Right, we're going to move back to the live action this afternoon here in Riyadh. It is race number 9. It's a local bred fillies and mares handicap, and we've got a chunky field for Stephen to voice.
Yes, chunky is one way to describe it, I think, Darryl, for this fillies and men's handicap over 1,600 metres, local breds only. Number 1 is Al-Haz Al-Karim, the mount of Muhammad Al-Daham. 2 is Tenol, ridden by Wael Al-Habsi, who claims 4 kilos. 3 is Entahad and Esther Al-Shamari, claiming 3 kilos. 4 is Naya and Rakun Al-Abaid, who claims 2. 5 is Zawahir and Fawaz Wanas. 6 is Rasheka, the mount of Tariq Al-Mansour, claiming 1. 7, Amirat Al-Nafoud is the mount of Tab Al-Timyat, also claiming 1. 8, Halat, ridden by Adel Al-Faradi. 9 is Talamia and Camillo Ospina. 10, Wardat Al-Always and Abdullah Al-Sayyidi, claiming 1. Scratch the 11. 12, Bint Always and Ryan Al-Taresh. 13 is Shark Darfour and Sultan Al-Mamoni, claiming 2. 14, Tatul Al-Gayam, the mount of Abdullah Al-Khamis, claiming 1. 15, Kaltar and Osama Al-Sharani, claiming 2. 16 is Moat Astamar and Mohammed Al-Yami, claiming 2. 17, Al-Sil Al-Faz, ridden by Abdullah Al-Kradis. Scratch 18. 19 is Mabrukat Najd and Naf Al-Mudiani. 20 is Makani and Abdullah Al-Hussein, claiming 1. 21 is Deauville, ridden by Tawfiq Al-Qudair. Scratch 22. 23 is Sakha and Mukrin Al-Tamimi, and scratch 24 as well. So 20 runners, full field, going once again. Race number 9, and the fillies and mares are in the paddock. So's Callum.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Yeah, we'll start with the 4. This is Naya. She's a lovely looking individual, isn't she? Gorgeous, nearly white filly, but she's getting very revved up in the parade ring. She's not sweating up quite yet. She's a bit warm on her neck, but she looks in fantastic shape, doesn't she? She's got 2 duck eggs next to her name in her last 2 starts. This is a bit easier, dropping into 0 to 70 company now with a mark of 68. She'd have every chance to go well today. You just want her to be a little calmer in the parade ring. Let's drop all the way back to the 8th. This is the Red Stables runner, Halat, 65 rated filly, who's only had the 2 starts. I know Darryl is a big fan of hers, and I think Tom is on the same page, and I will join you on the same page. I think she looks in really good shape. She's done very little wrong in the career so far, and she looks like a beautiful, well-muscled individual who's handling the prelims in really good style. You can see she's not carrying any condition. She'll be looking to give the Red Stable their first winner of the day. They've been unlucky so far. Hopefully they can get the head in front today. Let's drop back now to the 9. I love this. This is Talamia. She was a winner last time out and building on a very good run of results here. She just improved with every start. Look at her. She is gorgeous. Really nice looking type here. She's going to be partnered by Camillo Ospina, who's looking for a second win today. And she does fill the eye, doesn't she? Strong girl, big walker, big mover. And she might be slightly undervalued at marker 65. 0 to 70 looks very dangerous for her as the bell continues to go. Let's drop back one more to the 10. Wada always goes for connections that we know do well in these type of races. This is a horse who still has had plenty of experience, but is trending in the right direction. 5th 2 starts ago and 2nd last time out. Similar company to this. You'd have to have this one on the shortlist. A really nice type. In behind is the 12. Love the 12. Bint Always. Absolutely cantered to victory last time out in really good style with a really, really nice winner. Hasn't quite shown that same amount of form in 2 starts since, but there's plenty of ability there, and you'd be hoping that Rayan Altaresh, who's just jumping on now, can get a good spin out of Bint Always. She's an intriguing prospect, and back against her own sex, I think she'd have every single chance. Finally, we'll look at the 14. That's the last one we'll take a peep at. That's Tatul Al Gayam, who's just coming towards us now. Tatul Al Game, I should say. She's a lovely type as well. She looks great in her coat. She's a really well put together individual, and she's got a lovely walk, Mustafa. Let's focus on that walk. She's got an absolutely beautiful mover. She looks in good shape as well. Plenty to like about her. And remember, she was a winner last time out as well. It would be no surprise if she went 2 from 2. But the pick for me of the paddock will be the 9, Talamea. That is the one I'm going for today. I still think she's improving a little bit.
Yeah, I've got the words improving on my card. It's going to be Callum's paddock pick. And if you're making your mind up about Talamea, well, here's some form to consider. This was back on the 6th of February. And it's going to go on and land this prize. First one, I think, quickening away in the end.
Yeah, it does it well for the White Stable. We've already seen the White Stable have a winner today. I've got this horse second in today, this mare, but she seems to be improving at the age of 5, and I like her battling qualities. That's the one thing she possesses. Characteristic, wanting to win. She's a daughter of Premium Tap, and the White Stable have done great with Premium Taps over the last few years, despite the fact they don't seem to have many still racing for them, actually. She has every chance of winning today. She drops back in distance. Not sure about that.
This is Wardat Always, who is always, well, not always, but often there and thereabouts. Only won once, but this is a good run to finish second. You can see Amarat Anafu was also involved.
Yeah, I don't see this form being reversed, so I think Wardat Always is the better of the two that you're watching in this clip. He comes from way off the, comes from way off the pace and eventually picks up some pieces in finishing second. I believe that's Bint Mastering that wins the race under Estil Al-Sahani. The one problem with Wardat Always is that she's 1 from 28. Is that enough to warrant support? I don't know.
If you didn't know that and you were just watching that in isolation, you'd look at that piece of film and go, which horse is that next time?
Absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, 1 from 28, up £5 as well for that defeat, I believe. So how are they betting here? Well, they're making Wardat Always at 7 to 1. Talamea is second favourite, 100 to 30, but it's Halat who is the favourite, who I do like, Halat. I said to you earlier, I mean, I'm not in the sort of league you were in terms of the strength of a nap, but if I had to have a nap, I would go with Halat, and the reason being is that she ran well in a Phillies Open last time, and she was not beaten far behind a horse rated 85, and I mean, she's rated 65. I think, therefore, that gives her a chance. She could be ahead of the mark potentially.
Completely agree with you. And this, do you remember earlier when I said there was the horse that won that had 2 starts, and I said the handicap is not always right with the initial mark. I was saying that because I was remembering Halat later on.
That was an example, yeah.
She's had 2 starts. She warrants a mark way above 65. And as you say, she wasn't beaten by a horse rated £20 higher. Wasn't beaten far by.
And the great thing, of course, is this is a ceiling mark of 70. So you've got no horses in that. Well, I mean, there might be others that are equally well handicapped.
But not many. Most of these are thoroughly exposed, right? They've all had, well, not all, but Talamea's had 6 starts, Nea's had 6 starts, Tenol's had 7, but all the others are thoroughly exposed, apart from maybe the 20 horse, Magani, who's got no chance on form. So I think she's unexposed, I think she's well handicapped, and I've been impressed with both of her starts, especially the debut where she ran out a really impressive victor over 1,200 metres. This trip is right for her. She draws well, she gets to Del Alfaredi. I'm with you. I'm not super confident. You're probably more confident than I am actually in this spot, just because of the big field and you never really know what to expect, but I have her on top as well.
Well, that's positive. I'll take that. I'll take that. Who else have you got in the reckoning?
Surprisingly, the 3 horses that we've shown in the VT. Yeah, I've got Talamea in second, which I think the market has as well, just purely because she's equally unexposed and has some ability. And then third and fourth, I've got Amira Al Nafud and Wardat Always, who ran in that VT. Both were finishing well, which I think is going to be a strong suit in a race of this nature. And both of whom haven't been drawn nicely today, in 10 and 16 respectively, but they should be running on strongly in a race that doesn't really appeal otherwise. Long story short, Halat is the only one in here with like a squiggle. She's probably better than the remainder of the field. She just has to go out and prove it. All the others are much of muchness to my eye, apart from Talamia, who wants further.
Yeah, I mean, there are some sort of unexposed types, aren't there, or less exposed types. The top one, for example, Al Karim has only had the 8 runs, has won off a 75, is now rated 69. I don't know whether the horse is in that sort of form, probably isn't, but he's got the form in the book. That would be another one that I could include.
Yeah, but the draw in 20.
20, yeah, it's a bit of an
concern.
atrocious draw, isn't it, to deal with, yeah. That's a big negative, isn't it?
Also, what's she done better than Halat has so far in her career? She's rated 69. Halat's rated 65. I think Halat's achieved more.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that I can have the one on top of the 8. I'm looking for horses that might figure in the finish or could factor in the placing, certainly. Down at the start then, if you've got a strong view or just a sort of weak view even, a moderate view on this race, and you want to let everybody know, then you know where we are on the JCSA YouTube page. You can message in, use the comments section. It comes to us instantaneously. We can get your thoughts out before we go back to Stephen for the commentary, if you're quick, of course. Yeah, locally breds then. So we're going to lock in selections, aren't we? So Halat for me, the 8.
Same for me as well.
Okay, 8 twice over here. Callum.
Yeah, they are down at the start ahead of race number 9 here today. We are rattling through the card today, aren't we? Filly the Mayor's Contest, 0 to 70. The pick for me is the 9. Just in shot now, as if by magic. In shot now, she's gorgeous, isn't she? Talamea. I think she is just going the right way. Still fairly unexposed in comparison to a lot of these. Obviously not quite as unexposed as Halat, who comes here on only her 3rd career start, handicap debut. It's a good little race this. I do like these fillies and mares contest. We've just seen the 14 and the 12 go through short. That's Tatul Al Game, the 14. She was a good winner last time out, looked really good in the prelims. Abdullah Kamis on board, taking off 1 kilo as well. And you saw Bint Always, she's a gorgeous strapping mare, Bint Always, and I cannot stress how well she won 3 starts ago, when absolutely cantering in a handicap similar to this. I'm almost certain it was against her own sex as well. It was a good performance, and hopefully she will be able to put her best foot forward today. Hasn't found things easy since then. 6th last time out and well beaten. Sorry, 6th on penultimate start and well beaten last time out. So you'll be hoping that now, down at a mark of 63, she'd be quite dangerous here. Ray and Alteration on board as well. Good jockey booking too. As the boys have said about WIYADH, they're always a really nice looking horse. Another one who walks straight into short, as I say it. Well done, camera team. Good mover, good looking horse, but her record is patchy to say the least, but she is trending in the right direction. She's been banging on the door recently. A few towards the bottom end didn't quite get a good look at, but none of them really blew me away too much, as we're just seeing them down, just trying to get my race card in order. I wanted to give a shout out to, did Deauville sneak around in here? If she did, she's a fun one to follow. She's taken a long time to get going, but she's just beginning to get her act together and work out how to win races. On start number 15, she's got a criminally low rating of 54, and you think really 0 to 60s, 0 to 55 could be where she's at her strongest, but I'm going to stick with the 9 here. I think you're happy with Camille on board. You're happy getting a little bit of weight from some of the rivals as well. And I think you can pick holes in some of the top ones. I'd be intrigued to see Naya, that's the 4, still jig-jogging through the start. And you'd just be slightly concerned that she might just be running her race. You can see she's getting really worked up. She might just be running her race before she goes in, but it's a fascinating contest. There's plenty to like about lots of them, but I'm going to stick with the 9 here. And Stephen, it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, they are loading for race number 9. These fillies and mares, locally bred handicap to 0 to 7 to the over 1,600 metres. Vast majority of them are in already. Callum was touching on number 21, Deauville there, who's one of a handful in this field who've not won before. 4 of the 20 runners bidding for a first success. here in race number 9 on the card. There's a 5, Zawahir, who's in shot. That's the one with the red cap going forward. Halat, who's the choice of both Darrell and Tom, is one of the last ones to go in. So too is Rashika, number 6. I think Rashika into stall 1, which will be nearest the camera, is going to be the last one there in the green and white stars. Once Halat has consented to go in, which she hasn't done yet. Just getting a final shove from the handlers to go into stall 2. And that allows Rashika to go into 1 under Tariq Al Mansour. There we go. 20 fillies and mares all set at the 1600 metre start, and they're away and racing. One of them that was a bit slow to begin out the back was Zawahir, who's out towards the rear early on. Also another one out towards the back is Mabrukat Najd, and so too is Deauville and Asil Al-Faz. Up front going fast is Naya, going straight up into the lead, pressed by Entahad in second place, and out wider in third is Tatul Al-Game. They're followed back on the inside in fourth by Rashika, who's racing alongside McCartney. They're being tracked next in the field by Tenol, then came Shark Darfour. Very wide on the course is Al-Khaz Al-Karim. The next wave of runners sees Kaltar being tracked by Halat, who's right in the mid-division at this point. He's got plenty of running on from Wadat Always. Then came Bint Always, who's towards the ring, Deauville. So too is Mabata Samar, who's got plenty on with Mabrukat Najd, turning back towards the home straight. And into the lead goes towards the outside. Coming through to take it up, it's Tatul Al-Game who goes on. Tatul Al-Game pursued by Entahad in second. Now off in pursuit here on the outside, making some good headway is Talamea, and it's Talamea who's going after the leader, Tatul Al-Game. These two have raced right away. Makan is running on further back from the rear of the field, and so too is Bint Always. But up front, we've got a good battle on the far side. Tatul Al-Game now ranging up is Talamere on the near side, and Talamere's taken it up inside the 200 and is beginning to go on in the hands of Camillo Ospina. Is going to be another winner for him as Talamere goes on to follow up that win last time out, edging away at the line. She's won it by 2 lengths, maybe 2 1/4. Back in second was Tatul Al-Game. Flashing home was Wadat Always. Then further back in fourth was Halat, ahead of Bint Always. Another winner for Callum on today's card, and Camillo Ospina as well. They're both having a very good day, aren't they? And Talamea, who'd, well, steadily improving each start before winning last time out for the first time, is duly followed up here. His daughter of Premium Tap stayed on well to get the better of 14 Tatul Al-Game, who'd made a bid for glory off the home turn, but has been caught and comfortably beaten in the end. 10 Wadat Always was third, 12 Bint Always running on behind those in fourth place, and Halat, probably as close to the front as she got, was when crossing the line in fifth place. So 9, 14, 10, 12, 8, the provisional order. 2 3/4 lengths was the winning distance for Talamea, who's now won 2 of her 7 races, and those 2 wins have been her last 2 starts. So 2 winners for her and 2 winners for the man on board, Camillo Ospina.
Yes, we have Telemia is your winner of race number 9, this local bred fillies handicap, and Talal bin Sharaim, as if by magic, walks towards me now. You'll be very happy with her performance.
Yes, alhamdulillah, she ran very well, and I hope inshallah she will continue in this same level inshallah.
She is improving at a lovely rate. She's getting better and better with experience.
Yes, I think when she gets older, she ran very well, and I hope inshallah she will be in good filly inshallah, a good mare inshallah next season inshallah.
And last weekend wasn't very easy for a lot of the local runners because there were some really exciting horses from overseas. But Baldy Porto ran in the turf race, and I thought ran well for a very long way, and was sort of run out of things towards the end.
Alhamdulillah, the last week is big race and big week. Baldy Porto, I think it's a tough race with him. Yes, there is too many good horses in his race, but inshallah he will improve in the future. But we need to improve our quality horses inshallah in the future inshallah.
Well, hopefully that improvement will come and you can celebrate more like this winner right here. Go ahead and
thank you, I appreciate you. Thank you.
No problem at all. Very grateful for Talal bin Sharaim taking the time to talk to us, because obviously the horse has come in and we will be looking to just capture the moment of these winning connections as well. But this is a good performance from our winning horse. As we mentioned in the prelims, she's just improving and she looked fantastic in the parade ring. And what a race as well for the paddock picks. Tatula Game finishing in second, Wada always running on for third, Bint always in fourth, and Halat in fifth. All got a very good mention early on, and then the one, Aidan Al Kraim, finishing down in sixth. I think the form of this race is probably good enough at this level. I don't know how good she'll be, but she's certainly a horse that will improve in time. And although the eventual second ended up getting quite a bit of a run on them, she did get reeled in the end. And the form of the top two horses were both winners last time out. Probably a race we can look back on in a decent light. But let's get a word from our winning jockey, Camillo Ospina, who's just weighing in. Once he weighs in, he'll hand over his saddle to his trusty assistant. He's been given the all clear, saddle goes over, and he will join us now. Camillo, that's 2 wins today for you. That must feel very nice.
Thanks God. You know, that race is very important for us, you know. We are almost in the season, and we fight the championship with the Prince Faisal. But it's good, you know. It's tough. The Prince Faisal, the horses is always tough horses, but thanks God our horses, they run good.
And it's not just White Stable versus Red Stable, it's Adel Al-Faradi versus Camillo Ospina versus Mohammed Al-Zaham. It's a 3-way go, and you are still just about in touch for the Jockey Championship.
Yeah, you know, it's difficult. Adil is very good rider. Mohammed Al-Zaham is very good rider also, and many riders, you know. Thanks God we have some jockeys, they have more opportunities than another jockeys, but for me, there are many jockeys very good here. I just say thanks to the Primita for giving me support, because without this support it's difficult to win, you know. For me it's difficult, and I ride the White Stable horses and I feel very good because it's good horses. But thanks God we try to win the leader jockeys.
And you won the championship last year. How many championships have you won since being in Saudi? Was that your first one, or have you won previously beforehand? We struggle to find this information.
No, I won many times, thanks God, you know. 9 times.
Oh, and see, now we look terrible. 9-time winner, so you've got to try and make it 10.
No, thanks God, you know, thanks to the Primita, because we give him support, Talal bin Sharaim, you know. And thanks God, I ride very good horses, and I just keep him going, and we'll see. I try to do my best job, and then we'll see.
And you've got a nice filly here. She's going to improve with time and age, we feel.
Yeah, that filly is improving. You know? Today she ran very good. I just put behind the pace and just waiting the last 600 meters. Thank God when I asked the filly, she responded very good.
Well done. Double today. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, battling until the end and getting himself a second winner of the afternoon and doing it well. Look, picked out by Callum in the paddock. Callum's selections from the paddock have been red hot today, haven't they?
They have. Callum's doing a really good job out there. 4 winners, getting some interviews as well. Stellar work from outside, especially because it's freezing out there.
No, but he's got all the necessary equipment.
He has. Yeah, this mare's done it well. She's battled back. She has proven stamina over further, and that kind of came to the fore late in the race, where she was able to fend off the horse on the inside in the blue, Tatula Game, who ran a great race, to be fair, in defeat.
Yeah, that ran well to finish second. We'd see it again from the gate. Unfortunately, Halat not living up to expectations. The red stable horse drawn nice and low, but was never really better than sort of best part of mid-division, really, always trying to chase the Towels. And it was Naya who was one of those who went on early on, I think, with Tator Al Yahaim, who was also up there with the speed, amongst others.
Yeah, and one of the white stable horses as well, the 3 Enter Hard. They made the pace. The eventual winner's in 4th, so the winner and the second are in the top 4 in the early part of the race. The horse to really make up ground was WYADH Always, who did exactly what he did last time in the footage that we saw. He's out the back on the rail in the grey silks with the white cap, 3/4 of the way down the field here. And he eventually finishes a good 3rd. But yeah, this race was dominated by those up top. Tatul Al Game in the blue silks with the red blinkers goes forward now and just starts to put some pace into the contest. Talamea and Camilo Ospina just tracks this horse through and then pounces late. In fairness to Halat, okay, yeah, she never looked like winning, but she did finish 5th.
No, she's done well. I mean, she's made some late progress. Yeah. To be fair, I'm probably sort of doing her an injustice early on, but she was in that mid-pack for the most part. Yeah, I'm just thinking about WYADH Always again, who has come home with that storming finish for the second time, and wondering whether I mean, there probably can't be a win, can there? But
the problem is with the running style, it's very hard to make up significant ground over these kind of distances if you're giving up that much track position. This track generally pays towards front runners and prominent racers, so if you're giving them 10 lengths, not only have you got to then make up that distance late in the day to win, but also you're going against the bias of the venue, which kind of allows those towards the front to dictate, and that's why she's 1 from 29. She runs well consistently, but it's just very hard. She needs a complete pace collapse, and one day she'll get it. One day.
Yeah, maybe. Look, at the moment, I suppose if you're backing her each way, you're kind of just about paying your way. Right, we're going to have a look at another race from the weekend. We're going to have a look at the Neon Turf Cup. Here it is, and it was all about Shin Emperor, who went off a warm order here for the team, of course, that would eventually win the big one.
Was a little slow out. Haunted Dream and Shin Emperor straight to the front on the outside. Trust Your Instinct is also racing in a prominent position. Killer Ability just wanting to settle in behind the leaders. Al Riffa getting onto the back of his stable companion. Then the second half of the field, the slow starting Caliph as they come past us with Sovereign Spirit. Spirit Dancer held up as normal on the inside of straight with Bolide Porto 3 wide. So Shin Emperor immediately taken to the front by Ratusi Sakai. In second place, Trust Your Instinct half a length away, keeping him honest. Racing in 3rd on the outside in the green, white and red colours, Killer Ability. On the outside of the grey, Haunted Dream. Al Riffa quite keen on the outside of Caliph. They are 5th and 6th. Spirit Dancer hugging the running rail. White face, red jacket, 3 wide. Remains Bolide Porto. And the last 2, Sovereign Spirit and straight is last of all. They're now into the back straight. And out in front, still dictating, is Shin Emperor. Half a length clear from in second place, Trust Your Ability. Racing in 3rd towards the inside is Haunted Dream of Killer Ability. Caliph and Al Riffa are the next pair as they work down the back straight, with Still Straight being the back marker. Still Spirit Dancer saving ground on the inside, racing on the inner of Sovereign Spirit as they continue their progress towards the exit from the back straight. And out in the lead, Shin Emperor has dictated terms throughout. A neck or so in advance of Trust Your Instinct as they pass the 800. Haunted Dream on the inside of Killer Ability. Then in 5th place is Al Riffa in the check colours as the pace just begins to wind up, and now Trust Your Instinct applies a little bit of pressure on the home bend to Shin Emperor. Haunted Dream in 3rd, Killer Ability. Al Riffa will be pulled towards the outside. Spirit Dancer taking a brave route and at the moment hasn't got a great deal of racing room. Shin Emperor's seen off Trust Your Instinct. Haunted Dream moves into 2nd. Al Riffa switches towards the outside. Spirit Dancer is trying to come through horses with the white face, but it's still Shin Emperor who has the lead, and it's 3 lengths from Haunted Dream. Spirit Dancer, Al Riffa, they're not making any inroads to Shin Emperor. They've had to wait a while for their first winner of the night, but Japan will land the winner of the Howden Turf Cup.
It took a little while, didn't it, for Japan to get on the score sheet. It, of course, will get better and better, and for the winning trainer and jockey as well. Shin Emperor was a shade of odds on, but a good few pounds clear of these on figures.
Yeah, he was the clear standout coming into the race. He's a very gawky type, head up in the air. You can even see right now in the early part. He's looking at the stars. He doesn't get down and run, but he's got lots of talent. He was placed in the Japan Cup, the Japanese Derby, the Satsuki Show, and ran 3rd in the Irish Champion before coming to Saudi Arabia. I loved the ride. I thought the ride was A+, going straight to the front, keeping it simple. And this horse quickened up on the home turn and never was in danger, really.
No, it's a terrific effort, and I love the fact he's been to all those venues, and I think he ran in the Art, didn't he? But the ground was totally against him because his brother Sotsas, an Art winner. But yeah, here, off a quick pace, he's done well, hasn't he, to sort of control it and deal with the rivals. Spirit Dancer, last year's winner, does eventually plug on, doesn't he? And kind of, he's not too far away. He's about 5th or 6th in the end, I think.
Yeah, he ran okay in 5th. He ran at Hong Kong last time, and I think that might have told a little bit of a tale with him. He didn't run very well in Hong Kong. He came quickly back to the Middle East, and he performed okay. He wasn't as good as last year when he won. I think the Bahrain International earlier this season, when he won for the 2nd year in a row, might have taken a little bit out of him. But he ran a fair race behind some nice types, including the winner, Al Rifa, who ran okay in 3rd, Caliph, who again performs in this race after finishing 4th last year.
Yeah.
And Haunted Dream, who did very well for Qatar.
Yeah, so overall, you know, good horses in behind. But Shin Emperor, they've talked about actually coming to Europe and Ascot maybe, possibly even York. But I'd imagine the Shima Classic would be the logical next step.
Yeah, I'd say so. I would love to see him at Ascot. I think he'd have a good chance in any race he contends there. York, maybe not, just due to that big, long home straight. But look, any time there's a Japanese horse that wants to come over to Europe, we should welcome them with open arms. It's fantastic to have the Japanese challengers, especially a horse like this who has lots of ability and will clearly handle conditions, as proven by his Irish Champion Stakes 3rd place finish. Yeah,
well done to Shin Emperor, and would have been a popular choice with many who were wagering on the big racing here last weekend. By the way, if you're already thinking ahead of next year, 13th and 14th of February, so it'll be a Valentine's Day Saudi Cup in 2016, 13th and 14th of Feb. Put the dates in the diary, and you know, if you can get here, hey, that would be very, very special. You get to see Tom and many others as well, of course. Right, we best move on because it's Wiggy's only ride of the day. Wigberto Ramos, and he's on the jolly here. Leave the girl go. Let's check all the runners and riders for Stephen.
Yeah, they'll be queuing up in their hordes, won't they, to be meeting Tom in 12 months' time, I'm sure, ahead of next year's Saudi Cup. But now we've got a fillies maiden imminently over 1,600 metres, 3-year-olds only. And the fillies headed by number 1, Al Danar, who's the mount of Nawaf Al Mudiani. 2 is Al Jazi and Abdullah Al Lorfi. 3 is Ayat and Mohammed Saeed. 4, Bakra is ridden by Mohammed Al Habib. 5, Canada Rose will be ridden by Louis Morales. 6, Drifting, Abdullah Al Saeedi, claiming 1 kilo. 7 is Enaig and Victor Buttigieg. 8 is Hakima and Osama Al Shurani. 9, Hatari, ridden by Asil Al Sahani. 10, Leave the Girl Go and Wigberto Ramos. 11 is Macha Yek and Muhammad Al Dahan. 12 is Milad and Abdullah Al Kradis. 13, Mobshara, Fahad Al Faredi. 14 is Motawalia and Ayaf Al Anazi. 15 is Motafar and Rayan Al Toesh. 16, Mila, will be ridden by Adel Al Faredi. 17 is Nazmat Al Wadi. Fawaz Wanas takes the ride. 18 is Rika, to be ridden by Camille Ospina, bidding for a 3rd winner. And 19 is Renat, who will be ridden by Abdullah Al Fairuz. So 19 of them bidding for a first success in our 10th race. It's a fillies maiden, due off at 7:20 local time. That's in about 11 minutes, and the fillies are in the parade ring for the 10th race on the card. So let's go and speak to Callum. He's in red hot form in that paddock today.
Oh, we can only try and keep the form going. This is a really fascinating fillies maiden. We've got a big girl in front here. This is Aldana. We've seen plenty of her. She started her career quite brightly. She's found things a little bit tougher recently, but as you can see, she's a really well-built individual. She's a precocious type, grown into that frame, and she will surely run a decent enough race here on her 7th career start. She's a nice-looking type, and hopefully she can go well here today. Let's drop back to the number 8, please. That's the next one we're going to have a peep at right the way down the order. Nothing is saying that the horses in between, the 1 and the 8, aren't good looking, but we'll go to the 8 for big connections. Hakima is this one. This is a daughter of Without Parole. Looks very much like her father as well. We clearly stamped them. Without Parole. Hopefully he can continue to build on what's been a quite quiet start to his stallion career, but I'm sure there'll be lots of American interest in him going forward. Osama Al-Shahani on board as well, looking for his second winner of the day. She's a nice type, ninth on debut. I'm sure she'll come on from that. She's a well put together individual, big strong shoulder and neck, and a nice back end as well. We move back to horse number 10. This is a Leave the Girl Go. Wigberto Ramos just about to get the leg up aboard this one. She's a gorgeous individual, isn't she, Leave the Girl Go? Second on debut. Really lovely coat on her. She's, well, I don't even know what colour you'd want to call her there, but she's lovely nonetheless. Hope she can build on that debut. She'd have every chance. Wigberto in the saddle. Wiggy, how are we feeling? Is it good? We're getting a little nod. That's good enough for me. That's a nice looking type here, the 10. Leave the Girl Go. Let's go back to the 11, who's a bit jig-joggy in the prelim. This is Maciejek, who's just coming around us now. This liver chestnut, as you can see, Mohammed Al-Daham has got his legs out the stirrups here, just trying to give her contact and relax her, because you can clearly see she is very, very revved up. She makes her third career start today. She built on an 8th place on debut to finish 5th last time out. Now, usually on the form, you say, okay, that's fine, but what I'm seeing in the parade ring would put me off just a little bit. She's got a lovely bit of dappling on, but you can clearly see she's very keen to get on with things, and she might be running her race too soon. We saw that with Naya in our last contest. Let's go back to the 13, Mubshara. I love these owners, I love these connections, and Farhad is looking for a second winner today, and she's gorgeous, typical of the connection. She's had the 4 starts. Second on debut, hasn't quite lived up to that same level of form since then, but those 2 efforts the last 2 starts, have both been in the money, and she certainly looks a very nice horse, very similar to Paradise Row and Ceylon Silverbird. Long, big, strong filly who will certainly do better with time and will make a lovely broodmare going forward. Let's look at the White Stable debutant as well, the 15. This is Mutafar, who we're just coming to see now. Looks really well on debut. I must admit, a very good looker. She's a lovely looker, in fact. I think she'd have every chance here on racecourse debut. But I think if I had to make a paddock pick, I think, whoa, you know what, boys? I'm going to have a think about it, because there's a couple of these. I've just seen the 18 go through as well. It's a very good looker too. So it's going to be hard to make a choice here, lads. I'm going to need a bit more time.
That's absolutely fine. You can have all the time you need, Callum. Yeah, I think he's a chance to assess what he's seen, and he's doing well, 4 winners.
He's doing very well.
Yeah.
I will say to Callum, though, hopefully he's listening, that when Rory Delago sat in this seat and that 18 horse made her debut, Rory said that she was very unattractive. So if Callum is listing that horse on his shortlist, I think Rory won't be happy. Yeah.
Interesting difference of opinion then, as regards Richard. And yes, Rory will be in your chair, Tom, of course, this time next week.
Hopefully a different chair, because this one is a little bit lopsided.
That's very true, actually. You can take the chair with you, but I don't think you probably want to be honest. Right, 11 for the field, very, very trappy.
Yes.
This filly's maiden for these 3-year-olds, 1600 on the dirt, sizable field. 11 4, Leave the Girl Go, who we're going to look at in the VT shortly. And I mentioned Wigberto Ramos' only right, and ran really well actually on the debut.
Yep.
And he's probably as good a starting point, I think, as any here, finishing second back at the end of January.
Have a look at this.
I thought it
was an excellent debut. Wide on the track, was drawn out on gate 20, as you can see from the saddle cloth there. Had to sit a 4 or 5 wide trip around the home turn, and still had enough in the locker to produce a stirring finish to push the winner all the way. I thought it was a really good start for this daughter of Giftbox. She draws better inside now in stall 6. Roberto obviously keeps the mount. Prince Abdulaziz bin Mosaid bin Saud hasn't had too much success with his horses this year, except for Kateisha Ray, who was an early season type. But this filly could be a late season type, and I wouldn't be surprised if she won.
Yeah, I mean, I really like what I saw. Decent run behind the winner, and no reason why she can't go on. Look, she's 11 4 in a tough race. She's top of the market. It's 100 to 30, brings in number 11. Makayek, and then Mylar at 5-1, the 16, and 7s and bigger the rest. Who are you forecasting as the biggest threats?
Well, I've got the 11 down for second, but I would be lying if I said it was anything other than connections that made me put Makayek into second. She finished 5th behind Leave the Girl Go last time.
Yeah.
So there was no real reason to suggest that she would be on top. And actually the winning margin there between the two, well, not winning margin, but the margin between the two was quite substantial. So actually to put the 11 in second is a bit of a reach from me, I have to admit. Also, Leave the Girl Go is open to much more improvement than Makayek is. So I'll definitely have the 10 over the 11. The other two I was interested in were Mob Shara, who finished fourth on her last start, is rated 59, and Aldana, who's the top horse, number 1 in the race card, who's had many starts, 6 outings, but has been placed on a few occasions. I thought the 1 and the 13 were the consistent horses in here, and the solid options, and the 10 and the 11 ran in probably the best race. I have Leave the Girl Go on top. I am taken by the first time White Stable starter, the 15, Mothafar, but these White Stable horses just aren't winning first time up at the moment, so I would have to treat that one with a bit of caution and opt for the favourite.
Yeah, I'd like what I saw from Leave the Girl Go. We've seen it again on the VT, haven't we? And it's going to get my vote as well. Solid 11-4 favourite in a very competitive looking big field maiden. Just trying to keep across this betting here. I don't think there's too much movement at the top. Makayek 100-35-1 Mylar, and bigger odds the remainder. Good afternoon, good evening. I'm guessing it's probably good evening to Sarim, who's messaged in. Vimal's been back on as well. Bala, and somebody who just goes by the name of Red Hot.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's what we need.
Yeah. I'm not sure the selections are Red Hot. I think it might have been an earlier race. I'm going to dig through and see if your selections are as good as your name.
But it's also not Red Hot here in Riyadh. It is Blue Cold.
Does that work? yeah. It's kind of the temperature's going up though. I think literally tomorrow. Yes, and then I should be telling you this because you're not here.
I know. But next week, I did have a look. Next week's 30 degrees.
Yeah.
So you're going to be sunning it while I'll be back in cold England.
Yeah, I wonder if we can be broadcast from outside next week. That's what we want. Anyway, listen, anything's possible. Right, yes, selections were on the same then, aren't we, with Leave the Girl Go?
Yes, I do want to keep an eye on the 15, Mothafar. I thought she looked really nice in the paddock, but yeah, Leave the Girl Go is the form pick here.
Okay, we've given Callum so much time. We've talked about unnecessary things like the weather next week. We've given you more time than really we should be allowed to for you to finalise your choice, Callum.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jensen. Yeah, I've also checked the weather, and tomorrow it's not looking any better, team. It's all eyes on Saturday when the temperature starts to increase. So let's just hold fire there before we start suggesting outside broadcast, because I can tell you what now, Tom Collins wouldn't last a minute out in these conditions, that's for sure. This is far too chilly. But the paddock pick for me is going to be the 15, the debutant. I can't get behind Leave the Girl Go. I didn't think she looked great in the parade ring. Now, I'm not taking anything away from her form. That racecourse debut was very, very strong. But she just doesn't do it for me in the parade ring. Mobshara is the other one who I really like, but we kind of know. She just looked a bit fluffy. That'd be the only issue for me. She just looked a little bit fluffy. I love the 8, the daughter of Without Parole. She's a good looker too. But if I had to pick one, I thought the 15 was a real standout here. The 16 as well looks very nice too. And as well the 18. I know Rory Delagi doesn't like Richard, but I do think she's a nice looking type. And hopefully she can run a big race. But yeah, I'm going for the White Stable debutant. Highly unlikely that we'll get a victory jumping out stall 13, but if I had to make a choice in the paddock, she was the one. I could not go with Leave the Girl Go, who just isn't a particularly strong individual. She's just quite weak and effeminate, but she's got plenty of ability, as we saw on debut. You can see my pick just coming through short here. I just think she's gorgeous. I just think she's a really, really nice type, but you're always concerned when they're making their debut at this time of year. So certainly plenty to keep an eye on here. The 18 just coming into shot as well. That's another one that looks much more developed, as you can see physically, with a long way ahead of the 15. But Stephen, they're loading up really, really quickly. The boys are teaming up and I'm going against them. It's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, you are with number 15, Motafar, on debut. The boys with the form horse, if you like, Leave the Girl Go. Wigberto Ramos' only ride on the card, having been runner-up on debut. And they are now loading the 19 fillies here, 3-year-olds only. Their trip is 1,600 metres. And there we see the orange colours with the blue braces of 13 Mob Shara. Had 4 runs so far, was runner-up on debut, hasn't managed to match that in 3 subsequent starts, but by the same token has not been disgraced. Otwali is going forward. There's 11, Mashayek, who's also lining up. The 2 red stable runners. Myla wears the white cap, number 16. 18, Richard's going in as well. So we are down to the last 2 or 3 pretty quickly. There is Leave the Girl Go. It's going to be just about the last one to go forward, I think, here. And so, stepping into stall number 6, the 19 runners lined up for race 10. They're off. Racing away over 1,600 metres then. The slowest one to leave the starting stalls was Canad Rose, right out deep on the course at the back of the field, trailing them early doors. Also, Al Jazzy wasn't fast away, and Enig is another one who's tapped for a bit of early toe. Out well and going fast, tracking over is Hakima from a wide draw, and leads up here to Machayek, who's in a dispute of second with Renad. They're being closely followed through by Richard. Down on the inside goes Myla with a white cap against the rail. Back in that row is Leave the Girl Go in the yellow with the blue spots, and is racing alongside at this stage Mashayek as they go towards the turn. Further back in the field at this point, recovering from the slow start, Enegi's right on their heels. Mobshara's next in the field down on the rail. They're being followed further back by Milad, who's racing in company with Motawalia. Then came drifting, who's about 2 to 3 lengths clear of Ayat and Bakra, who's struggling. So too is Hatari and Nazmat El Wadi. Top of the home straight, it's Hakima, who broke well and is leading the field for home from Machayek in second place. Third on the outside, Renad with the blue noseband moving up. Myla's back 4th the inside. Now Leave the Girl Go. Yellow noseband 4 deep, coming to try and cut back the leader. The leader is Hakima from Leave the Girl Go. Myla plugging on the far side. Running on in behind horses then is Mashayek, and also trying to keep on as well is Mob Shara, but Leave the Girl Go is now on top and asserting into the closing stages. Leave the Girl Go after a good debut when runner-up is going to go one better and runs out an easy winner. Leave the Girl Go off the mark under Wigberto Ramos, beat into second Hakima, who stuck to the task well. Ayat made a lot of good late work to finish third with Al Jazzy just in behind. So number 10, Leave the Girl Go, a daughter of Gift Box. Started her career with that good second last time out. A winner for Tom, a winner for Darrell as well. They both stuck to the form pick, and she has duly obliged here. Moving a little bit wide round the turn, having been tucked in behind the pace early on. She challenged 4 deep into the straight, but has quickly run down Hakima, who gave it a good go from the front and has managed to stay on for second, albeit a big margin behind the winner. 3, Ayat has run on for third, followed by 2, Al Jazzy, and 13, Mob Shara. So that gives us 10, 8, 3, 2 and 13. The first 5 home. 6 1/4 lengths was the winning distance for Leave the Girl Go. And as we mentioned already, a winner for Tom, a winner for Darrell, and also Wigberto Ramos. 1 ride, 1 winner. Leave the Girl Go, a good winner.
Wigberto Ramos. 1 ride, 1 win as he guides Leave the Girl Go to victory. She didn't do much for me in the parade ring, but like we said, she's done nothing wrong on the racetrack so far in her career, second on debut, and she's gone 1 place better today. She's beaten Hakima, who's taken a big step forward today. Ayat in third, Al Jazi in fourth, Mabshara there in fifth, and Myla rounding out the top 6. So the Red Stable finishing 2nd and 6th. Again, unlucky not being able to get the heads in front. And Wigberto Ramos, the man famous for his wiggle, has landed this win. You can mention Saudi Cup winning rider Wigberto Ramos famously partnered Emblem Road to victory, or a race that recorded an earthquake when that horse crossed the line, and a good win. For connections who have had a quite quiet season, I thought Kateisha Ray bounced back to form with a good second over the weekend in a red-hot 2-year-old sprint, and 3-year-old sprint, I should say, and they've got another nice one here. So we'll wait for Wigberto to weigh in, and we'll get a good word on this one, and she's done it well. I mean, she never really looked in danger. She's a little bit behind the bridle early on, and Wigberto had to just give her a little squeeze, but once she's picked up around the outside and she's got clear sailing, she's done it well and won it nicely. So Wigberto will be getting in there, the little wiggle there, there's the wiggle there, do the wiggle, do the wiggle, do the wiggle, do the wiggle, that's Wigberto there. Unbelievable, carry his own saddle as well, unbelievable work. A man like you should not be carrying his own saddle, well done.
Thank you very much.
What I liked most about that performance was the fact that she took a little bit of a while to get going, but when you turned into the straight, she really did find another gear.
Yeah, right. She broke well, sharp, and then a couple horses sit in front of me, and I covered a little bit, but she get a little lazy. So I want to be close, so she don't want to, so I let them. Come to the 700, I got a chance to drift outside. But it's amazing. This is only the second race of this filly, and she knows when the 500, the 400 come. He started to accelerate. I say, okay, I release, because I was a little worried.
That's the thing. So you've got a feeling that she's actually picked up again when she knows that she's coming towards home. And when you've asked her to go down the straight, she has absolutely flown home.
Right. Come to the 800, I got my dial. I say, oh, maybe this is going to be a hard race. I had to using a lot, but believe me, when I saw her, but I saw start to give me a good kick in the 500, I said, okay, well, I might not use the whip. I had to use only twice to let her keep him going.
And that's exciting, because you've had to give her 2 reminders. She's flown away and won well, and she's probably got plenty more improvement in her future. The concern for me is she won't run again this season. Is that her done for this season? We'll see her next year?
Yeah, I believe they're going to stop her, because there's no big race for her, and I believe that this filly can go to the big races and this distance maybe half 1,800, because she got nice no natural speed to be close, and she got good kick, man.
Now you and I both have stamina, and we've got to do the wiggle together. So here we go. Are you ready? 5, 6, 7, next.
My favorite weekend.
It's my favourite one too. Now go on, congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
I never thought we'd see that on the JCSA English-speaking surface.
My favourite part of that was when Wiggy bent down and Callum hit him over the head with the microphone accidentally. Someone needs to clip that up.
Definitely. Hakima in front, but about to be overhauled. They were calling this potentially a 10-15 length winning margin. It wasn't quite that in the end, but it was an authoritative performance in the end.
Dominant, yeah. Ended up winning by 6 1/4 lengths. I did think she was in a bit of trouble, actually, just at the start of the turn. Wiggy looked to go wide, didn't he? But she didn't immediately pick up. But once she swung into the home straight, you could see that outside momentum when we got the different camera shot. Take it from the start right now, and she jumps really well from stall 6. Yellow Silks, grey filly, just breaks beautifully. It's up with the leaders. On the outside of her is Mashiek, who shows early speed again before fading back through the pack.
And Hakima was bang there, wasn't it, in the red colours as well. So
much better run from her today.
Yes.
On the debut, she didn't show too much, but I'm sure Jimmy will be happy with her performance. Maybe this is the last time she races for Jimmy. Obviously, he's off at the end of the season, in 3 weeks' time. So I don't know whether they'll get this filly out again in time or not. But
think there might be another American trainer coming? It would be nice, wouldn't it?
It would be nice.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's a story for another day. Anyway,
Yeah. Yeah, it would be interesting to see how she develops. She's obviously got lots of early speed, Hakima, by without parole, and she's pretty useful. And this is the point, actually, in behind, Leave the Girl Go, in the yellow silks with the blue spots. This is where I thought she looked in trouble. Wiggy tipped her out wide, but she doesn't immediately find. And there's a point here where she's in limbo. Is she going to go forward or is she going to go backwards? And once the camera angle switches to the wide shot, which I don't actually know if we've got on this replay, then you can see she is starting to make her move through the field. And from this point onwards, it's kind of race over.
I have to say, given the manner of the victory in the end, and you watch that back, and I was thinking at that stage, oh, we're in trouble here. And, then, and now you see the end result. But it took a bit of doing, didn't it, to get from where she was to where she ends up being.
Yeah, she absolutely dwarfs her rivals as well. When she came alongside Hakima looked like a pony. She's got lots of upside. She's got a big frame. She's going to develop into a nice filly. I don't quite know how good. I know Wiggy said that they're keen to run her in a top race, but I'm not so sure. But she's done it well today in a relatively good time, and you can't take anything away from the effort.
No, good effort. Hakima got second. Ayat was the third. So we're trying to close on Callum in terms of our little personal battle to tip the most winners over the 3 days. So it's Callum with 4, myself with 4, Tom with 2, and we've got 2 races to go today, 12 tomorrow, 8 more on Saturday. So yeah, there's plenty of time, 22 races.
Absolutely, loads of time to go, but it's a good start from both yourself and Callum. I'm a perennial slow starter.
Are you?
I am. I don't quite know why that's the case.
I'm baffled by that, really.
Yeah,
to be a reason, but
tomorrow's the day.
Tomorrow's the day. I mean, do you say that having looked at the card tomorrow and feeling even more confident than today?
To be honest, I fancied maybe 3 or 4 today. Obviously, one outstanding selection, and then 2 or 3 others that had good chances. Tomorrow there isn't an outstanding selection, but there are 5 or 6 that I like on the card.
Oh, yeah, you listening to that, Callum? 6 winners potentially from Tom tomorrow. We could be all be in trouble. It's just a bit of fun, keeps the interest going, and of course we love it when you have interest in this programme as well with your own selections and thoughts. So thank you very much to those who sent their selections in. I did manage eventually to find Vimal and Sarim's selections. It wasn't to be for you guys in that particular race, but keep them coming. Right, 2 races left, so we're going to go to Steve and get the full list of those all-important runners and riders in his best, what you call your best runners and riders voice here for the up-and-coming maiden.
Yes, it is the 11th race, Darrell, isn't it, that's coming up on the card. Yes, we've got some locally bred fillies for a maiden over 1,600 metres, 4-year-olds only. Number 1 is Al Jaflar, the mount of Fawaz 1 as 2 is Al Rashar and Camilo Ospina. 3 is Al Shakar Sarah and Adel Al Faredi. Scratch number 4. 5 is Ayadowa and Abdullah Al Kradis. Scratch number 6. 7 is Caroline and Mohammed Al Gharib claiming 4 kilos. Scratch the 8. 9 is Ghazab Al-Rab and Tab Al-Timyat claiming 1. 10 is Jatnar, Naif Al-Anazi aboard. 11 is Joharat Al-Ajdal and Asil Al-Sahani. 12 is Juman Al-Kir, ridden by Rakan Al-Abaid, claiming 2. 13 is Nomasin, ridden by Mohammed Al-Yami, claiming 2. Scratch 14, scratch 15. 16 is Serena and Abdullah Al-Orfi. 17 is Shafefa and Mohammed Saeed. 18 is Shehanat Al-Mogtra, ridden by Rayan Al-Tawesh. 19 is Turkish Hamza Saad, riding, claiming 1 kilo. 20 is Wood Al-Gayalana and Mohammed Al-Habib. 21 is Tusti Osana Al-Shirani, riding. 22 is Tours and Abdullah Al-Saidi, claiming 1. 23 is Sanabik and Tariq Al-Mansour, claiming 1. And 24 is Tilda Nawaf Al-Mudiani, aboard, claiming 2. So the 4 reserves all run. Scratch 4, 6, 8, 14 and 15. So that is 19 in total to go to post for the 11th race on the programme. The penultimate on the card. It's due off at 7:50 local time. That's 16 minutes away. It's a fillies maiden for locally bred horses, 4-year-olds only on the dirt. 1,600 metres for them to cover. And as you can see from the pictures there, the pre-parade ring, the fillies are now ambling into the main parade ring itself. and getting themselves ready and organised, and the last few checks being made. So let's rejoin Daryl and Tom.
Thank you very much. I thought Stephen read those runners and riders so well, I'd almost like him to read them again.
Yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it?
Half speed would be beautiful.
Yeah, in his best runners and riders voice.
I wish I could find the right word for that. What is the word I need for...
Oh, don't ask me.
No, okay. Anyway, big field, as we know, competitive looking heat again. Tours is favourite, 100 to 30, sorry, horse 22, down towards the bottom of the race card on the international prices. The 2, Alratia's at 5 to 1, along with the 3, that is Al Shakar Sarah. And in fact, we'll stop there. There is another one on the same price, but we're going to have a look at horse number 3 in action here. Here she is, Al Shakar Sarah, and this is running 4th back in early Feb.
Yeah, she's my pick in this race today. She's had 3 outings. This was probably a step back in the wrong direction after her previous 3rd place finish, but she wasn't beaten far. The grey on the outside ran in the first race today. Adanaya maybe? Didn't run great, so the form has been let down a touch. Nevertheless, I thought she shaped well. She just needs to finish out her races better. Second time up for the FMQ stables today, gets Adele Alfarini.
Yeah, which is a positive, of course, and perhaps one of the reasons that she is prominent in the market. The other one on 5 to 1, just whilst I'm running through the top end of the market, number 18, Shahanat Al-Motra, and then 7s and bigger the remainder. But we've got 7 horses in single figures, so there are plenty of big price options. If you're looking for one of those, are you looking for a big price option, Tom? Or
no, Al Shakar Sarah's the one.
Yeah.
The horse I've got second in is a horse that's also 5 to 1. That's Al Rashar, who hasn't run for 7 months, but showed good form in Taif. And the 3rd place horse in my rankings is a first-time starter for Lucas Gaitan, purely because it's a first-time starter for Lucas Gaitan.
Right.
That's the 11, Jawara Al-Ashdal. However, big however, when I do these form comments and order these horses, I can't take into consideration the reserves because obviously they're not likely to run.
No.
I have my note for the 22, who is the favourite. Went down fighting when runner-up over 1,800 metres earlier this month. Holds several of these foes on that form line and will be a major player if making the final field. So I would put her in there, but I'll stick with the 3 on top.
Yeah, rated 62 is Tours the reserve, which is the joint top rating with horse number 2, Al Ratias, and 1 mark ahead, or 1 point ahead of number 3, Al Shakar. So you can see the reserves got in with an obvious chance. However, on the negative side of things, 17 runs.
Yeah, exactly.
For the maiden win. So second over 1,800 last time.
And I was here with Martin Kelly when this horse last ran a couple of weeks ago. Martin tipped the horse. I think she was 10 to 1.
Oh, okay.
She looked like she was going to win. She hit the front, and the front runner battled back. Or Tours gave it away. And that was a big debate that we had in the studio after that race. I think it was very much the latter, and therefore I wouldn't want to be playing her at a short price anyway. But on form, she's a major contender.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I can see both sides of the argument, but I think for me, when you've had a horse, that many blanks, perhaps, unless the price is attractive enough. It's different if you're dealing with a horse who's a much bigger price, but when you're dealing with the favourite against, excessive number of rivals, then normally that's something. I'm going to be with you, unfortunately. I feel as though I want to be not tipping something else because I've got to be with the 3, but we're going to be on the same hymn sheet again. Al Shakar Sarah with Adele. Let's go to Callum though to get a closer look at them.
Well, guys, I'm going to disappoint you completely because at the end of the day, the horses that stand out to me in the paddock are the horses that I know you guys already like. So we'll start off with the 2, Al Rashar, just coming towards us now. This is the Mount of Cameo Ospina, who will be looking for a 3rd winner of the evening, which would be a big statement if he could get 3 wins. So that's the 2. In behind is the 3. This is Al Shakar Sarah, looks very well in the coat as well. Nice looking individual. She's moving around well, and hopefully she can build on what's been a promising career so far. This is an ideal opportunity. We'll drop back to the 7, Caroline, and then we'll go on a bit of an adventure because the 22 is still not in the parade ring. But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we know exactly where she is. So Caroline is the 7. comes towards us now. Look, at the end of the day, not in a bad bit of form here, and in a race like this would hold every chance. Looks very well put together, a nice tight thought, and certainly is certainly not carrying any condition whatsoever. Looking comfortable. But Mustafa, forget all of these. Let's scan back and make our way back into the pre-parade ring. We're just passing the 11 there. That was given a very good mention by Mr. Tom Collins. The Lucas Gaitan debutant looks in really good shape as well. But we're going to have a look at the 22. This is Tours, who is going to make a very late appearance in the parade ring. Stewards are looking at me and oh, I've discovered something here. So currently you've got lots of pure Arabians milling around, doing their thing, but the horse in front of me, is Mustafa got it in shot here? I was just about to say my cameraman is getting very lazy on me now. He's getting cold, bless him, so that's why he stopped working. But he's back now, and he's having a look at Tours, who is the 22, who is absolutely chilling like a villain in here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why we have Tours in shot, hey, gorgeous, you all right? How are we getting on? We're fine. We're going to win a race for us now. Now, the reason why we like Tours is for a very, very simple reason. The connections, I think the bell's gone, so they're probably going to have to move sooner rather than later. But the connections booked in the jockey on Tours when this horse was still a reserve, which for me is the biggest indication that you know they're going to run a big race, because Abdullah Al Saidi was booked on before these horses were even declared. They're going to wait as long as possible. Currently, we're having a bit of a discussion whether to go out now or not, but they're going to hold back as long as possible. They're getting the wave through so they can go through now. Mustafa can get through there perfectly fine. We're going to wait and see Tours. He's now going to have a big old think about whether he actually wants to go out, whether she wants to go out and make the race here. But out she comes, had a tread on the water bottle, and she's going to make her way through now. So she will come out as late as possible. As an assessment in the pre-parade, she looks fantastic, doesn't she? Hopefully she can go one place better than she did last time. There are some questions about her attitude. Clearly she's not the easiest. She gets held back, but hopefully if she puts her best foot forward, she will be too good for this field. She is going to be the pick for me here. She's not the easiest, but hopefully she will do exactly what she's been told. You can just see she's getting more and more revved up as she's ready to go. But if she can put her best foot forward, she might be good enough to win here. So Tours is the pick for me, team. 22, last in the parade ring, hopefully first across the line.
Yeah, so, I mean, is that... Callum was all over Tours, Tom, but, you know, obviously, look, we're watching her. She's a little bit nervous. She's trying to get to grips with everything. You know, you think this is the first time, but this is the 18th time. So yeah, I'm deeming that as a negative. But
I am too. She looked very docile, and she didn't really look like she knew she was about to race, which I don't love, to be fair. Just looking at a couple of them in the paddock myself over the shoulder while Callum was talking about Tours. I thought Lucas Gaitan's first time starter looks pretty good, but there were no clear standouts.
No clear standouts, which I guess sometimes there isn't, even with a very big field. Ed has dropped us a message on the YouTube chat service. This is Ed Rafford. He says, well, look, he wished that we were all here last week, or this programme was here last week. Disappointed I couldn't watch last week with my usual voices. But honestly, I hope you managed to find the Saudi Cup and all the razzmatazz that brought, Ed, and got to hear Tom and everyone else involved last week. But back in the usual place here for the rest of this week, of course, next week, and then closing week. I don't know what happens after closing week, closing day. It's going to be a bit weird, won't it, for regulars?
Yeah, we all get a few months off, and then we come back fresh for next year, hopefully.
Fresh?
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fresh and raring to go, as they say. Right, so we've explored the chances of the favourite Tours. We've put a tick next to Al Shakar Sarah, the second favourite. Who else did you have on your list of?
The two-horse, Al Raisha.
Yeah, I like that as well. Yeah,
yeah, the problem was the layoff since the Taif runs.
Yes.
Showed ability, though. And in a race like this, not many of them have shown ability, so that's got to stand her in good stead. I don't know the jockey. Do we know the jockey on the two?
I've got a blank on my card, but yeah, I've still got a blank on.
Producer? Oh, it's Camilo.
Oh, is it? All
okay,
right. Well, there we go then. That's a
big upgrade.
That's a bit of information, isn't it? That's what we all need. So
yeah. Well, I mean, that's another tick in the box for the two then. I did have second in my list. Al Raisha. Camilo on board, looking for the hat trick today. Providing she's fit, she should go close.
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? Well, that's a positive jockey booking. I mean, I'd say I'd like to have seen market support, but to be honest, she's the right end of the market. But that's probably, again, on just what's been achieved previously rather than what necessarily has been happening today. But, yeah, Ospina is obviously a big boost.
Yeah. And then a couple of the first-time starters, the 11, Jawara Alashdal, who I've already said, Lucas Gaitan's first-timer, looks pretty good in the prelims. Maybe she'll improve for the run just because she's a big scopy sort, but she's fascinating, daughter of Bandini. And another one, first-time starter, Jatna, the 10. Naif Alanazi on board. He looked very happy and enthusiastic because he gave me a thumbs up as he was on board his horse walking around the prelims. Represents leading connections. Sabah Al-Shamari, trainer, and Breeder Khalaf Al-Shamari, I feel like gets overlooked a little bit. They don't have the best horses, but they've got a good strike rate, especially with the Arabians. And I wouldn't be putting a line through either of those first-time starters, the 10 or the 11.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, we do tend to be unfair, sort of biased towards certain trainers and jockeys, don't we? Which, yeah, maybe we, I mean, hold our hands up. Sometimes you can do an injustice or disservice to some others who are doing their thing and getting their share of winners.
Absolutely. Yeah, the smaller guy, we'll say. Obviously, the Red Stable, White Stable, Salman Al-Dahani, Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malik Al-Sabah, they have the dominant amount of winners.
I think that happens everywhere, Tom. I don't think it's just something that we're falling foul of here. If you think we are falling foul of that, it happens worldwide. There are certain names that will always get the attention and the airtime.
Well, exactly.
And everyone else has got to fight for their 15 minutes or whatever it is.
Yeah, but we've seen in the last race, for example, with connections that aren't usual visitors to the winner's circle, including Wiggy this season.
Well, no, he gets more than his share of airtime, to be fair.
Yeah, but yeah, we've seen horses that aren't representing the leading stables get their head in front, and maybe we will in this contest too.
Yeah, absolutely. Must say tomorrow, by the way, if you love your turf racing, don't be late, because it's the first 3 races tomorrow on the grass, which is interesting, isn't it? Unless there's been a late revision to the card, which I hadn't seen.
So I was surprised by that. Obviously at the start of the year, and actually all of last season...
They used to mix them up, didn't they?
Well, no, at the start of the year they were always at the front. And then subsequently they mixed them up, but you're right, they remain as the top 3. I did wait until this morning to send off the race comments for those, just in case they shifted them.
Yeah.
Because they have been doing it in distance order, haven't they? They've 1,200, then 1,200, 1,400, etc. But yes, 3 turf races to kick it off tomorrow. It should be fun.
Absolutely, yeah, and got a couple of stakes to come on Saturday as well. So lots to look forward to over the coming 2 days. Hopefully you're going to be back with us and bring a friend. If you've got racing friends and whatever who enjoy the racing from here at Riyadh, let them know where you can watch it all live.
Also, no excuse not to tune in on Saturday.
Right.
Late evening time fixture, 9 p.m. local, which will be 6 p.m. in the UK.
1 p.m. in the States.
1 p.m. in the States.
Eastern. 10 a.m. in...
Literally perfect timing.
Yeah, West Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got to tune in. Only 8 races, should be fun as well. Under the lights.
Well, yeah, the whole thing under lights, which will be a little bit different, won't it? Anyway, listen, I think we've done the advertising.
We have.
You know what to do. Runners are down at the start, so yes, selection-wise, we are we're both with Al Shakar Sarah here. Horse 3.
Yep.
As they gather at the post, and we know what Callum's on, don't we? Callum is on tours.
Yeah.
Callum on tour. Now there's a.
I wouldn't tune in for that.
All right, 22 for Callum.
It'll be heart and mouth late, I think, with that horse. Will she or won't she want to go by? That'll be the question.
Yes, yeah, we saw that a bit earlier on, didn't we? Of course, in a similar situation. Anyway, they're just milling around down at the start, not quite ready yet to make their way to the gates, although the clock is ticking round towards post time. 3-1 the field. Tours is now shortening at 3s from 100 to 30 and 5-1 and bigger the rest. What was your sort of standout moment from Saudi Cup weekend? Doesn't have to be even a race or a horse. It could just be something that you witnessed.
It was a great week in general.
Yeah.
The feature race was unbelievable, but that's, I suppose, considered the boring answer. Although to me it was one of the best races I've ever seen. Away from the actual racetrack, as in the race itself, I was quite pleasantly surprised by how many people there were here. I understand it was going to be a popular venue. Of course it will be. $20 million race, but the crowd was full. The grandstand was full. Sorry, the crowd kind of filled out the whole of the watching areas, and it was just a thoroughly good day. I'll tell you what was a little bit surprising. There were no delays. Everything went off to plan.
Okay.
Unlike last year and the year before, and that was a huge positive.
Right.
Huge positive. Yeah. Cristiano Ronaldo was here as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Did
you get a picture or no? No.
He was in the.
Did he get your
royal
autograph?
enclosure on the other side. He said, "I'll come back next year, Tom." And I was like, "I'll see you then."
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to go to Stephen. We've kept it as long as we possibly could, Stephen, but as you can see, we've kind of exhausted everything, apart from me asking Tom what he's going to have for dinner later. We've run out of options, so it is all yours, my friend, for race number 11.
That's the one question I wanted you to ask him all day, Daryl. So thankfully we've still got one more race to come after this to find out the culinary delights that await for our team after the conclusion of our 12-race card, which has got 2 races left. This is number 11. The field are loading for a locally bred fillies maiden over 1,600 metres. Al-Shakar Sarah, who is the choice of Daryl and Top, one of the last ones to go forward with Jawharat Al-Ajdal. And it looks as though 18, Shahanat Al-Mogtra, will be the last one to go into stall number 3. Red State will have had a crossbar type of a day. I'm sure they'll be welcome of a winner here. Last one's going forward then, so we stand by, they're ready. And they're off. Racing, the locally bred fillies, and one of them's unseated coming out of the starting stalls there, right at the back of the field. 17, Shafefa, looks to be the one without rider. Shafefa unseated Mohammed Saeed as the stalls opened, but the rider's on his feet. The horse gallops away riderless. Up front, Al Rashar and Al Shakar Sarah are the first 2 to go on, closely followed in third by Awa Dawar. And not too far off them is Tours and Sanabik. They're a little bit wider out on the track at the moment. And next in the field goes Ghazal Al-Arab. Down on the inside is Wood Al-Gayalana, who's being followed by Tealdar. Behind Tealdar is Shahanat Al-Mogtra, the red stable runners right back down on the inside at the moment, followed by Juman Al-Kir. And behind Juman Al-Kir is Sirana. Further back is Al-Jaflar, trying to make some ground is Nomasine, and behind those, and there's a gap back to the red headed by Torkish. Coming to the top of the home straight, it's Al-Shakar Sarah. Got to the front, leads a length and a half on Al-Rashar in second. Now making ground the outside is Sanabik, and Tours wider still in the blue and white. Going for a run in between horses is Aya Dawar, and then there's 2 or 3 lengths back to Tusti behind them, and further back is Ghazal Al-Arab as they swing in line for home, and Aya Dawar has come through to take it up from on the far side. Al-Shakar Sarah, Tours trying to roll up on the outside of those. They're being flowed through by Ghazal Al-Arab, who's further back. Running on from the rear of the field is Nomasine, but the leader's gone clear and is well on top inside the final 200 metres. This is Aya Dawar. Aya Dawar's going on to win this by around 3 to 4 lengths. Caroline from a mile back has run through to grab second. Nomasine was closely followed in third, and then came Tealdar, and he was close behind those. Sanabik, another one running on. Torkish also making ground. Chris for the minors, but no doubt about the winner, number 5, Aya Dawar, and Abdullah Al-Qradis in the saddle. 0 from 8 previously, this great order of Macho, but she is another one who's quick and well off the turn and opened up a big lead, which she's managed to sustain for long enough to get to the line in front. 7, Caroline, who was nowhere to be seen in the first 2/3 of the race, has come on very well late in the day to grab second. 13, Nomasine has finished in third. 24, Tealdar has got fourth, and 23, Sanabik has got fifth. So a couple of the reserves making the frame, giving the provisional orders 5, 7, 13, 24 and 23. 3.5 lengths the winner, number 5, Aya Dawar. She breaks her duck at the 9th time of asking in winning the 11th race on the programme.
Doha wins is a bit of a turn up here. The horse number 5 on your race card. Shout out to Mohammed bin Hasleen, who owned and bred this horse. Lovely to see here for the owner breeder. The son of Macho Macho, I should say the daughter of Macho Macho, has done that well in the end. If you saw her coming off the bend, you knew she was going to be bang up there. She's flown round the bends here and completely defied a rating of 45 to win here in good fashion. Now, what is the strength of this race and what we'll see later on, we're not quite sure, but she's won, and that's the main thing for her and her winning connections. Also, shout out to the mighty Sanar Bick, who was bang up there as well. Typical for that horse who was involved, finishing in the top 5 as per usual, but still unable to get the head in front. Plenty of disappointing runs from horses that were up with the speed early, including the likes of Tours and Al Shaker Sarah, who were all right up in the vanguard, who ended up finishing very tired. Number 7, Caroline, for all you Outcast fans, that horse ran a stormer to finish second from well out the pack, but all of them were coming from off the speed, and they could do nothing to catch your winner, who's won in very good style. Boys, I know none of us had that on our card.
No, we would have needed a lot of picks, a lot of chances. I fancy to dig out the winner. It's a big price and big price place horses as well, Tom.
Yeah, quite embarrassing to read this race comment in hindsight, but this was true before the race. My race comment for this winner, rated just 45 after 8 appearances, seems to be regressing, if anything. Full stop. Nothing else. Didn't even consider her.
We had a jockey change, which unfortunately we didn't give you. Abdullah Al-Qaridis on board. Actually, Stephen had it. We didn't have it here, no. So we didn't reference it here, but thankfully Stephen had it. Yeah, I don't know, rated 45. I didn't even have comments about this horse on my card. So
she had no form, rated 45. She was drawn okay. Very, very, very tough to find, I'd say. This feels a bit out of the blue, but the horses that she ends up beating aren't the best either. Caroline runs second, but she's only rated 53, and okay, she ran all right last time, but
third's rated 38.
Yeah, and the third's rated 38, exactly. So it just wasn't much of a race. Our selection's in front at this point, Al Shaker Sarah, and looks to be going really well, but folds like a cheap suit. Finishes 3rd last. The horse on the inside, in second, Al Raisha, does similar. Finishes 2nd last.
Yeah, I mean,
the pace completely
logic
goes.
would suggest they went too quick, but I
the
don't
winner
know.
was there.
I mean,
the winner's been there throughout.
Yeah.
Madness. Very difficult race to assess and come to firm conclusions as to how this result happened, I'd suggest.
I mean, I think sometimes races just baffle you, don't they? You just hold your hands up and go,
yeah.
Even after the event, I can't not only have found the winner, but I can't fathom how the race has played out the way it has. And sometimes you just have to accept that and you just move on. There will be people, of course, who would have backed the winner for whatever reason.
If they have, I want them to do lottery numbers for me. Yeah. I will want to point out, I do want to point out one horse that ran in behind. That was the Lucas Gaitan first time started, Jawara Alajdal. Completely outpaced in the early part of the race, but flew late. Picked up good positions and ground late in the piece. And yeah, she could be an interesting longer term prospect, albeit she was making a debut as a 4-year-old.
Okay, I wonder if we're going to see her, probably not in this shot. The 11, how far back was she then? She just
I think she maybe finished 9th or 10th.
Okay.
But she wasn't being far from.
I think you should stop talking about her immediately now before too many people are making notes. But that's the idea of watching, of course, the programme, so that you can take those notes and maybe back when the opportunity arises. But yeah, well done if you managed to find that winner. I'm shaking my head because it was very, very hard. Right, there is one more chance. And if you love your Arabian horses, this could be your race. It is the maiden coming up. It is race number 12, 1,800 metres. Not such a big field for Stephen to voice.
Thank you, Daryl. Yeah, just 13 of them to round off the card for our longest race as well, 1,800 metres, as you mentioned there, for the 4-year-olds and upwards, Arabian-bred horses here. Number 1 is Badr Al-Sham, who's the mount of Abdullah Al-Saidi, claiming 1 kilo. 2 is Hadid and Fahad Al-Furedi. 3 is Jurais Gudar, who'll be ridden by Essa Al-Shamari, claiming 3. 4 is Lardan, the mount of Tab Al-Timyat, claiming 1. 5, Musib, Nawaf Al Fayrouz takes the ride. 6 is Sabek Al Arin, who will be ridden by Abdullah Al Kradis. 7 is Shibil Al Zuraya, who will be ridden by Ryan Al Tawesh. 8, Reem Al Adliya will be ridden by Abdullah Al Khamis, claiming 1 kilo. 9 is Adam Al Kir, the mount of Naif Al Azani. 10 is Bin Muazzaz, who'll be ridden by Adel Al Furedi. 11, Loki du Soleil, Camillo Ospina takes the ride. 12 is Ramat Al Shahania, and that's a change of rider. It's now Tawfiq Al Qudair claiming 2 kilos. And 13 is Tawa Madison, and Tariq Al Mansour claiming 1. 13 runners then for this maiden. You can see them in the pre-parade ring. We're due off 5:15 local time. That's in 14 minutes. So let's rejoin Daryl and Tom.
Stephen, thanks very much. Thank you for your commentaries today. Looking forward to the last of those coming up then shortly. Hi to Azmi, who's been on Azmi Khan for the previous race. Was on the 11 in that contest, so probably like the rest of us, it wasn't to be, but it was a hard race. But thank you very much, Azmi, for your selection. We do so appreciate that. Now we're going to have a look at a little bit of VT of a couple of these, and we've got Shibil Al-Zraya to show you, I think, first of all, who is horse number 7 on the card, and he's going to finish second in the VT. This horse is currently an 8-1 chance, and this one was back at the beginning of the month.
Yeah, he returned from a 2-year absence to finish second this day. It was a good performance, but I am a little bit concerned that he may bounce coming into this race today. Also, he carries his tail at a weird angle. I know some Arabians do this, and that's not always a problem. However, to me, it just shows signs of maybe not willing to go and win his race. You've got to love the finishing effort. But aside from that, previous 2 runs, the fact he's coming second off the layoff, I'm not so sure. The wide draw is another problem.
Okay, so what you make of Badr Al-Sham, who is horse number 1, having had 4 runs, and this is the same day finishing second?
Loki du Soleil, yes.
Oh, sorry.
Race okay, to be fair, in this performance. Ducks inside, definitely wants to be on the rail whenever this horse runs. At this point, it looks like he's going to go and win, but then he gets reeled in late in the day. I want to see a horse want to have a desire to win a race. He doesn't have that. He curls up when it hit in the front. He's a horse that's going to be there or thereabouts, gets Camilo Ospina on board, which is a positive. I have him second in, but I couldn't put him on top just due to that lack of willingness to win.
Yeah, my 11 suddenly became a 1, so apologies for that, but thank you for recovering, Tom. And yeah, I totally agree. You know, every chance could have won, probably should have won. Could Ospina make the difference? How are they betting at the top end of the market? We'll tell you in a second, actually.
I think the 9 is the favourite, Adham El Kir, who I've got third in, but I think was 15 to 8 earlier.
Yeah, 15 to 8, still 15 to 8. Yeah. Loki du Soleil, 100 to 30, the 11. Bin Muazzaz at 5 to 1, that's horse 10, and then 6 to 1, Hadid, horse number 2. So they're fairly well bunched at the top end of this concluding race. So 10, the horse that's on the top of my list as well, who is
Oh,
Bin,
really?
Yeah.
We sided together a lot today.
But not often enough, perhaps. For
No.
you, given the
Yes,
difference.
correct.
Well, my reasoning here is this horse ran well behind a horse who's rated £6 higher last time out, and I thought, look, there are horses rated in the 70s, but I like that run. I thought that was an indication maybe that only 3 times raced Bin Muazzaz was coming to fruition. Also, I do like the fact that Adel Al-Faradi is on board.
Yeah, he doesn't need to take a ride in this race. He could have gone home early, but he's on the 10. I've been here the last 3 times, well, the whole 3 times this horse has run. Debut, didn't like him at all, but he shaped well. Tipped him second start, disappointed. Tipped him last time, finished okay in 4th. I'm going in again.
Going in again,
lucky.
right, okay.
And I am far from the most loyal of, I don't know what words you want to use, tipster, punter, fan. But I think he's got a lot of upside still.
Okay, well, we'll hopefully get a view on what he looks like as well, and the rest back with Callum.
Thank you, Daryl. Yes, the 4, Ladan, is having a bit of a shout, which I like, but it's probably not your paddock positive, but he's a good-looking type, isn't he? Big, strong neck, nice stride, having a real big shout. Look, mate, we get it, calm down, it's only a race. He's a nice type, big old typical chestnut. He's probably thinking more about what he wants to do off the track than on it, but certainly will need to take a big step forward from his last 3 starts, which have all revealed 3 duck eggs. Let's go back to the 7 here. This is the next one we're going to have a peep at. Just coming towards me now, this gorgeous grey. This is Shibboleth Thera. Look, at the end of the day, the back end isn't as good as the front end. The front is really positive, nice, good neck, big, strong shoulder, but a little bit weak in behind, but has a nice, short enough back. Just a little bit roached just at the back end, but that's not too much of an issue for me. Second last time out as well. That was only the 3rd career start as well. So you can happily give this horse another chance to go one place better in a race like this. However, my view on these races are you always want to go with the 4-year-olds because they're always getting weight. So let's have a look at 2 of them here. The first one we'll focus on will be the 11, which will be the mount of Camille Ospina. This is Loki de Soleil, chestnut with 3 white socks, which is fine. You never want 4 white socks, but we'll take 3. And Loki de Soleil, a good second last time, as you guys saw in the video form, did hang out to the right a little bit. As you can see, physically, a little bit more behind some of the older horses here. This is where you can see the 4-year-olds are just a little bit backwards. But a really nice walker, a well put together individual, and I think if a repeat of that last run should be enough to be right up in the vanguard here, especially getting weight, only carrying 55.5 kg. And finally, we'll talk about the last horse, the bottom horse, Tawa Madison. Horse number 13 coming towards us now. As you guys mentioned, returned from a big layoff last time to run a fairly decent race. Remember, she's only 4, so she gets weight all round, and she gets her fillies allowance as well. So she's actually only carrying 53.5 kilos. And remember, Tarika Mansour takes off a kilo as well. She's only got 52 kilos on her back, and she'd be very intriguing in a race like this. No weight on her back. She gets it from all the rest of the field, and she got an apprentice on board who is not a bad rider either. Tarika Mansour, certainly dangerous enough to get this horse home in front. If I had to pick one though, I'm going for the 11. I think Camillo can get a hat-trick, and I hope it comes on this horse.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yes, Callum's had a very good afternoon, and with the 11 for our concluding event, and they are shortly to leave the parade ring. So yeah, I mean it's a tough one again, isn't it? Here, we're both going to agree with 10 and 9. I've got 9, 11 as the dangerous, which I think are your dangers, aren't they as well? So,
in that order or the other way?
Well, I didn't really have an order. I had 10 on top, and then
I got 10, 11, 9 as my top 3.
Yeah.
Can we talk about the one horse we potentially? Well, we should talk more about Adam Elkir, considering he's favourite in here. He was. He is unexposed. He's a top-rated horse in the race, which is why he's favourite. The 9 horse in here, but I don't know. Last time he ran over 2,000 metres. Maybe he wants that kind of distance rather than dropping down. That's the one concern I had for him. Also, I knew it was going to be a short price due to the rating.
Beaten favourite last time, as you say, different distance. Same 77. They've not adjusted the mark. Don't know. Probably would want to see. I suppose I'd want to see market interest, but 15-8 now has gone too far that way.
Yeah.
So
he's too short for me.
Yeah, a little bit too short.
The other horse I gave consideration to was the 1, Badr Al Sham, who I've got 4th in. Career best performance last time over the 2000 when finishing 3rd. Maybe he's just a really late developing type that is finally understanding the game. Shorter distance, I think, is a positive for him. And he gets a nice young rider on board in Abdul Al Saidi from a good draw. So I have him down as maybe an each way play if you want at a bigger price, but Bin Muazzaz for me, this race lacks depth.
It does. It's a race where you kind of, if you think, I want to back something at a reasonable price here, and you can go up and down the list. I mean, Hadid is the next one in the market. Dropped to 69, was 78. 3rd last time, but I just don't know. I think this horse for me is regressing. 10 chances now. So, if that's the 4th best horse in the race at 13-2, I come back to those nearer the top end.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. He's also been tried over a variety of trips, from sprints to staying contests, and that tells me that they just don't know with him. They're just seeing what works and hoping something will. It's not at the moment.
No, a little bit of experimentation then perhaps there. So we've had a good day, haven't we, that kicked off a long time back now, just after 3 o'clock local time with a very competitive handicap that amazingly Callum and myself managed to dig out the winner. And I'm sure we're going to have a look back at a highlight, aren't we, at some stage? I wonder if we can possibly guess what your highlight might be. I'll tell you what probably won't be your highlight, but who did run fantastically well was Fertau, wasn't it, in that race earlier on, coming back from that ridiculous, what was it, year and 3/4 layoff or something?
Yeah, it was a really good performance under Luis Morales. Maybe he will continue to progress, and he could be a nice horse to follow next year, depending on how many times he runs, because we've only seen him on the racetrack 6 times, and he's quite a big horse, so I don't know whether he's had issues or what. But yeah, he was good. He'll be rated in the 100s next time. And
it was probably the best race in terms of quality as well, wasn't it?
100%. Yeah. He beat a couple of nice sorts as well, in Riston Basher and Fighter from the Red Stable. Red Stable haven't had the best of days, but the White Stable have. They had 2 winners. Camilo with 2 winners as well. And I remember last week when we were looking, no, sorry, scrap that, 3 weeks ago when we were last here for the last regular season week, we had the owners standing, and there were only 2 victories between the Red Stable and the White Stable. They were on like 129, 127 wins.
So close, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's going to mean a lot to both Prince Faisal bin Khalid and King Abdullah and his son. So, yeah, I think that's going to be the big battle coming towards the end of the season. And for White Stable to get 2 wins next to their name today, and Red Stable to falter, that would be huge.
Yeah, there was that period earlier, wasn't there, where we had something like 4 consecutive favourites, or very close to being favourites for the Red Stable. It just wasn't. Hey, listen, it happens, doesn't it? You know, they don't always go to plan. You have your good and your bad days, but someone said you got 4 chances. You'd think, well, we're going to get at least 1 or 2. So.
Yeah, I think they would have been disappointed by the Shockab result. He was the one that ran well without firing, without winning. Sorry, the others just didn't fire.
No, unfortunately not. Let's find those selections. So we're both with horse number 10 in this race, who is Bin Muazzaz.
Yeah, one last thing on him. He will be held up. He usually hits a flat spot. Watch him late. He can finish off his race powerfully. And with Adele on board, they could be the dream combination.
Okay, looking forward to that. So, Callum, are you deviating from the 11 that you put up earlier, or firmly with your original thoughts?
We don't do deviations here, team. We're sticking with the 11, Loki de Soleil, to round off a very good evening for myself and Camille Ospina. Bin Muazzaz is a lovely looker, and I have been many times bitten by how well this horse looks in the prelims. And Adele Alfaradion is a positive. He doesn't really run a bad race, so hopefully he can run a good race for the selections as well. I do think the 13 is dangerous here. Tyler Madison under absolutely no weight whatsoever. That alongside Rahamat Al-Shania, but that horse has only had the 1 start. So you're looking for a horse with a little bit more experience, getting absolutely lumps of weight from the rest of the field. I think Tyler Madison would be a danger, and certainly would be one I'll be looking forward. I'm pretty sure a Moroccan bred as well, so intriguing. Will be worth watching how that horse gets on. Ladan was probably the best of the lookers, but has got no form to the name, and was having a big old shout in the parade ring. I thought the 3, Jure Gouda, that horse looked really well in the coat, nice looking type. The 9 is the horse has got the rating, and is well worth giving an extra mention to as well, because certainly not a paddock negative for Adem El Khair. Naif Al-Anazi on board, had a good chat with Naif as he came in. I didn't recognise him because his beard is hidden underneath his cold weather gear. An item of clothing I still don't know the name of. So Naif Al-Anazi will be wrapped up warm, and hopefully we'll have another winner to keep him warm. Now, those of you at home, I cannot stress enough, it is freezing here out in the parade ring this evening. It's been freezing all day, to be perfectly honest, and I cannot wait for the sun to come out. Come to Saudi Arabia, they said. At least in the winter, it'll be warm. They lied. It is absolutely freezing, and we are all gathered by the many fire heaters that are around the racecourse, and they're a brilliant bit of investment from the JCSA, because it does get chilly here, especially at night, and these heaters do keep everybody on the racetrack warm, from stewards to racing grooms and everybody else involved. Spectators are all gathering around the heaters, keeping nice and toasty. and those heaters are very, very hot as well, as we were unfortunate to find out a little bit earlier when I got a little bit burned. But we move on to this final contest of the day in what's been a really good Thursday. I must admit, it's been a really strong Thursday. They're all loading up for the lucky last, so I'll give you my selection finally. It is the 11 for me, and for the last time, Stephen, it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Ramat Al Shahani at number 12 is going to be the last one forward to round off our 12th race here at the King Abdul Aziz racecourse. They're ready. And they're off, racing over 1,800 metres, very slow to begin. Out at the back there was 9 Adam Al-Kia, and has surrendered a handful of lengths. One of the first out down the middle of the course and showing good speed early on is Sebek Alarin, and also right up there as well towards the outer is Musib. A little bit wider still goes Tawa Madison, and moving through up against the rail is Jure Goudard, who's coming through to try and take a handy position as they link up with the course proper, emerging from the chute. And it is Jure Goudard who's come through to pick it up now alongside Sebek Alarin, the red and white. Deeper out in third is Musib, and they're being followed in fourth position by the nose-banded Badr Al-Sham. Wider out goes behind Musib, number 4 Lardan, and Lardan is 3 parts in front of Tawa Madison. There's a break then of about 2 lengths away to Hadid, who's racing in company as they go into the turn with Reem Aladliya. Behind Reem Aladliya, who's down on the fence, we've got Bin Muazzaz, who's trying to make some ground. Then further back came Adam Al-Kir trying to recover from the slow start. Shibil Al-Rassiya towards the back, so too is Loki du Soleil, who's got plenty on at the moment, and a slow starting Ramat Al-Shani is a long way behind. Top of the home straight coming up. And the leader here is Sebek Alarin. Sebek Alarin striding out now on debut into the lead, into the top of the home straight, but still about 600 to cover. Going off in pursuit now. Here goes Tawa Madison. 3 wide is Hadid. 4 wide off the turn is Shibil Azreya. Giving way is Jure Goudard, and Sebek Alarin swallowed up, and the one who takes it up is Tawa Madison. Tawa Madison with the lead, chased by Hadid in second place. Still Shibil Azreya's closing on the outside. These 4 have broken clear as Tawa Madison brings them inside the 200. Has a lead of 2 lengths here. Shibil Azreya being galvanised on the outside to try and run her down. It's Tawa Madison from Shibil Azreya. Tawa Madison's being hard ridden from Shibil Azreya, but Tawa Madison doing enough. Tawa Madison held on from Shibil Azreya. Third was Hadid, and fourth came Bin Muazzez, and then came Sebek Alarin. So the final race on today's programme, this maiden for Arabian bred horses, has been won by number 13, Tawa Madison, a Moroccan bred, as Callum alluded to beforehand, having her 4th start. She'd improved notably last time out to be runner-up, and today she's seen it out well under Tariq Al Mansour, claiming just 1 kilo, and has seen off the nearest pursuer, who was a good challenge down the straight, but couldn't quite get there. Shibil Azreya. 2 Hadid has crossed the line in third, and in the end those 3 just kicked away from 6 Sebek Alarin, who put in a good shift on debut. It was a good effort from her. They were the first 4 home in our final race on the programme, and we'll go back with thanks and rejoin the boys, Daryl, Tom and Callum, of course.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Thank you for your calls this afternoon. Hope you've had some success wherever you're watching from today. And it's been lovely to hear from so many of you with selections and thoughts as well. So we do thoroughly appreciate that. Now, as regards to the winner, something a bit unusual here in terms of the breeding, Tom.
Yeah, Moroccan bred. The first and only Moroccan bred I've seen run here in Riyadh. Actually, the first and only Moroccan bred I've ever seen.
Yes,
but the 4th time of asking gets off the mark. And it was a good race as well. Not the ideal result for us, with Bin Muazzez finishing 5th, but a good battle in the home straight between the 1st, 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, it was, and this horse has had 3 runs, was 2nd over the 1200 last time, so quite a jump up in distance day, and a successful one. Right, so the highlights, obviously you've been watching through the day, you'll know for Tom, there is only one. Tell us more.
Yeah, race 5, Jabul, for Tamar Al-Dahani and Sheikh Abdullah Amlek Al-Sabah. This colt has a big future. He's a massive, scopy individual. You can see him in the green sleeves, white body, white cap on the inside. Huge stride on him, big frame, and he's shaped really nicely on the debut, finishing 2nd. Coming into today, he had a horse from Europe to beat. First-time starter for the Red Stable after running to a decent level in Ireland for Gero Lyons. He fended him off on the home turn, battled well in the home straight, and ended up winning in decisive fashion. I think he's a cup horse in the making, Jabal, and I would definitely be putting him in your tracker, your Saudi tracker, moving forward into next season.
Yeah, it was a good performance, as you say. He dealt with a market rival, and they absolutely dominated the market, didn't they? Although, come the race, Yamal has thrown the flag in very quickly, and in the end, Jabal has had to beat less fancied rivals, but did it with a lot of authority and real good pick on your part.
Thank you. Yeah, when I watched him when he made his debut, I was here at the time, and I said to, I think it was Martin Kelly actually who was presenting, I said, this horse is one I'm definitely going to be following next time regardless. And the pleasure in my face when I saw yesterday or 2 days ago that he was in the entries, I was ecstatic. And then when I looked down the runners, and Yamal was the only horse that looked like a threat on form, and he'd never run on dirt first time up in the country, I thought this was the right race to target. And I'm glad he's got the job done, not only for the horse himself, because I think he has got a bright future, but also for Tharmal Dahani, whose 3-year-old's crop seems to be pretty strong. And next year, I imagine we're going to see more dominance from Al Dahani.
I wonder if Martin was watching and was on the same horse as well?
Supposedly not. Supposedly not.
We think he missed it, didn't he?
He missed it. I told him. I did tell him.
And you can do no more. You can do no more. But right, that was the highlight. So, we finish off with an intriguing winner, obviously Moroccan bred. And it's been a good day's racing, hasn't it? And if you've joined us maybe for the first time today, we're coming back tomorrow, same time, same place. And Saturday, of course, a bit of a later start, obviously, with Ramadan, which means the racing won't begin here, local time, until 8:30 on Saturday evening. So that'll take a little bit of getting used to. But tomorrow's a full day once again, Tom.
It is, yeah, another 12 races, a good 12-race card as well. It's tricky, but hopefully we can find some winners. There are a few standouts that could be decent prices as well. So make sure you rejoin us tomorrow roughly the same time, and hopefully we can provide some more winners on the card. I definitely need to provide more winners after today's show.
Well, I thought we might get off air before we had to go into that conversation, but the scores at the end of day one, are we still 4-4-2?
It's 4-4-2, 4 to yourself and to Callum, 2 to myself. I am secretly happy just because of Jabal winning, but I do need to come back, and in this studio challenge, I can't be finishing last. So, yeah, the pressure's on.
What are you like on the turf, Tom? Because you've got 3 turf races tomorrow.
I'm going to say good, just to be a nice omen ahead of the racing, but we'll find out.
All right, all that's to come tomorrow ahead of Saturday as well. So, listen, it was a strange day, wasn't it? Because when you've had, the excitement and the prestige of the Saudi Cup, and you get back to the sort of the regular stuff, if you want, it takes a bit of getting into again. But I think we've had a good mix. I mean, I love the fact we had something like 6 different jockeys win the first 6 races.
Yep.
In the end, there were some doubles to be had. Camillo and amongst those getting the double Orphy as well. But this Jockeys Championship, this is going to run and run, isn't it, till the end?
Yeah, hopefully we can get some graphics on the jockey standings, owner standings, trainer standings tomorrow. So if you are interested in that, come back and join us for tomorrow's stint. I think Camillo is still fighting out for second, and I think he's got some way to go to catch Adele. But it is brilliant, and also the owner title, that's the one I'm really after right now.
Absolutely, all to play for. Thank you very much for your company this afternoon. We appreciate all your correspondence. Tom, myself, and a full team will be back tomorrow.